do us a favor. Circle back with me. Got your message. I need some help now. We've got a Swedish speaker who does not know how to use the mute button. We're going to have to get Doman and Axel up here. So thanks, NAFO, and let's welcome to Asha. I have no idea what's going on. Asha, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
We could always hear you.
Thank you. Yes, it's Åsa. I'm Swedish.
Oh, I figured that.
Yeah. I'm Swedish, but I'm actually currently in Poland, going to Ukraine tomorrow. I'm connected to Operation Aid, a Swedish organization, but they've had some problem to connect me with the right people. I have two missions I'm going to do there. The first one is to teach handlers and dogs to cadaver dogs, searching for dead and wounded people. That's the first thing. The second thing is I've run a shelter for abused women and raped women for some years, and we made a program that you can use to really help a victim and help for real, and get you can get someone to leave domestic violence, for instance, and permanently leave and make a police report, and you can strengthen the victim in the right way. And when you talk about Russians, in some way you could use that program to Russian soldiers too, because Putin is like an abuser. Everything is about him. And if you talked to the Russians like you do in this special program, I think you can get them to leave. Is anybody hearing me?
We heard you.
Okay.
Tom, you're.
Yeah, sorry, I was
psychology
fingering
expert.
my mic by trying to. I was going to ask you also, what do you? You've got the program, and that sounds like it's for sort of domestic abuse in Sweden.
Yeah.
What is the message that you say to abusers that you think could work on Russian soldiers to get them to leave? I'm just very curious.
Okay.
It's hard for me to understand, but go ahead.
I'll try to tell you shortly. First of all, you should never, ever, ever talk about the abuser in the beginning. Never mention that person's name, because the victim, the abused, is a thing. It's
Hello, you there, Asa?
I think she had dropped again.
Oh gosh, I think we're dropped.
she
Okay.
dropped.
All right, Asa, it looks like you've dropped. Come back up later, or try to come up, and we're gonna see. It looks like you are being added, but I think that there is a problem with the speakers thing there. Doman, do you see the same thing I'm seeing? It's like,
Yeah, she just dropped immediately. I don't know what happened.
Yeah. It looks like she's looping in. You might have to disconnect, close your phone, reinstall Windows, and come back. Try that, Asa, because you're not being able to connect. Tom, very sensitive topic, pretty deep. Why don't you give us your feedback on it? We're going to circle back. We have a lot to discuss. We want to kind of highlight some of the important things that happened today. What do you think, Tom? How do you feel as our resident longtime UK listener about Malcolm and Chuck and Jessica all joining forces, telling the world really these are the things we need to focus on in order to save Ukrainian lives? Big deal, important. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's really fantastic work, and I think that's one of the great things about social media is that it can make these connections between people. I think it sounds like Malcolm's doing a really fantastic job of trying to organize and equip people out there, which is really good. It's always great to hear Chuck and his sort of knowledge and experience always shines through. Jessica, I haven't heard before on this space, but she sounds really fantastic. I think she's quite a big journalist in Germany, isn't she? Is she on German TV?
Yeah, she is absolutely fantastic. She appears on Deutsche Welle quite a bit. She did a lot of work on various other geopolitical topics in the past, and for the past 6 months, she's been only working in Ukraine, and she's absolutely fantastic. When she was here, she was with us for about an hour and a half, I think, a couple of weeks ago. One of the most fantastic segments we've had with a guest as yet. I know Yehuda disagrees, but he's the only one.
That's fine.
I don't disagree.
It was actually reasonably good. No, seriously. Jessica has a very, very large audience, which she gained over many years of, shall we say, fighting the good fight in Germany against what is otherwise a mainstream media, which is very feeble and is not, not asking the right questions. And she's been doing this in a charming but still persistent way. And that is what got her a lot of good feedback, despite the fact that she's been asking the hard questions. And we're very glad to have her with us. And she's going to Ukraine in the very few next days. We'll obviously hear more from on the ground.
Yeah, and I could see that Malcolm had like 1 million followers. I guess that's from when he was on television. So, it's good that he's got that reach, because, that's what we need to bring people's attention to the subject and to raise money to help Ukraine. So that's really good too. Has our Swedish lady not come back?
Not yet, but just to highlight this, Yehuda has been doing the yeoman's work in that regard in order to make sure that we can get Rip, Malcolm, James Vasquez, and the lot, all of them, to come together.
And a triumvirate of happiness and goodness. Yes, to our friend Asa, you're just not connecting. I keep clicking on your name and it says looping, connecting. It could be a Twitter problem. I'm so sorry for that. I think that your topic is super important and we need to discuss it. But in the meantime, until you can get up, let's talk about, do us a favor, if you still can see our good friend Malcolm Nance's information there, do click on it. Send them a few dollars, please. We need to help people survive. We need to help people live. We need to help Ukrainians defend themselves. We need to make their guns a little lighter by a couple pounds with new butts and new stocks. Rifle mounts that'll help them do the right thing. No iron sights. Not everyone is me. They weren't born on a farm or a barn. They're not as good of a shot. They need those sights and those mounts. So please do contribute. It makes a world of a difference. As Malcolm said, this isn't an effing joke. You're saving people's lives. People are dying every day. And those are soldiers that are defending the lives of women and children and elderly. Get on there, please. Do contribute to Malcolm. I do appreciate it. We will circle back with our regular contributions. Thanks to Francis, our friend from New Zealand, told us about Dominic, a fellow Kiwi who passed away fighting a good fight. And we do thank you, Francis. Thank you so much. NAFO's going to get on board. I've got a bunch of NAFO people saying contact some Camilla Harris, or hold on, not Camilla Harris.
Camilla.
Yeah, there you go. Someone else. You know what? You tell her to contact us. Get over here. Get on the space. Share with us. Grow with us. Because I even have one of your little dogs. I'm not sure what it's called. A Chihuahua. It's on my shoulder. It's
Shiba Inu.
Shiba Inu.
Shiba Inu.
Shiba Inu. What does that mean? Did you just teach me a swear word in Japanese?
No, it's a type of dog.
All right. We've got someone who doesn't know how to use the mute button. Truth of COVID, future. Do you have something to share with us? I hope you're not a lunatic. Go ahead. Okay. And what else would you like to say? All right. Well, thank you so very much for that.
He's putting your Morse code training to the test.
Heather's here. Go ahead.
Hey, Yehuda. How are you doing today?
I'm tired. I'm sick and tired, is what I like to say. No, I'm just kidding. Everything's good. We had a great talk with Malcolm Nance, kind of a bit of a superstar, kind of like me, but on the internet. He's a great guy. Chuck Fair was here. Jessica Berlin, big fan of New York. Never took Manhattan, but she took Berlin as a last name, even. And she's great. We love her. And then now it's you. So, here we are. No, I'm just kidding. So now it's you and me. So we had a great day, though. Did you hear any of the conversation?
I did hear part of it. I'm wondering if my mic is okay. There we go. I always turn the closed captions on, and they weren't working for a second. And now they are. So anyway, actually, it's just a little small thing that is sort of cracking me up. A few months ago, I remember you coming on, and you might have just been joking around saying, I don't know what it is with all those little dogs showing up, and I just don't get these little dogs and what they're all about. And,
yeah, they're Chihuahuas. That's what the guy just said.
Yeah, and they annoy me. The Shiba Inus annoy me, and I just don't get what these dogs are doing. And now I love how you're promoting the NAFO dogs. It's just cracking me up. I love you and your sense of humor, Yehuda. So I just was getting ready to go do some chores, but I was listening to you talk about NAFO and how wonderful they are. And I tell you, you want to talk about some psychological ways to get to the Russians. I think that follow some NAFO guys, and you're going to see the psychological ops right there in the works. And the way they get under their skin and annoy them is a wonderful and fabulous thing. And so now I'm going to go and do my chores, and thank you. And I'm so glad to see that you have turned your skepticism of dogs into a love of dogs. So thank you, Yehuda.
All right. That's an underhanded compliment. You were an idiot before, but now you're smart. Thank you. Listen, I didn't know what the dogs were about, okay? It just looked weird to me. It looks like a little chihuahua who's unwell mentally. Now I get it. It's a scam. They're trying to trick people. All I'm asking is for the NAFO people to reach out and say, MryiaReport, we're here. We're going to inundate. We'll pronounce nonsense in your space. I might be saying it wrong. I think that's what you say to the bad guys. Or we'll announce goodness in our space. Just come on in. Let's talk. We're here. Thanks so very much, Heather. We've got Shaggy. It wasn't me. Shaggy, go ahead.
Hello, Shaggy fella here. Right, a couple of things. One, where the type of dog we are, us fellas, is a Shiba Inu, not a Chihuahua.
What?
We're a type of dog called Shiba Inu. That's the type of dog we are.
NAFO, the other guy said you're a Chihuahua.
Well, he was joking.
I said Shiba Inu.
No, the other NAFO guy said Chihuahua. I think it was you.
Okay, well, scrub that from your brain anyway, because we're Shiba Inus.
No, you know what that's called? That's a master class in psyops. I just tricked both of you. Okay, I know you said Shiba Inu. All right?
All right.
Don't play around. Now you know. No, I'm just kidding. I love you guys. Go ahead.
That's what we are anyway. So, yeah, and I'm actually blocked for 12 hours on Twitter because I've been a bit naughty. I don't know quite now how I was naughty. Some Vatnik got me, so I'm R&Ring at the moment on my other account.
Well, I'll be honest with you, I got blocked a bit on the interweb because when I was Googling Shiba Inu, I put Shibari, and it's not the same thing. It's from Japan, totally different. So screw you, whoever told me to type that in.
I'm going to have to Google that now. I'll do that on my good account.
Don't do it. Don't do it from work. Don't do it from work.
Okay, not working. Anyway, yeah, I just like to say thanks to MryiaReport for listening in quite a lot. First time speaking, well, maybe second time actually. I asked a dodgy question last time I was here about how to take down a nuclear power plant if they wanted to take it back, and that kind of stumped everyone. But yeah, carry on.
Well, thank you. Thank you for allowing us to carry on. We've got George, and we have someone up who's starting to grind my gears. Future, the truth of COVID. What's the truth of COVID? Please do us a favor, state your business, or go and not wear a mask somewhere and don't get vaccines. I don't really care. Future, go ahead. Hello. Yes, hello. How are you?
What I want to ask that, do you think that Russia will invade Ukraine and it will destroy Ukraine completely?
Do you think that Ukraine can destroy the UK completely? I didn't quite understand all of that. Can you say it again?
What I am asking you, at present situation, would you think that Russia will destroy Ukraine completely in future?
No, I don't.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Yeah.
Did you want to know why Russia won't destroy Ukraine in the future completely?
Yeah. It may be.
Because it can.
Yeah.
Maybe. Where are you calling from, bud? What's your name? COVID? Why don't you tell us a bit about yourself? We want to get to know you.
You can call me Future.
Future? Okay, we'll call you Pakistani Bob. All right, Pakistani Bob. Why do you think that Russia can destroy Ukraine? Just curious.
The world situation is like this. Everybody wants war.
Everyone wants war. Can I ask you
Yeah.
something? Hey, Pakistani Bob, quick, real question. Who do you think's responsible for the war in Ukraine? Just curious.
America, USA.
USA? No,
Yeah.
I heard. Now, I'm not a scholar like you, but I heard there's a certain special group of people behind the USA that control all the wars. Do you know who they are? Because I want to learn.
No, what I am telling, but the world see like this because
No. Future. Italian Bob. Oh, sorry, Italian Bob. That's Bertrand. Sorry. Pakistani Bob. I'm curious. What group of people control the United States? I need to know. Tell us. You need to unmute the mic there, bud.
sorry. What I'm asking, I saw some.
Good Lord Almighty, man. Clean your ears out. I'm asking a question. Who controls the United States?
I can't say.
No?
Maybe people.
Many peoples?
They are citizens of Americans.
Who controls the United? I know you have an answer. Just don't waste my time. Get to the point. Who controls the United States of America? There's a group of people. I know you know it. Who is it?
It's a group of people. You want?
I swear I can't hear you. Where are you from, Pakistani Bob?
I am not from Pakistani, but I am just a user of the Twitter. You can call me a user of Twitter only. No, want to.
You know what? I got my name here, Yehuda Amzalag. It's my real name. I want to know your real name, address, PIN number, social insurance number.
I find that you maybe say angry by my question.
I'm not angered by your question. I'm just asking questions. I want to know why you're asking me these questions. I just want to know. A lot of people, kind of like you, come in and say, hey, Russia, number one, they're going to destroy Ukraine. America is the fault. America is the fault of the war. And then they always say one thing. They say there's a certain group of people. Have you ever heard of the Illuminati? Pakistani Bob?
No, actually, I'm really stuck. But why I am telling this, because I heard somewhere that Americans don't want to join their military. Why they are not joining the military services in America?
What are you saying, man? Good God, give your head a shake. Can you tell us anything about you? Or are you just a mystery man, Bob?
Sorry, don't take it so embarrassing. You're making me embarrassing, but I don't want to tell anything wrong for any country.
Okay, so what country is responsible? Okay, what country was responsible for World War II? Do you know that one?
I don't think it's a country. It's all a group of peoples. Just because of ego, they are fighting with each other.
Okay, have you heard of Nazi Germany? Bob,
I think
I
I made you angry. No, what I'm thinking,
All right, I'd love to have this conversation forever, Bob. You got very few minutes with me now, seconds. What country is responsible for World War II? The Nazis? Do you know who the Nazis were?
No, I think it's a very tricky question you are asking me. Everyone knows that who is doing what. We just want peace in our world.
All right. Well, Pakistani Bob had his phone disconnected. He didn't pay his phone bill. Sorry for that. I was trying to get to the bottom of it, and I haven't had enough of that for a while. Little silly. I was being silly. I apologize. All right. Let's go to George. What a day.
That was. Oh man, I'm sorry. I have to compose myself because I was just belly laughing on the floor here. That was pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. So United States is at fault for the war. Okay, that's good. That's rich.
George, it's all your fault.
It's me personally.
Of course. Did you not know?
Axel.
That's why Pakistan up.
Oh my God, that's what. Yeah,
No,
that's
come
what,
on. This is absurd. George should take no more than 15% of the blame. No
Not
more.
even.
Yes.
Not even. 45. I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do something horrible to all of you. Yes, I am. Sorry, guys. We've got.
You're gonna sing?
Pakistani Bob is coming up for
Worse than that.
round 2. Jesus, Murphy. I'm a glutton for punishment. All right, Bobbert. He doesn't have much time. He's using the village's cell phone, so hopefully Bob will come up. Adrian P. Sorry, go ahead.
Hey Yahuda, I didn't know we're turning MryiaReport into a temporary Imran Khan space, but I'll take it if our cousin comes back. I just wanted to wish you a happy belated birthday. And you share a birthday with a very significant date with Romania. You share a birthday with the Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, which took a big chunk of territory out of Romania.
Sorry about that.
Share the same. Yeah, you share the same birthday with the wink wink quotation marks liberation of Romania by the Soviet troops, which was our national holiday during communist times. But also you share a birthday with my parents' anniversary. So yeah.
Maybe we're related and we don't know. Who knows?
Well, it is said that the descendants that the Romanians in my region of the country are actually descendants of a Roman legion from Judea. So
There you go.
who knows? Could be.
I've heard before. I'm on good authority that you sound like a less sexy Romanian version of me. That's what I've actually read.
Yeah. So this legend that we are descended from Judean Roman colonists is quite present.
Untrue.
Anyway,
Everything I said was made up. Go ahead.
Anyway, I wanted to ask if you guys, speaking about religion and people who control the world. I'm sorry, I'm in a hammock in the village and I'm feeling sarcastic. So please forgive me if I go too far. But did anybody speak about our good friend the Pope, who apparently is a tanky and is making very ridiculous and stupid statements that are not far from his predecessor Pius XII, who also sided with a genocidal maniac regime that destroyed most of Europe? I'm just curious because I've seen some news that he might go visit Russia and specifically the DNR. And I'm curious if that's actually true or not, or is just some legend. Thanks.
Good question. Answer, I don't know. Let's go to George. George has his hand up. He wants to answer that. And we lost, hey, future anonymous Bob guy. Do come back, please. We couldn't, you actually were cycling out. Same with Asa. You're on this loop. We can't add you. It's crazy. Go ahead, George.
Yeah. So the Pope has made some kooky statements. As
You
is,
can't add me to this loop.
history of
It's crazy.
well, excuse me.
Sorry, Draconian. Here, yeah.
Oh, I'm hot micing. I
George.
apologize.
Yeah, no worries. So George is up. Go ahead, George.
Yeah. So he did say some statements, and I did see something about him wanting to visit Moscow, and that he might visit refugees in the occupied areas of Ukraine. Like, holy hell! Just give the Russian FSB a propaganda win there, right? What are they going to do? Is it going to be like when the Red Cross visited the concentration camp during World War II? I'm sorry, Yehuda, my mind's blanking out. I can't remember which camp it was. Is that the setup they're going to make?
Probably.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, right? It was.
I do. I certainly do.
It wasn't a real
concentration
Poland,
camp.
right?
No, it was in Germany. It was basically
Germany?
a little fake camp, and it wasn't a real concentration camp. They had a swimming pool and an orchestra. They used it to demonstrate that the Jews are being treated really nice, and it wasn't true. It's a lie.
Well, that's what this nonsense is going to be. So I can understand the. Oh, here we go.
No. Okay, Future's back. Future Bob. Oh my God, that's a thing. Future Bob. What else would you like to say? He doesn't realize every time he talks out of turn, I mute the mic, and he's probably telling us about everything. Future, you have to unmute your mic.
Okay.
Purple means go. All right, go ahead.
But
Got 30 seconds, brother.
okay,
30 seconds. Go
okay,
ahead.
30 seconds. I just want to apologize for my statement, but I listened that in media channels that they are telling that America is provoking Ukraine and like this. They are forcing to join NATO. That is the reason that Russia invades. That is why I'm asking. Do you think like it is true or false? You don't.
It is.
You,
I
just,
I don't think it's.
I,
Not Devin. You asked me a question. I'm giving you an answer. You asked me, do I think it's true or false? I know the answer. It's false. America is not forcing Ukraine to join NATO. Okay. You live in India, right? Future. You're not Pakistani, Bob. You're Indian, Bob. Be honest. Indian Bob. Anyway, imagine someone should say the only reason why India does things is because the British government forces them to do things.
just listen, India doesn't think like this. We are
No,
students. We are didn't think like that.
you.
Americans doing this. I am just asking that what is going in America. They are also thinking same thing that they provoke Ukraine. I am just asking it as a conversation of what is your thinking.
Yeah, and I've answered it. America's not provoking Ukraine. Are
Yeah.
would you say you're a smart or a stupid person? You'd say you're a smart person, right?
No, I am not a smart person. I am just discussing with you what you think on these things that.
All right, so let's try this question and answer thing. So you say you're not a smart person. I don't think you're going to get a lot of argument from us. But let me ask you this: if India decides to buy weapons from Russia, and I tell you this is proof that the Indians are cowards and they're afraid of Russia, and they're only buying weapons from Russia because Russia told them to buy weapons, what would you say? And please do answer the question, or we're going to have to say goodbye. What would you say, future Bob from India, if I said the only reason why India buys Russian weapons is because they're afraid of Russia and they're ordered to buy those weapons? What would you say? Bob, go ahead. Bob, don't fail me now, Bob. I brought you back up. You're going to embarrass me in front of everybody. Unmute your mic, dude. Look at the phone, for God's sakes, man.
Every time India supports USA in all the matters.
Bob, answer the question. Answer the simple question. If I said clean your ears out, bud. If I said to you, India only buys shitty Russian weapons because Russia threatens them and they have no say in the matter, what would you say in return?
Okay, just tell me one thing. I am telling you one thing.
No,
just
God Almighty. Do you? I hope you're not married, because you're not gonna. It's not gonna work for you if you keep talking like that. It's very simple. If I said to you, we all know India buys Russian weapons, and if I said the only reason why India buys Russian weapons is because they're afraid.
Economically, it's cheaper than American weapons. Maybe it is my. It's my opinion. It's not a government opinion. It's my opinion. Maybe.
I'm not asking your opinion on that. I'm asking you if I made a comment, a statement where I said listen to me. Take a deep breath. Put down whatever you're doing. If I said the only reason why India buys Russian weapons is because they are afraid of Russia and have no agency, what would you say? Can you answer that question?
Yeah, I can answer because our government policy. What they think is best, they will do for our country.
You're not listening to me. I'm going to ask you one last time, and we're going to have to do Andrea Bocelli.
No, because they would still need a target for those weapons.
Right. Hold on a second. Draconian, you're not helping me. It's taken a few minutes here to get Future on side, so please butt out, okay? Let's go to Future. Is India buying weapons from Russia because they're afraid of Russia and they have to buy them? Yes or no? Yes or no? Answer the question. Yes or no?
No, 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 no.
Ah, perfect. Okay, so let me ask you this. Why is Ukraine trying to join NATO? Because they're afraid of America. You see where I'm going with this now?
Yeah,
You
no, I
understand what?
understand why I understand what
Perfect.
you are
So
like.
what you're saying
Listen,
is that
listen. You told me.
yeah. What you're saying is that you admit that your logic is nonsense. So if an Indian like you can say we're buying Russian weapons because we want to, and then you claim that Russia invaded Ukraine because America, quote unquote, forced them to join NATO, which they never did, that's why they invaded Ukraine, then your argument, there's no logic there, my friend. Logic and you have taken, there's a departure, a split in the road. Anyway, that's enough of that. Let's. It hurt. It was painful, but we got through it. Thank you for tolerating it, everyone. Future Bob from India recognizes his mistake and he says he's very sorry. He's messaged me. He says, I realize the error of my ways and I will endeavor to be a better human being. Decoding, go ahead.
So the question of Bob's question, very interesting question. Will Ukraine be destroyed? Let me give a few reasons why I don't think it'll be destroyed, because a lot of people in the world probably don't understand it. First, Ukraine is 42 million people. It's very hard to kill 42 million. Very hard to kill 42 million people.
44 to include Donbass, please. It's 44, including the occupied Donbass. That's all.
I always talk about the internationally recognized borders of Ukraine. Second, the Ukraine.
So wait, one decoding. The internationally recognized borders of Ukraine include all of Donbass, which would make a total population of just under 44 million. I just want to make that point. It's a personal point of information I'd like to make. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Great. Second, I'd like to say that Ukraine, like India, is often seen as a poor place, but actually it's an extremely rich country, and it will easily be able to rebuild whatever is destroyed on its infrastructure. Third, it is an extremely strong state, as we see, highly democratic, like India, with a highly decentralized mode of governance. And I have been to all the places in southern Zaporozhye where they are supposedly most pro-Russian. And I can assure you, Bob, that these people want a European future and they will fight to the death for their European future. Fourth, getting away from Ukraine itself, we have seen their enemy is rubbish, militarily, psychologically, sociologically, governance-wise, and in terms of their materiel. By contrast, even if Ukraine didn't have any help from abroad, it has the tenacity and the innovative force to overcome the enemy. So I could go on, but there's loads of reasons why Ukraine will persist. And the support of the West is one of them. Being a candidate of the European Union is another. It is now de facto in NATO. It is being very quickly transferred into NATO weaponry. So what the US is providing isn't just to help them in the current fight. It's all part of this process, which I see as an accelerated entry into NATO. So in total, Ukraine will survive, and those are the kind of reasons why I think it will survive. I think it's important to give people these reasons because a lot of people don't really understand. They don't really know. They don't really know Ukraine.
All right. Thank you for that. Doman, over to you. I'm going to have to step back, and I think a Draconian wanted to go.
I mean, considering war, has any of this been run through any type of simulations to predict the outcome of what's going to transpire from this war?
Yes, overwhelming Ukrainian victory. Another question?
Was that a lie?
Yeah, it's a silly question. I gave a silly answer. What simulators do you know that predict the ends of wars? Just curious.
Well, I'm just saying if they can predict the weather.
God.
And have you ever heard of war games?
No, what are they?
It's basically artificial intelligence learning how to play and simulate that particular war. It's nothing. It's not a new concept. I'm just wondering if has anybody run the numbers to predict what the outcome is through a simulation.
Yeah. No, because no one knows exactly what each force has, and they can't determine the outcome without the right inputs there, Draconian. But you do know that some of us are in the military, right, Draconian?
That's what I was hoping for.
Are you new to this space? Have you heard of us before? Or?
I was just looking at the land, bro. I was just
Sorry.
let you know what I see.
Thanks, man. Glad to hear what you see. Sorry. We're in a university level here discussion, not a grade 1 discussion. BB, you had your hand up for a long time. Go ahead. BB's not connecting. What's going on here? Can't seem to get people up.
Oh, there've been glitches the whole day. We had Edward Morrow. We couldn't even see him earlier in the morning.
I think that Draconian fell off. I think he was running a war game on his phone and probably overheated. We'll get him up soon.
No, he was just coming out from a rescreening of the old movie War Games of John Hughes.
That's it. That's what happened in John Cusack.
Matthew Broderick.
And
Steven Seagal. Adrian, go ahead.
Oh, War Game, one of my favorite movies of the 80s, War Games. Actually, I wanted to answer the question seriously, if you don't mind. So, okay.
Did you just step out of your space capsule? Do you have the answer, Adrian?
Oh, yeah, I do. I mean, here in the village, in the hammock in southern Romania, I mean, I'm connected to the frame, to the river of the universe. I have the best answers right now. So my answer is, as far as I know, during the Cold War, people were wargaming how it's gonna end and stimulating it. And I think 99% of those outcomes ended with the total annihilation of the planet. And guess what? That didn't happen. The Berlin Wall fell, the Soviet Union fell. Unfortunately, we didn't push it into the ground far enough, so we wouldn't have to deal with this shit today. But most of those wargaming outcomes didn't come true. So I wanted to answer him seriously that it doesn't matter. What matters is you look at the situation, you have a sovereign country defending itself from a genocide, and you have a revisionist, imperialist, fascist, Nazi nation, essentially a death cult, which is invading it. And no matter how much you wargame, or no matter who has the most weapons, or what do you think you're playing like on a computer game, ultimately, as a human being, you choose what is moral for you. And what is the right choice. And the choice here is to support Ukraine no matter what, without asking such a stupid fucking question. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. And speaking of stupid questions, we have Draconian back up. Draconian, to take down Russia regime, you have to raise your hand up if you don't mind. Let us know you want to talk, have a question. Or not. Let's go to decoding, George and decoding.
Yeah, I was going to say, since we had Malcolm and Chuck on, and Malcolm was on for a while, can we do like an after action report on, on some of can we discuss some of the things that Malcolm brought to light during his interview?
We are going to do that on our Signal back channel, and then we'll get back to you.
Okay, Yehuda, you're in rare form today.
I'm in form. Yeah, I messaged everyone, said we need to do an AAR on today's chat. CJ said he'd take notes because he's kind of that's what he does a lot in meetings. He does a lot of the note taking. That's kind of he learned that in Ranger School.
Well, I found it interesting what he said about the Legion, that how they were having issues, I guess they were getting swamped with what seemed to be a lot of veterans, but obviously some had dubious claims in their credentials. Is that one of the things that I hear that wrong, or? And I guess some of that.
At the very least, he
has-
told the
not
story
sure.
of one such case.
one such case, yes, but and I know James Vasquez had said that I know he was with Territorial Defense, not the Legion, that he had run across that too, I guess in the beginning. But then Malcolm said after that strike on that one base, it pretty much cleared things up. A lot of the people that obviously knew they weren't qualified left, right? So
Oh no, they were forced out.
oh, they were. Oh, okay. I thought some of them. I
No,
heard that too.
he said that they were screened and then caught lying. And I mentioned that we have a really great artillery officer who's a ranger, and he goes, Ranger? He goes, oh, I love that. That's an Irish band. And I immediately fell in love with Malcolm. And I know CJ might be hurt in his heart, but I don't think that Navy intelligence and CO had much love for the Rangers. Sorry, CJ. But if you could take those notes at our AAR, I'd appreciate it. Maybe provide a slide deck for lessons learned and back brief the commander. That'd be awesome, CJ.
CJ is not going to buy you the next beer, mate.
CJ's planning to kill me. All right. So listen, I tried bringing up our friends. David, you wanted to jump in, obviously, with your... It's just the bloody accent. I thought David Attenborough sounded smart until I met David.
Actually, I was hoping to hear from Mr. Decoding, but I think he was dropping down and coming back up and going down and coming back up. But I want to salute you while I'm here, and MryiaReport for an excellent lineup of guests today. And I think you're in just the right form, Yehuda. It's good to spread a little truth sometimes, no matter how painful it might be for those who need to receive it. It's just information, do with it what you will. So I support it 100%. And there's Mr. Decoding. So I'm gonna duck out.
Thanks, brother. I have to put a child to bed. Doman, pleasure, ladies and gents, as always.
Talk to you tomorrow, Yehuda. Decoding, go ahead. Make David's wish come true.
I just wanted to address the question how the war ends. So I've put it through my own neural network, which I carry around with me everywhere, and I'm not.
How did you train it, Decoding?
Well, I've been training it with trillions of data points since I was born. Actually, over thousands of lifetimes, actually. But the result has come out, and I tweeted about it earlier yesterday.
Nick, no proselytizing here, Decoding. No proselytizing.
So,
it's a Buddhist joke. It's a Buddhist joke. Go ahead.
I got it. So, we're looking at three possible outcomes. Is it going to be like the Treaty of Paris, 1856, which ended the First Crimean War? Is it going to be like Iraq's whining non-concession concession in 1991 in its 23-page letter to the UN Security Council? Or is it going to be like Germany's unconditional surrender in 1945? And my conclusion is it will be like Iraq's whining non-concession concession in 1991. And so a few things follow from this. So first, 1856, the Treaty of Paris, which ended the First Crimean War. Under that treaty, France, the great powers, and Sardinia, let's just leave it at the great powers because I'm not gonna get into trouble for suggesting some of these powers aren't great, basically accepted Russia's surrender, and they gave Russia still the right to occupy Crimea, but they took away the Black Sea Fleet, and they halted the rights of Russia, which had been exercising to basically steal shit from ships in the Black Sea. By 1870, Russia was, this is before Muscovy, actually, Muscovy was reneging on the treaty, you won't be surprised to hear. And they were refortifying Crimea, and they were interfering with shipping in the Black Sea. Absolutely shocking stuff. So I think now, having read the Treaty of Paris, which I'd never read before, amazingly, I think what Germany and France basically were doing with Minsk 1 and 2, they had in mind the Treaty of Paris version 2.0, where, and I've always thought this, that occupied Luhansk and Donetsk were merely, Muscovy never wanted them, and it has literally completely destroyed them. There's no water in Donetsk now, no water at all. They're waiting for rain to wash. They wash in streams and in fountains. So from the 2012 Euros to that, hosting the 2012 Euros to that, that they only took Luhansk and Donetsk as leverage. So that was the only point, the first point, in order to persuade the international community to give them Crimea. And as most of us here understand, Germany and France really did their best to give them Crimea over the past 7 years.
So why, may I ask, why didn't you read the Treaty of Paris before?
Yeah, it's a, you know what I thought, and there's a declaration as well attached to it, which is all about the maritime stuff. Yeah, it's a real pity.
Did you think that maybe you just needed more time and you decided to surrender your time in order to read the Treaty of Paris?
Hello.
Well, it is annoying to me because I was involved when Muscovy first captured Ukrainian fishermen off Berdyansk in April 2018, and the Sea of Azov Treaty between Muscovy and Ukraine governed the Azov Sea, and there's a bogus interpretation of it that it gave them shared sovereignty over it. Right. And I did try and persuade people in power at the time that this was a bogus interpretation of it. However, the German and French maritime international lawyers in the OSCE at the time appeared to interpret it as giving Muscovy sovereign rights over Ukraine's territorial waters.
I met a French female, a French friend of mine. I asked her about that, and she said it was nonsense.
Oh, good. What you mean nonsense? The interpretation that it was a shared sea.
Yes, nonsense. Though she's Catholic. Listen, yeah, I know it's horrible. Get it? Nonsense, David.
This was the first dad joke of the day. Jeez. Well done.
There was nonsense. Hey, listen, I did hear that Macron offered to give his negotiating skills in helping to end the war, and it was a very serious person who said it, general level. And I said, well, do you think he means to help negotiate a Russian surrender? And everyone looked at me. They were very upset at me. But anyway, so as I have no class to go in. Sorry, I'm not going to interrupt you again. Go ahead, Dakota.
Fair enough. No, it's good to have the
banter.
You know, it's like playing tennis. You're trying to put me off my stride, but you won't.
No, I'm
my new favorite subject.
I can't help it. So the French is it's a low hanging fruit for me. Yeah. So anyway, so I don't think any of us here can conceive of Muscovy surrendering in the same way that Germany and Japan surrendered. I certainly can't. So it'll be like this long whining letter from Iraq in 1991 to the UN Security Council, moaning about loads of stuff, and basically what it didn't do was moan about the resolution, the UN Security Council resolution, which was then used by Britain in 2002 for the Second Iraq War as the casus belli.
And what this meant was it was a surrender by default. So it's not going to be, we're not going to see a scene like Putin and Lavrov, like that general guy from Germany signing an unconditional surrender. So it will be a de facto surrender, just as Ukraine is de facto already in NATO and under its security umbrella in terms of the nuclear threat, in the sense that if Muscovy uses causes any radiation problem in Ukraine, NATO has signaled that it will respond and consider that in Article 5.
Britain has signaled that.
Yeah. Well, let's not get into
that's number two in NATO,
again.
but yeah, I agree with you. It has been made very, very clear by Great Britain that there's absolutely zero tolerance, and obviously Britain would never do that without the friendly friends in North America.
And it is correct, I think, to say that when I say Ukraine is de facto a member of NATO, that France and Germany, this is not what they wanted, but unfortunately they're outvoted by the Baltic, Central European, and US and UK doing what they're doing to arm.
Please do not say that. That's not true.
Oh.
That's not true. You cannot say that the Germans don't want this. The current government may not feel that this is good. That's a different thing, but you can't say that Germany doesn't want it, because Germany was the nation during the time when Angela Merkel was asked in 2008 whether our friends from Ukraine were to be accepted in NATO, who said yes. And then the momentum sagged in the United States.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Thank you for correcting on that. That's even better. So anyway, I can't see Muscovy ever surrendering in a formal way. So it'll be a de facto surrender. It'll be notified by the withdrawal of all of their troops from the whole of Ukraine. And the war won't formally end until the last Ukrainian, this will take decades, who they've forcibly disappeared into Muscovy is returned. I don't see, there's a lot of stuff also in the Treaty of Paris's declaration about what they call a blockade, which is basically the old-fashioned word for sanctions. I don't see the sanctions ever being lifted, and not certainly for decades. And mainly formally because there won't be a proper surrender and there won't be an acceptance of liability in the same way that Germany surrendered and gave full supreme authority, is the term, to the US, UK, and the USSR. Although I argue that since the USSR doesn't exist, Ukraine is partly a successor, and therefore, ergo, Ukraine has supreme authority, partly supreme authority over Germany, but we won't go into that, including Austria. So that's how I see it. And basically,
given the fact that the 2+4 agreement came into force, we can shelve that, right?
Tell me about the 2+4 agreement.
It's
2+4 agreement. 2+4 is 6. Yeah, it happened at the end of the Cold War. There was a so-called 2+4 group, which led to the 2+4 agreement, wherein Germany attained its sovereignty yet again. But thank you.
Okay, I will read that. Thank you for flagging that. I'm still a student, still learning. So I will park my argument that Ukraine has sovereign, supreme authority over Germany for the time being. So that's how I see it. And sanctions will go on. Ukraine will become a full member of the EU and NATO, and the Russians will try and make the sanctions and stuff all about them. But I think what I'm trying to do today is begin to promote the meme that the sanctions are in place to punish the breaches of international law and the laws of war, and to demonstrate to the future and all other future regimes that if they do break the law by invading another country, they must obey the laws of war. And so the sanctions won't be about Russia per se. Of course, they're going to be whining for decades about why we hate them, etc., etc. They are going to be a sacrificial lamb for the sanctity of international law, and they will be like North Korea. Basically, that's the And I posted my final tweet was a picture which I took from a newspaper, or it was a thing in War and Translated on the lack of water in Donetsk, and it's a picture of people taking water from a river, from streams. So that's the future that awaits those in Muscovy. And because of this, we need the visa ban now. They need to be in there.
I think you'll find loads of agreement with that here in this space. As you know, the good thing is that we've argued containment here. I think, Yehuda, you started doing this on a nice, friendly afternoon here with others and me in mid-March. So we continue to agree.
Probably. All right. Well, I'm gonna take a quiet step out.
And I'm
Then
gonna make
I'll-
a.
sidestep.
I was gonna take a little step off to Moldova, and meet up with
You're
Vic.
going to Moldova?
Only virtually. Vic is up next. Who's from Moldova? Yehuda. It was a joke he didn't. pick up.
You got me. You
I'm
mean
very sad.
A
glorious
segue
nation of Soviet
or a
Republic?
bridge.
Bridge too far.
What? Are you selling me a segue now? I wanted a bridge. We had agreed that you give me one bridge for free.
All I want to know from Vic is who will protect the Russian speakers in Moldova.
Erdogan.
Yeah. Well, actually, today is a special day for Moldova. It's Independence Day. But yet, this year, it kind of feels slightly more, well, slightly, it's an understatement, more fragile
Happy
compared to
Independence
our
Day.
years.
That's fantastic news.
Yeah. Well, actually, what I wanted to raise is a slightly different topic. Today, I kind of opened the TV. It's about like the pro-Russian or pro-Kremlin coverage in the Western media. And it's something that it quite frustrates me. So I used to like Euronews. I thought it's quite neutral, but lately it frustrates me a lot. So it happened already quite a few times, and right now it's kind of on the loop on Euronews. I think the coverage within Europe of this channel it's quite wide. And one of the piece of the news that they're kind of putting it on loop is about how in Mariupol they're kind of bringing sets of new books and basically lots of coverage. And one of the points that they're kind of highlighting, and it's one librarian and how she's like very happy with the new materials from Russia and how they're much better. They had to throw off the Ukrainian stuff. For me, I mean, it feels like absolutely crazy. I mean, there are like millions and millions of Europeans that are seeing this sort of content, and I mean, it almost like with Reuters, and I think I know. So quite some time before I did a bit of research, and I think Euronews has a bit of funding from Russia, and I'm not sure how it works. And maybe I see the coding in Reuters, and maybe someone has a bit of understanding of how it works and why it happens like this. Thanks.
I'll generally know, Vic. I always note, Vic. I always thought of Euronews as the quintessentially, boring channel in the sense that they don't mess up and they don't
dare
really
you.
say anything out of line. And I'm very shocked and appalled by what they've been putting forward today. Not that I was exactly following them closely, particularly, but decoding.
No,
Do you understand Euronews better?
So I used to follow, and they have a reporter, and she's like constantly, and specifically the reporter that covers, from within Russia or from within like Donetsk, or like it's constantly like pro-Kremlin, they put the pro-Kremlin's, spin, and you don't see you don't see a balanced view, and this kind of irritates me. So yeah, that's my point.
It was the case for many years with Euronews, but this is also why their ratings dropped massively amongst the so-called Spartenkanäle, the segregated news channels.
All right, but I'm just wondering. I mean, I know, but I think they're kind of based in France, and I think they're like a union of multiple like TV or countries that are cooperating. Is this normal? Can I don't know? Is anyone protesting against this? Can anything be done? Because I don't think it's fair, especially in this context. It's just wrong. Like millions of Europeans consuming this sort of nonsense. So yeah, thanks. That's my point.
Sorry to interrupt.
Well, speaking out is good in that regard. No, Asa, you don't interrupt. If you come up here, first you mute yourself, then you raise your hand, please.
You hear
Okay,
me?
Thank you very much. Yes, Asa, we heard you before. Would you please mute yourself and raise your hand? Because there's a number of people in the queue, just like at a bus station, and I think you do have them in Sweden as well. We are kind and polite people here. All righty? So, please, big apologies yet again. Free speech. We have to make this a topic, just like with Leffe and our friends from InBev/Anheuser-Busch. We just have to start our own campaign. We have to create awareness. This is what we do here. And it's in relation to the disinformation campaign, which reaches into many, many news channels. We just have to make it a topic. So, Vic, you are right on the money. Let's do something about it. And with that, Domen, who's next? Is it Adrian, George, decoding?
Correct. Adrian. Across the
Well,
pit.
oh, hello everyone again. So, listen, I wanted to.
How's the hammock?
I got off of the hammock. I'm just pouring myself a glass of village wine, and seeing that I'm gonna say something, you're gonna say is related to the wine. But I've been thinking about this a lot, and kind of what Decoding said about the treaty following the Crimean War and Minsk, and how Russia breaks its treaties all the time. And it's inevitable that Russia, Muscovy, breaks its treaties all the time. How about instead of entertaining these discussions of Ukraine should be neutral, which were pretty often in the beginning of the escalated invasion, or Ukraine shouldn't join NATO, or Ukraine won't join NATO or the EU in some years, like already putting Ukraine at a disadvantage, I'm going to launch this question. How about Ukraine having the capacity and the know-how, and seeing that the major world powers essentially didn't keep their promise to it, while it gave away its nuclear deterrent in exchange for a territorial integrity approaches? How about Ukraine is allowed to pursue and get its own nuclear deterrent in order to prevent a Russia that breaks treaties, historically always breaks treaties, from being tempted to do so? How about instead of talking about Ukraine shouldn't do that, Ukraine shouldn't do that, we move the goalposts to Ukraine, after being attacked and its territory being illegally annexed, it's allowed to have its own nuclear deterrent to prevent itself, to defend itself from an aggressive enemy. How about we mainstream that point from my point of view? Thank you.
I mean, do you know what's much easier? Kicking Russia out and then letting Ukraine have the same nuclear deterrent as Poland has. And honestly, that's just practicalities. Yeah, exactly. That one. That's
well, one of the reasons Ukraine got rid of the nukes in the first place, because they couldn't afford to maintain them. Like, having nuclear weapons, whether they be tactical or even strategic weapons are even more expensive, because then you're maintaining the whole missile system that goes along with it. And even the tactical ones have to be maintained, and it's expensive. The tritium that's used to charge the warhead is not cheap. You need dedicated reactors to do that, and when you're siphoning that away, that's tritium that could be used for medical purposes. Right. And I see Axel just going batshit crazy there, because we talked about it before.
I love you, mate.
And they wanted to get these damn things off their soil, and that's why they're so determined to get rid of it. I doubt they would be interested to go down that road again, because especially after the economic punch in the face that they're taking right now, they are going to be more interested in pursuing a Marshall Plan like rebuild, rather than pursuing any kind of deterrent, because well within the Marshall Plan rebuild, I'm just using Marshall Plan in air quotes, and I'm quoting the air like you can all see me for some reason. You're probably all outside my window right now, bunch of creeps. Anyway, when they're doing this, they can apply for NATO, and once you're inside NATO, that's your deterrent.
Hello, Moose. Sorry for replying fast. I agree with you completely, and I agree with you guys. I mean, that makes total sense. But our friend, enemy, idiot, German Chancellor, didn't he say recently that Ukraine won't join NATO in 10 years? So why I said this, because what you say makes sense, is to let's move the topic of discussion. Let's move the goalpost from the place where Ukraine is placed at a disadvantage all the time and move them into a direction where we're a bit more hawkish. Why don't we give Ukraine nuclear weapons? Of course, what you say, it makes sense. It should be under the NATO umbrella, under the Article 5 umbrella. But when you have one of the major NATO leaders saying that they're not going to join in 10 years, essentially enabling the country that is actually attacking them now. Yeah, I'm done. My thought was more theoretical in the sense of, and that's why I haven't been speaking on the space lately, because I've been very angry. And I'm trying not to use expletives because I know we're trying to get on streaming or podcasts and so on.
It
But
doesn't
I've
matter.
been very.
You can be angry. You're a smart person. You know how to be angry, so that we can still get a rating for only adults between the age of 35 and 50.
Of course, Axel. But I guess I was very angry at the fact that Ukraine, we are seeing satellite images of mass graves, of concentration camps. We are now hearing that parents in occupied territories are threatened to have their children taken away and sent to Russian orphanages if they don't sign them up for Russian school. Like, this is out in the open and obvious. And still, leaders in the West are are not moving the goalposts, are just saying, well, Ukraine can be in 10 years. The fucking Pope, sorry for using that, but the Pope, and essentially a socialist, tanky asshole who runs well, let's say a shady organization. I'm not going to say what I actually think about the Catholic Church right here. Attributes blame on both sides and says that Mr. Putin has some excuse to invade Ukraine. So we have all this. UNESCO offers Mrs. Angela Merkel a peace prize a few days ago. Really? A peace prize for Angela Merkel, who is essentially responsible for the largest refugee crisis since World War II, for going ahead with Nord Stream 2 and enabling Russia? I mean, there's a million reasons to be angry, and I feel like yelling and screaming. So instead of doing that, for myself, I propose to be more hawkish. So in discussion, I say, no, Ukraine should have nuclear weapons. Ukraine should have an army stronger than Israel. Ukraine should have a great air force, and it should get its territories back. And whenever Russia or any other country attempts to subvert its sovereignty, Ukraine should have the power to pummel it into the ground. So yeah, in my opinion, Ukraine should have nukes. I understand your arguments and I agree with them, but I'll still hear that from the rooftops, because the idiots on the other side are also saying incredibly ridiculous things. Thanks.
Hey, Adrian. Yeah, it's all about moving the what some people term the Overton window. I get your point. I think it's not a bad point. I honestly don't know if it works with the convinced tanky, or even the semi tanky that might be running some ministry somewhere. Because I like, if people ask me questions about the mind of Putin, I can't really get myself in there. I also can't really get myself into those other ones for different reasons. So I don't know if it would work as an Overton window movement. George, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was gonna say, what I would think is when the war is over. I mean, you're looking at the countries of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, who don't have the populations of Poland and Ukraine. That the Baltic countries with Poland and Ukraine. I mean, I understand what they're saying about the Ukraine being in NATO, but I think the Ukrainians and the Poles and the Estonians, Latvians, and Lithuanians, they're not stupid. They might jump the gun and make their own defense alignment outside of NATO, because the fact that the Ukrainians have shown that they when if given the opportunity and given the means, they can have a pretty robust defense industry, and so does Poland. So combined, those Poland and Ukraine with the Baltic countries would be a pretty significant block, especially if the Russians take the beat down that we all expect them to do. Till Ukraine can be involved in NATO. I don't know what you and Axel think on that, but I'm willing to listen.
Yes, there's going to be enhanced cooperation. There already was under Lublin, the Lithuanian, Polish, Ukrainian joint force for various peacekeeping missions and the like. And there's going to be a lot of enhanced cooperation, no doubt. But at the end of the day, the future of Ukraine, as soon as it's territorially integral, is in NATO. Axel has spoken many times to how beneficial Ukraine would be to NATO, being such a large, experienced, well-trained conventional force on the eastern NATO flank. So there's no question that once the territorial integrity question is no more. I should rephrase. Once the territorial integrity problem is no more, problem that Russia intentionally started by occupying parts of Ukraine, so that Ukraine would not and could not be considered to be joining NATO. At that point, there will be no reason really to keep Ukraine out. Right, at least certainly not for long. And at that point, also there are going to be actual guarantees. There are going to be the actual guarantees, similar to the ones that Finland and Sweden have gotten before they started their formal NATO accession process. So that there won't be any need for this, and those will be things a whole lot stronger than anything Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, or even Poland could provide.
Well, here's my question is, I understand what the United States, Great Britain, and all the countries would want, but then you got the goobers, that would try to block their ascension to NATO, and that's why I would say this would be an interim till they get into NATO, or till a regime change, let's say in Germany, which is highly
that's
warranted.
the thing, George. Yes and no, but in the sense that there will be much stronger things coming from the US and the UK the moment they can. The moment Russia's kicked out, there will be much stronger guarantees coming from the US and the UK anyway. So that yes, there are also going to be guarantees from Czech Republic and Poland and Lithuania and Latvia and Estonia, but all of those together aren't worth 1% as much as the US guarantee is worth, because you know what capabilities the US has that Latvia doesn't, right? So that's, I mean, it's all well and fine. Absolutely, there is a lot of political will in all those countries to be very much close to Ukraine, but at the same time, Ukraine will be well in the NATO path. B, it will have all these additional guarantees and assurances anyway, so it's fine. So it's not really going to make a difference. That's what I mean. There's totally going to be enhanced cooperation and whatnot. No question about that.
The guarantees, Doman. If I'm Ukrainian, I understand, because I know what. See, this is the problem now. I know what this administration has done, right, for Ukraine with this war, but remember, they had guarantees. That's why they gave up their nuclear arsenal.
No, they didn't. George, go read the Budapest Memorandum, and Decoding can. Actually, we're gonna go to Decoding next, and he understands this stuff even better than I do.
Okay.
But those guarantees, those guarantees, George, weren't any sort of guarantees. They weren't. They said these countries all promise not to attack Ukraine, which only one of them failed to live up to. It's called Muscovy. And the other part was, if anybody does attack Ukraine, these countries promised to raise it in the UN, which they had. There's a different provision if Ukraine were attacked with nuclear weapons, I think, which it wasn't. That was a little bit stronger. But you know, those provisions were nothing. Those guarantees were literally nothing compared to the sort of guarantees that Finland and Sweden got, which were basically comprehensive guarantees by the UK, the US, and a bunch of other countries. So that there's a big difference in that, George. Decoding, you're up next anyway. Do you wanna help me explain what the Budapest Memorandum was and certainly was not?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty zen on now that I've discovered that Muscovy is basically rubbish and its S-400s, etc., are basically all it's got. And some of us might have seen the video today of the one in Astrakhan, which went up and then came down very quickly and exploded on the ground. And the Baltic Sea is going to be closed, it seems. And so I think I'm quite zen about they don't even need NATO bases in Ukraine anymore. There's missiles which we have which can destroy St. Petersburg before they even have woken up, and Russia of course knows that. So this is why I use the Iraq analogy. They'll try and probe and pick, and there will be missile strikes from whoever it's legally from Ukraine, probably legally from Ukraine, from these new jets, which they're going to get, it seems, within a couple of years. So the Budapest Memorandum, yeah, I mean, it had moral authority. But really what I came on to talk about, this Euronews thing. So I've just posted them. The FSB propaganda manual, Lines to Take, which Ukraine helpfully published, they're just amazing, about 3 months ago. And so every now and again, I have, when I spot one of these memes, or in this case, when Vic spots one of these memes, manual, and it's literally a sentence in it, which is show the, let me read it for you. Videos of soldiers who bring peace to people in the form of new textbooks for schools, medical equipment, which will help consolidate the image of soldiers of peace. And I've been reading all day about stuff which is going on in Melitopol, and the whole propaganda emphasis is about humanitarian aid and all of this stuff. And this is why I think these people literally haven't read the laws of war. They're legally responsible for providing water, food, education. It's not soldiers of peace. It's like, this is your legal obligation. You are an occupying authority and you have certain legal obligations to discharge. And yet their entire propaganda apparatus fixes the facts on the ground to provide these propaganda movies. Today in Melitopol, there's a photograph of people from a factory, Uralzed factory, I think it is, God knows where, in Muscovy, who have come to Melitopol to provide humanitarian aid to the people in Melitopol. I was in Melitopol in January. It was a thriving, growing, fine city. It doesn't need these medieval people to come from their backward country. I hate to be, like that, but it's just so insane. And people are watching this in Muscovy thinking, oh, we're helping the poor Ukrainians. They had a really, and the same thing in Mariupol. So Euronews has taken this meme directly from the FSB manual through the medium of different people. As I posted last week, Dugin's daughter was on a boat off Mariupol being interviewed. Again, the same lines from this manual, from the amnesty thing. And so, yeah, it drives me nuts. I also posted a thing that some of the work that Anonymous did by, they got all the entire email archive of Russia's state TV. And I went through some of it. I mean to go through more of it. But one of the things which popped out at me when I was going through it a while ago, in April, I think it was that Euronews was owned 16% by Muscovy in 2008. So I don't know what the current situation is. And this letter, which again I've just posted in the messages here, is this whining, moaning from like the chief executive of Russia's TV station saying, basically, the bottom line is long one, we own 16% of this thing, and the French and the Spanish won't give us any power. We're trying to get our people in. But clearly, if this thing has appeared today, as Vic says, it's I mean, you look in law, you look for the kind of the chain of causation and this, you're not going to need to have a PhD in disinformation to work out where this has come from, through whatever launderers have brought it through to Euronews today. But it's absolutely outrageous. It's really so Vic, I share your pain. They killed tens of thousands of people there a few months ago, and the schools there were fine. They had computers, which have all been taken away. Well, I think all of us know all that. So that's terrible.
I would note there's a chance
for that kind of stuff.
Decoding. I would suggest that the computers might have been taken away for the use of the Russian Electoral Commission, for it was discovered in the last couple of days that the Russian Electoral Commission is using computers with Ukrainian keyboards over which no polish has been applied in places to cover up some uniquely Ukrainian letters and put Russian Cyrillic letters there instead. But the whole approach, and I will note this because this is a less prominent bit of history. But when in April 1941, as the Nazis took over the southernmost bit of Styria, Steiermark, which was then a part of the Kingdom of Yugoslavia, before that a part of the Kingdom of Yugoslavia, a mixed area of German and Slovenian-speaking folk. They determined that this should be, again, made into German land, and have done similar things to the schooling process, as the Russians are doing in occupied territories, or are trying to do in occupied territories of Ukraine now. And I think it's an interesting historical parallel. I'm not going to delve more deeply into it, but just highlighting that this is certainly not without precedent of a freshly occupied land, immediately being turned over schooling-wise to make sure that the future generations are attempted to be indoctrinated, especially as they go in with the assumption that they will get to keep these lands forever and ever, rather than be kicked out in the coming months anyway, which I'm being assured repeatedly by people who understand military matters far better than I do, will happen in very short course as well. Decoding quick notes, because I think we have a message from our freshly risen spokesman for Adakam's brand cigarettes.
Sorry, I just say quickly, this is not about educating the Russian curriculum anywhere in there. This is the tail wagging the dog. This is the propaganda needs inside the Russia's Federation, which is provoking everything. Parents, as I pick up in Berdyansk, in Melitopol, and in MryiaReport, they won't send their children near the schools. So there's a story yesterday about a kindergarten in Melitopol where only one child, who was the child of the collaborator running the school, turned up. Meanwhile, in Zaporozhye, the children from Melitopol and other parts of occupied territories are being educated in person, but also online on the Ukrainian curriculum. So parents are voting with their feet, and the Russians have no interest. Russists have no interest even in, they're not thinking far ahead enough to educate them in any way, shape, or form. They've put caretakers and janitors in charge of all the universities. There's several in Berdyansk and Melitopol. They've joined them and made them satellites of the Moscow State University. And this is all for the consumption of TV consumers in Muscovy. It's nothing about education or even education or Ukrainian culture. They're not even close to that point yet. Anyway, sorry.
No, fair enough, Dakota. You're right. I was confounding the intent with practice there. Absolutely. Finance. Good afternoon.
Good evening.
Or indeed, good evening.
I would like to thank you for making sure that I'm so updated on Serbia and Kosovo. I got off Shabbat and my inbox was full of people letting me know about how diplomacy and cool heads had reigned in the area, courtesy of you. So I just want to thank you and all the listeners in this space for that.
Well, Finance, you kept asking every day for weeks, and now you know. Now you know exactly what's going on.
As I said, I appreciate it. That's why I'm thanking you. I also would like to thank all of the Russians who are smoking near the ammo dump, because smoking kills. And we here at Atacam's brand cigarettes like to remind everyone that you should only smoke responsibly. And by responsibly, we means at the Russian ammo dump. Because the Russians have stated that Rostov was too far away, clearly, for anything to be hit by an Atacam's brand cigarette, despite our 500 kilogram and 1,000 kilogram king size having the range to get there. They said it was sabotage. Okay, fine. It was sabotage. Dr. Hunter has made an excellent video of Russian sabotage of some beautiful fellas asking the key question, hey, Russia, why does your, he used the naughty word, poop, yes, that was the non-naughty word, keep burning. So we think that somebody, according to them, fine, whatever they say, happened to have walked on by and had a nice smoke of some Atacam's brand cigarettes at the Russian ammo dump in Rostov, which brings a nice warm feeling to my heart.
Earlier, Finance, we had Malcolm Nance on, fantastic, excellent man who served his country for decades and has now taken up and went into service of Ukraine to help them ward off the Russian invasion. And he made a suggestion. He said many things over the 3.5 hours that we were conversing with him. Absolutely, but there was one thing in particular that I think you might find interesting. He implied. I inferred from what he implied that Atacam's brand cigarettes might be employing Turkish tobacco in their manufacture. Is there any truth to this? Since you're the preeminent spokesman for Atacam's brand cigarettes.
I mean, that's not usually our manufacturer. We do appreciate the Bayraktar company, and in fact, they make some excellent Turkish drone products. And despite the fact that President Erdogan is a douchebag, and the fact that it's I believe it's his son-in-law that runs the Bayraktar company, they actually sell their excellent Turkish products regularly to the Ukrainians, and they don't sell them to the Russians. And the Turkish Bayraktar product works really, really well to send the Russians where they belong, hell. So the fact that that's not really what goes into the Atacam's brand cigarette products, but it 100% goes into the Turkish Bayraktar products. And it's one very excellent way. If they want to go help smoke at the ammo dump, we support anyone who wants to help smoke at the ammo dump. And if they're saying it's the Bayraktars, maybe hanging out at the ammo dump, sure, fine. You let them say that. We're not going to argue.
Well, that is excellent. Thank you very much, Finance. Is there anything else you want to touch upon?
Yeah, so I've been a little offline for 25 hours as usual. So I can't get a boom update. Like what lately has been smoking, shall we say, in Russian occupied territories?
There's been several things. Yesterday there were some hits on the bridge, the Antonivsky Road Bridge at Kherson. I don't know if you saw that one. There was also hits on the Novakhovka Dam, and there was a thorough after-action report that showed that Ukrainian gimlers managed to hit a convoy while moving across the roadway on the Novakhovka Dam or by the Novakhovka Dam. Not the best video to watch over dinner. Not the worst video around there either. If you want to check that out. Any other details? There were some things going on in Crimea. I don't know exactly what was going on in Crimea for information that's scarce, at least information that makes it all the way down to me. Actually, apparently there's something going on in Crimea now. More air defense being active there as well. But if other people
flaming ammo depots.
Flaming ammo depots. Whereabouts, Axel? Sorry, I'm a little bit out of the loop on the details.
There's no.
Great. I need to break up my map again. We Finance, wherever it is. I trust that your products are being well employed, and I'm going to have a little bit more of a look into it and report back. There's been more strikes, Nova Kakhovka, just now apparently as well, in the past half hour or so. So I think responsible smoking is all the rage.
Yeah, we would like to thank the Russians for agreeing with us. By the way, apparently they refused. Apparently, any discussion of explosions in Crimea is banned, and they're either something called the lens effect, which that sounds like bullshit to me, or it's cigarettes every time that something's hit. So I'm glad that the Russians agree that it's our cigarette products that are doing such great work in Crimea. And we thank them for supporting the Atacams brand cigarettes and smoking responsibly, because smoking kills. So we'd like to thank the Russian government for agreeing with us and supporting the Atacams brand cigarette company.
And also apparently, finance, your products are really catching on in in Belgorod. Apparently, they're really catching on in Belgorod. So all the rage, all round town, really. Smoke everywhere.
That's what Belgorod's for. You know, they decided that it was a great place to put lots of Russian ammo depots, and
They're really trendsetters, right?
Share with them.
Yeah, they're really trendsetters when it comes to new things to be using. All right, excellent. Finance, glad to have you back. Let's hear out David, and then let's hear out Uncle Sam after that. David, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Tom. I appreciate hosting, and Axel and Atacams. Great to hear you back. Atacams salesperson of the year here, Mr. Finance. I actually had a question related back to, but by the way, I love the passion, Adrian, earlier on. I subscribe to everything you say, I think. Pull you over from the window as far as you can. If that's what you're into, I'd say go for it. And I love the passion. I say keep it up. But my question really was for decoding. Earlier you had mentioned that the sanctions would be likely decades, if not generational, and that as a result of the internal Muscovite politics, they would likely never really concede and so bind themselves into a North Korea situation. That's something that I think is far more likely, that or an Iran situation. I think it's far more likely than people realize. And I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about the length, depth, and breadth of the sanctions that have been so far enforced and that are likely to continue until the end of the year, different packages. So I wonder if you could speak to that or about that here on the space, or if other people heard the same things I heard in what you were saying and wanted to come up and speak about it. I'd be very interested to listen and contribute. I think a little public service announcement, people should retweet and share the space. If you can, visit MryiaReport.org and give what you can, a couple of bucks here or there, a couple of pounds, a couple of euros, whatever you're spending. Hryvnia if you have them, but no. The smallest amounts, they do really add up. If you can't, then just retweet and share the space. So thanks very much. I'll drop
Thank
back
you
down.
very much, David. Thank you. I will quickly note that decoding's prescription is one that many of us here agree with, that isolation of Russia is the only way to go forward. So, Decoding, if you wish to speak more detailedly on it, but know that you're not alone in your prescription.
Yeah, thanks, David. I suppose this finance as well. He's very good on the whole the sanctions and all that. I think the most important thing since I've had this idea is for us to think about how we're going to, because obviously there's going to be a huge campaign against keeping the sanctions, and Russia will be, Muscovy, that will be its main purpose, will be to effect judgment inside our world. So the most important campaign we can probably start running now, but continue running over the decades, will be how to stiffen people's backs, as the British might say, and not surrender to this whining. Happily, all these massacres, the only positive thing about them is that it really, so we can, by emphasizing what they've done and the terrible things they do, and today they killed a mother and her 2 children. She had refused to collaborate with the Russians, and they shelled coincidentally, they shelled the apartment that she was living in, killed lots of other people as well in Kamyanka, in Zaporozhye. So every one of these massacres, we will have to remember these people. And
it's the manner they conduct their warfare, isn't it? Really, like every town or city. For example, Kherson is, they say, going to be Bucha on a city scale. I think it's the manner in which the enemy is conducting their warfare: massive bombing and then indiscriminate stabbing, raping, and enslavement of populations that are remaining.
Yeah, that reminds me. It's the laws of war which the sanctions are reminding people are necessary. The laws of war require you to provide schooling. It's not an add-on. All of these things have been set out in treaties, and they're agreed to, and that's what we gathering the evidence of these terrible crimes, which obviously the war itself is a crime, but the way they've conducted it. So maybe that's all of our life's work is to ensure that people's backs are stiffened against the extraordinary whining and, let's say, suffering in Muscovy. I don't doubt suffering, but people are suffering in North Korea, and they're suffering in Iran as well, and they did suffer in Iraq, and they still are. But what can we do?
Oh my! He's dropped. And Mr. Coding dropped. Finance.
Sorry, I was speaking clearly into a muted mic. As I was just saying, it's clear that is why it's only right for Russia to be isolated, for the rest of us to be insulated from them. Simple as that, really. Simple as that. Uncle Sam, go ahead.
Hey, well, thanks for your time, everyone. And got a quick question. So I've noticed, I was seeing, stories about Russian collaborators getting slapped with, I believe it was saying 5 years in prison for aiding the Russians from obviously Ukrainian-controlled territory, land. Sorry. Is it just me, or that's really light? I mean, I'm not a lawmaker, but that just seems way too, for the amount of weight that it carries.
For the judge, really, isn't it? As a democracy, they have like an independent branch of judiciary, which has been actually cleaned up a lot the last 3 years and 5 years. I think it would be like mitigating factors in every case. Perhaps that person had information that was able to take a couple of years off their own when the sentencing came. You know what I mean? I have also seen collaborators shot, so it's a spectrum. You know what I mean?
David, exactly. That's you're quite right. It's quite right for the legislature and the judiciary to do their job as they do, and especially for them not to be interfered with from the outside. But crucially, I think that the collaborators, again, it's a scale. We've had we've had a soldier in here a week and a half ago who got injured in a Grad shelling, right? The Grad rockets, the Grad multiple rocket launch system, and he said right before we were hit, there was a man who came by on a bicycle, and he stopped and he spoke to me for 2 minutes, and then he went off, and then 10 minutes later we were hit by the shelling. And later on, they told him at the hospital, "Oh, yeah, he was a collaborator, right? He was instructed by the Russians that that's what he has to do. He has to go, and wherever the drone, the Orlan drone or whatever from above would see him stop and stay for a while, that would be the target, right?" So the thing is, under what conditions was he a collaborator? Did he even know what he was doing? Was it because his family was at gunpoint or whatever similar? So all of those things, of course, get taken into account. And then when you just see a headline of he only got 5 years, you might think, oh, that's very little for what's effectively treason. But at the same time, it's problematic to just say, oh, it's just 5 years. That's definitely not enough. I think you came in asking the right question right away. Absolutely, Uncle Sam, right? Because as you said, that there's something else behind it. You're quite right. There is something else behind it. I'm sure that the ones, for example, who directed fire on the barracks at Mykolaiv in March that killed dozens of Ukrainian naval infantry, because they pinpointed the correct section of the barracks, the only one that was apparently occupied. I'm sure that's going to take a whole lot more than 5 years, especially as that person was an employee of the Ukrainian armed forces and thus was working very much against what they've also signed up to. Their level of responsibility is a whole lot higher. But you are quite right. It does seem like if you just look at the headline of it, it is not, however, the whole story.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean that's understandable. Every case is situational. Once again, appreciate Tom for this community and space, and Slava Ukraina.
Heram Slava. Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. Thank you for being so generous as of late, especially. Let's go on to Martin Selig.
Can you hear me? I'm out.
We can
walking.
hear you fine, Martin. Go ahead.
Okay, Slava Ukraini.
Heram Slava.
Great, and what a great, wonderful, informative Maria report today, beginning with the amazing Malcolm Nance. As I DM'd Yehuda, there should be a movie made about him, and Chuck Farrar should write the script, and Steven Spielberg should direct it. And Yehuda should have a role in it. It was just what can I say? It was an incredible interview, and I hope we have him on more. I'd like to say, in listening to what Mr. Decoding was saying, that we have to start using the word genocide and reinforcing it, that what Russia is doing is not only the physical genocide of people in Ukraine, but the cultural genocide too. They don't want to occupy Ukraine, they want to destroy it. We have to keep that in mind, because what they are doing, what these genocidal maniacs are doing, and I'm not just saying that war criminal in the Kremlin, I'm using it in the plural sense, is taking Ukraine and trying to make it part of their great Russian epic. And I think we have to start, and I'm sorry for going on and repeating myself, I apologize, but I think we have to keep saying it's genocide across the board, in my opinion, that is being committed against the good, brave, wonderful people of Ukraine. So I'll end up with that and just say, from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, Slava Ukraini, and keep on. Okay, I'll drop down to listener.
Heram Slava. Thank you very much, Martin. Pleasure as always. Right. Let's. I'm gonna go on to War Pigeon, who hasn't had whom I haven't heard from in a couple of days, and then I'll go back to George and David. War Pigeon, how are you?
Hi, I'm great. I'm great. Pretty hot here in Warsaw, so I don't know where you guys are, but it's really hard. It's like 33 degrees or something. But anyway, it's a great day today on Maria Report. Really interesting guest. So I'm listening for quite some time, and really happy to hear interesting voices by amazing people. So thank you for that again. And I wanted to say two things. The first being, something, someone said something about a spotter who was working for the Russian forces and talking to the Ukrainian forces, and then 2 minutes later there was an attack. And I've heard that actually the Ukrainian forces are specifically the secret services are going very actively going against these sort of people and finding them with quite a lot of success. It makes me very happy to hear because this is I'm sure there are quite there aren't that many of them. You know, from what we all see, the Ukrainian society is very united against the common enemy. But in every society, there's scum that's willing to betray their own country. You know, in every society, in every country, and of course, morally, you know, these are the worst kind of people there are, and they're really, really dangerous. Not only right now because of what they can do and how they can impede the war efforts for Ukraine, but you know, once someone's soul is that broken that they are willing to go against their own people, it's really, there's no telling what they might do in the future. You know, even during peacetime, they will always be assets for Russia. They will always be traitors, and it's really you know, that sort of corruption undermines any sort of society there is. So I'm just speaking, yeah, you know, as someone from Poland. It was always for the Polish resistance during World War II. It was one of the main actually ways of or fundamental goals was to eliminate people who in any way collaborated with the Germans. There were underground courts that passed verdicts, and people that were found guilty were executed by special squads. And it wasn't only because they were actively hurting, you know, or collaborating with the German army if they were found to do so. It was because this totally, in a very profound way, corrupts society. You know, people see that someone, for example, is has something to eat just because he's evil and he's a collaborator, and it has all sorts of detrimental effects. So I'm very happy to hear that and to see on Twitter that a lot of these people are being caught and brought to justice. So yeah, that's one thing, and the other thing I wanted to say is that there is actually some. I think there was some Russian guy was smoking in a car in Moscow and it exploded. I don't know if you guys have heard about it, but some 2 hours ago there was some tweet that someone called Yevgeny Sekretarev, who works in the 8th Department of the General Staff of Russia and was responsible for military censorship. His car blew up. I don't know if it's verified. I only saw it in one source. So, but it's pretty interesting that cars seem to be blowing up in Moscow again.
Evgeny Sekretarev. The only
Must be
Evgeny
someone
Sekret-
innocent.
Yeah, the only Evgeny Sekretarev I know is the head of the Irkutsk Institute of Chemistry, and a former very well-known chap in that regard. But hey, who knows?
Thank you, War Pigeon. I think our order is George, then David. If I'm wrong, fight. George.
Okay, thanks, guys.
All right, so I guess what we're starting to see a dragged out Night of the Long Knives in Moscow now. They're going to start offing themselves because the war's going bad. Not that that's a bad thing. It's a good thing. Anybody else have any opinion on what's going on?
Well, I wanted to add something. I just saw this now. I don't know if you discussed it, but apparently the head of the DNR, Denis Pushilin, is accused somehow by Russian sources on Telegram that he took $500,000 from the Ukrainians to give away locations of ammo depots. So I just added this detail because it seems like in this pattern of some weird internal craziness going within the Russian apparatus.
Yeah, we discussed it this morning. Dorman and I had the chat with. Where did it come up first, Dorman? Was that mid-morning or something?
Yeah, mid-morning.
So the
And we were
paranoia is
still not-
setting in.
No, it's more like a narrative.
Yeah, it seems like an excuse to remove him or something. It seems like something made up. I just mention it because it just seems to be like a collections, adding to the collection of stories from the inside. And again, Kremlinology is a very deep and dark black hole we often fall into, and I don't want to fall into it. But yeah, things are going on in Russia, always.
Adrian, Kremlinology works better with a third glass of wine.
I'm sorry, I'm Romanian. It's hard to pronounce many R's.
I just want to know more about the wine. That's just me.
Exactly. Good point, Adrian. Confess. What is the wine?
It's called Royal Fetească. It's a white
Fetească
wine.
Regală.
Fetească Regală, white wine, demi-dry. Yes.
I would note that this exists also in German and in Hungarian. In Hungarian, it's Kiralianica, and in German, it's Königliche Mädchentraube.
Genau, Königliche Mädchentraube. And why is it in Romania, Domen? Please explain. It's very interesting as a story.
Why it's in Romania? I don't know why it's in Romania. I know that it was one of the principal grapes of the Kingdom of Hungary, centuries back. But it's better than Fetească Albă. But I don't know why it's in Romania. That's an excellent question.
I can tell you why, or I can speculate. Is because our king in 1866 was Hohenzollern king, Karol I.
Exactly. This is a classic grape which the Hohenzollern had planted over there with a set of German vintners who came from the Baden area and brought it there.
I'll save you a bottle, Domen, for the victory. I promise. We may make it ourselves.
Excellent. Thank you, Adrian. Upcoming harvest, hopefully. Anyway, yeah, that sounds terrific. I'm very sorry to have derailed the conversation accidentally, and I will shut up.
Ice cold, Domen. Ice cold.
Like Warsteiner.
Finance.
All right, moving on.
Do your duty.
I mean, I
yeah, you have people speaking all over each other. Come on, what is this?
There we go. Now everyone's silent. I found the mute everyone button. This is the appropriate way to deal with Domen and Axel, who just can't behave when they're on the panel. Gentlemen, if you can't learn to behave, I'm going to have to push you both down because we can't have people on the panel who just run everyone over. When I press unmute everyone,
it's terrible when there's a lot of people speaking over each other.
Very terrible. So when I unmute everyone, I'm going to have to go to decoding trolls. I'm going to have to ask Domen and Axel to behave. This might be the first time in their life they've done this. So I would just like you guys to learn that behavior is very important. So I'm going to unmute everyone. And I would like you gentlemen to behave. And then we're going to go to decoding. Decoding. Sir, you're up.
Yeah, thank you. The Pushilin thing, yeah, that could well be, if it's not true, it could well be a Ukrainian PSYOPs operation, so I'm interested to hear it's been taken up in Russia's infospace. I first saw it in Ukrainian infospace, very reliable Ukrainian infospace, coinciding with the destruction of several arms dumps in Donetsk, and coinciding also with the complete absence of drinking water. Now it's all over. On the other thing, without getting into criminology, my working assumption now is I highly rate Ilya Ponomarenko. Thank you. Who was the only Russiast member of the Duma.
Vito. Domen was interrupting. Finance.
Who was Axel talking over decoding? Axel.
It's okay. I give benediction. He was helping me. Ponomarenko. And Ilya, as we know, was the only Russiast Duma member to vote against the Crimea purported annexation, and and is safely in Ukraine since 2014. And I have a special penchant for him because he features in this amazing documentary on BBC Radio 4 on mainly on Surkov, but in it Ilya Ponomarev he explains the whole system of how they created this theater in the Duma, and about the offers he was given to get a piece of the action and certain deals. And then in the end, a couple episodes later, it turns out he resisted for ages. But basically, Surkov would go to him and say, "Look, what do you want? Tell us what you want." And he resisted for ages. And eventually, Surkov, he came up with something, and it was delivered. But in the end, he left. So when he writes in the Kyiv Post that he believes and that he's in contact with a national liberation army in Muscovy, I put a lot of weight on it. And all of the people and Twitter accounts that I suspect are FSB fronts who claim they live in Ukraine or they love Ukraine and all of this, they're all banging on and on about this FSB this and all this internal stuff. Which adds to my thing, but I put a lot of weight on what Ilya Ponomarev says, and no one really has picked it up. But I think it's worth reading. It's in the Kyiv Post and highly plausible. And so, if something has happened again today, then that would that would be my my candidate for that. So that's my attempt at criminology.
Yeah, I don't know that I put so much weight with Ponomarev. I find it interesting you do, so I may have to reconsider my priors on that. I always think when I hear about Russians blowing each other up, especially high level ones in Moscow, I think back to actually, of all things, Evita. Has anyone here ever heard that amazing play by Andrew Lloyd Webber? There's a song there called "Art of the Possible," which shows what happens in musical play form when you have a nice dictatorship like the Argentinian was in the Peronist days, where they just sort of all murder each other on the way to the top. And, they're all playing musical chairs. And of course, they're just bumping each other off. And every time I hear about the Kremlin guys all murdering each other, I'm just sort of like, this is what they do. This is, the way their power plays work. After every major war, they murder all their generals. Currently during this current war, all sorts of Russians keep finding ways to fall out of windows, especially guys at Gazprom. So, this is like the normal MO of Russia. Part of why after they plunder their country, all of their oligarchs tend to send all their kids to another country and leave themselves because you're on a timer. It's just a matter of luck before you're the next guy falling out a window there. That's just sort of my personal view on the issue. With that, I think we have Domin and George and Birch.
I'll be very quick. Ilya Ponomarenko.
No, I think he meant Ponomarev, which is the he's talking about. He's not talking about Ponomarenko. That's the reporter. He was talking about Ponomarev.
Oh, he's talking about someone else. Interesting.
Yeah, there's
Axel and I were both sure he was talking about Ponomarenko. Right, Axel?
100%.
No, there's Ilya Ponomarev, who's the Russian defector. He was a former member of, I want to say, even the Duma, who voted against the Ukraine war and was against these things and had to leave and is now in Ukraine. So that's a different Ilya with a similar sounding, but not the same last name. And I believe that's who he's referring to, because that's who came out with this information about the Muscovite resistance force. That was also translated by J.J. Smart, who...
Oh, that's Ponomarev, yeah.
Yeah, that's Ponomarev. So it's a different Ilya, not Ponomarenko.
Okay, well, good. We got that cleared up.
That is correct, yes.
We lost the coding, though, which is very sad. So I believe it's George, then the notorious BRP. George.
Yeah, sorry guys, I was fumbling again with the button. Really quick, I just sent Doman, I think it's just sent finance, a story I just saw. The headline was Ukraine is pushing Europeans to enact a visa ban on Russian tourists. The issue I got with that is, what about the empathetic Europeans that are pushing their own governments to do this, right? I just don't like the. I just don't see the headline that, like, I know that the Ukrainian government has asked other European governments to do it, but it's not like the Ukrainians are having demonstrations. You know, it's Europeans themselves pushing this. So it's just those little tweaks in press coverage that just I don't like. Maybe I'm nitpicking it too much. What do you guys think?
Are you referring to the tourist visas? Because that's what I think I just saw a DM of. Or am I confusing my DMs now?
Yes, the tourist visas. They're sitting there saying, "Oh, Ukraine's pushing them." That's like, what about your own people? I know there's Poles, Estonians, Latvians, Finnish people that think it's appalling that these guys are vacationing while their country's murdering innocent civilians.
If you're a German in 1943, you're a fucking Nazi. If you're a Russian right now, you're part of the genocidal group of fucking assholes. Sorry, all of them. So my general feelings on this is you shouldn't be having a fucking tourist party to the beach in Europe if you're a Russian fucking citizen. Hey, look, if you want asylum, if you want to leave permanently, totally different discussion. I'm supportive of that. I would understand wanting to leave Russia. It doesn't seem like exactly a great place, and wanting to be part of a genocidal empire where you don't really have any agency, okay, fine. The only thing you can do is vote with your feet, fine. Let people vote with their feet. But no, as far as the tourist visas go, so people can go, so the small but very existent middle class and upper middle class of Russia can go cool their feet on the beach and do douchebag things. Fuck that. No, I'm with you. I don't think there's any argument here in the space generally on it.
No, I'm saying what I was saying. Finance is the way they're headlining the stories that Ukraine is the one pushing it, and I'm like, no, there's people in the countries that these assholes are visiting that don't want them there. You know, they're trying to put the onus just on Ukraine.
So one, I don't really care how Russia frames it, right? Like how Russia frames the story, I could.
Oh, this was NBC News. This was NBC News.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, one, I still don't care how Russia frames it, even if NBC wants to quote them. Two, they are correct that Ukraine is pushing to end Russian tourist visas because, well, they're in the middle of facing a genocidal opponent, and they think it's pretty gross that your country can be committing genocide and you can just go hang out on the beach and have a grand old time visiting all the museums and things in Germany. So, yeah, I don't think you're factually inaccurate to say that Ukraine is pushing it, but you're also missing that large numbers of other countries, such as Estonia, where I'm now enjoying the fine weather, are also saying that this is not acceptable. And this is something that shouldn't occur. And many people in Finland, who I believe still has visas, but they were looking to shut that down last I looked. I don't think that has happened quite yet. Axel, am I off here?
They've not actually shut down the visas, but they're severely reducing the number of available slots for applications. So there will be far, far fewer visas issued. The problem Finland has is that Schengen visas, Schengen tourist visas, can be issued by other Schengen countries, including, say, countries to which Russians might wish to fly out of Helsinki-Vantaa airport after driving there. So they might get a visa from Spain to go to
Not
Mallorca.
anymore. Not
They
anymore.
can't do that anymore.
No, they can't. You can't get a visa from Portugal if you have a ticket for Vantaa departure. You first have to have a visa, because that is a key requirement also of the whole deal, by the way, that it's not your eventual destination, it's your point of entry, which was the original consideration under Schengen. So point of entry, road, Finland, you get your visa for Finland first and foremost. That's the original rule. This is being reinforced now. That's why Estonia has been pushing for it.
Oh, fantastic! Well, that is terrific news. Because somebody just posted the picture of literally thousands of cars with Russian license plates at
Yeah, they're
Helsinki
still there
Vantaa.
because they have existing visas issued in the last month still.
Yeah. No, excellent. It just means it will be much less going forward. Many fewer than the thousands right now, which is good.
Yeah, and there won't be any Estonian visas issued anymore, or any Latvian or Lithuanian visas. That ship has sailed.
Unlike the Russian ships of the Baltic Fleet, who won't be sailing an awful lot.
True. You can't really get through that thing,
So-
which is closed.
All right, gentlemen,
Actually,
we got a
I have
hand
a
order.
serious
You can put your
question
hands
here.
up. You can put your hands up and go in line.
Finance, this is a serious question. Will the Russian Baltic Fleet have to rename itself to the Russian NATO Lake Fleet?
That's an ATACMS question because they are under threat of being targeted.
Did we lose Axel or did we lose me?
Yes, we lost Axel.
Axel, we lost you. We will go to the next set of hands. It would be really funny if the Ukrainians happened to purchase a ship in the Baltic, and at that point they owned the ship and it's Ukrainian territory. And then if a bunch of Neptune brand cigars were on it, they could turn a lot of other ships into sea fertilizer, shall we say? That would be hilarious to me. I don't know if anyone's up for playing that game, but I think it should happen. That said, the Notorious BRP has been waiting forever. So Notorious BRP, you're awake.
It's all right. I can wait forever and still be a puppy. I don't age. So one quick comment, I guess, on what the coding was mentioning about the so-called Russian National Republican Army. So my initial reaction when I saw that particular piece of information making the rounds on social media was very much in line with the finance, right? So this does not pass the sniff test. It is yet another type of SB front of some sort, Kremlinology. I focus my attention elsewhere. Said this, there are a couple of things that are worth noting. So it is still, to be clear, my favorite interpretation of what happened right now, it is still that there was some internal fighting, right? However, I am keeping my mind open for a couple of reasons. One reason is that some of the sources that are behind the claims that are being made are very, very, very reliable, right? One of them has been a guest in this space today, and Chuck Farrar is someone that I will always follow, thinking that he knows a little bit better than most of other people, and he's been vouching for some of the sources. Now, to be clear, he's not vouching in the merit of the topic, but he's been commenting on the topic, saying, hey, this guy and this guy are claiming that there is a Russian Republican army and these guys are reliable. So that is something that is worth noting. The second reason why I am keeping my mind open is that there is some type of low-key sabotage ongoing in Russia right now, because we don't know how widespread exactly or organized it is, but those recruitment centers don't catch fire by themselves, so someone is doing something there. The third reason, it's a pity that the coding is not here, but the third reason is that in a more general sense, what I am doing is essentially daily complaining that in Russia there is no anti-regime resistance. And I do that for a significant percentage of my waking time. If I instantly dismiss everything that happens there, or that might seem to happen as an FSB front, I feel that I am getting into some type of circular thinking. So even at the risk of now falling for FSB baits, I am sort of fine to take a closer look. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Look, if they want to do a metric ton of damage, if they can start hitting the rail system deep in Russia, way behind any lines that the Ukrainians would be hitting, there's just no way for the Russians to guard that, and it would do ridiculous levels of havoc on their logistics and their military infrastructure. So, and that doesn't take a huge amount of force and power. So, if we start seeing that, then I'll know that there's a serious military force that means business hanging out in Russia. So that's what I would be hoping for if that really exists. All right, Ben, you're my co-host, so you can jump the queue.
No, I don't want to abuse my privilege, especially with you at the moment. I'm gonna walk a tightrope, so please
All
call me
right,
on my
Ben
time.
chooses to walk the plank. That said, I believe it is Denjon, Dr. Paul, and Phil. Denjon.
Thank you, Mr. Atacams. So I just want to say I can confirm what Axel said about the visa entry point, or the entry point with the Schengen visa. From personal experience, we recently invited someone from outside of Schengen. He bought a ticket. He got the Schengen visa issued by Sweden. He bought a ticket to land in Copenhagen airport, which is the closest international airport to us, and he was refused on the plane because he's supposed to enter Schengen in Sweden. So yeah, it works. So if all the border countries are blocking, then a lot of Russians will never come here because they won't bother to drive all the way down and come up. So it works.
Thank you, Dr. Paul.
Hey, thanks, Finance. So no, I had to come up here because and I'm going to give a shout out to Misfit who sent me this. But there's some report going around that some very good news, and in my view, the best news so far since February 24th. That the United States is going to increase production of HIMARS missile systems and the GMLRS rockets. So $200 million supposedly is going to expand production capacity of the GMLRS rockets, and then $400 million in replenishment is going to has reportedly been given, I guess, to DoD to replenish stockpiles that they have given to Ukraine, which implies exactly, really right in line, exactly what we discussed last night. Somewhere between 2,300 to 2,500 GMLRS have been given to Ukraine potentially. So looking for a link and looking for a way to, kind of like confirm this. But man, I'm really happy today. Expanding the production capacity of the GMLRS rockets, which is currently about 9,000 per year, is like the max capacity. Doing that really is a great thing, not just for Ukraine, but for NATO as a whole, Finland, Norway, Germany, and, not to mention Taiwan, kind of hedging that threat against China. So this is exactly what I've been waiting for, is like to get onto a more war footing. And so this is a great day. So I really wanted to share that, and shout out to Misfit for finding that.
Yeah, no, absolutely makes sense. Not just for this war, which clearly we are supporting Ukrainian victory, and the HIMARS missile system is one of the most important systems they have. That is making one of the largest battle differences. But I would note here that everybody in the world is watching, NATO and otherwise, and anyone we're happy to send arms to is going to want to buy some, and far more. And quite frankly, probably our own troops are going to want more mixed into the forces. That's something I'd love to ask CJ about if he's allowed to tell us. So, yeah, it makes perfect sense to me that we would be massively increasing the amount of HIMARS production and HIMARS of both HIMARS themselves and the GMLRS rockets themselves, given how effective they are and how much it shows that they are needed to fight and effective in the current situation.
In Finance, I'm curious, do you think buried in an SEC filing somewhere from Lockheed Martin that we can somehow tease out what a $200 million increase in capacity would lead to in production numbers, or do you think that's not
No,
even? No,
no,
right?
they're too big. So first off, Lockheed's way too big, and this kind of stuff does have security clearance stuff required. So I wouldn't. So going that direction, I wouldn't even attempt. That said, clearly defense manufacturers have certain attractive long-term properties. I'll leave it at that. Phil, your hand is still up.
Thank you, Finance. I wonder if this is classified, but how much of that $600 million is going to the Attack 'em cigarette marketing campaign? That wasn't actually my point. My point was Operator Starsky just had a tweet that he said that Ukrainian intelligence confirms that the Russian general that went missing for quite a while, Vitaly Gerasimov, was eliminated near Kharkiv between March and May 2022, which is really interesting because of, number one,
Different Gerasimov.
Oh, that's a different one. Okay, but he's still a general, so that's
It's a brother or something.
got it. Okay, cool. Well, thank you for the correction there. And then there was another piece of news that should have all of NAFO shaking in their boots. One of those volunteer battalions is being kitted out by the Russians and was being sent to they went from Rostov to Taganrog, and they were they're waiting to be deployed into Ukraine. So we know that 50-year-old men with beer bellies. 50-year-old men with beer bellies aren't going to be very good. Sorry, I had some weird noise come into my mic. But 50-year-old men with beer bellies, kitted out with the amazing Russian equipment, should have a lot of the Ukrainian soldiers, quote unquote, shaking in their boots. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I did see that. You're talking about 3rd Battalion.
Yeah, the 3rd Army.
Yeah, they are getting that. They have reserved the newer / better. I use air quotes when I say that, Russian equipment for them. However, you can just look at a picture of these gentlemen. They're some old fat dudes, and I'm not so sure that that's exactly what passes for military readiness. At least not for most modern militaries. As an old fat dude myself, while we thank you for your vote of confidence, you probably don't want old fat dudes running your key offensive. Sounds like a really good way to at least they've brought more fertilizer for Ukraine, so there's probably gonna be more sunflowers growing. That's my take. I think it's gonna be great sunflower growth. We were having issues getting everyone up. Yoin B, welcome to the panel. If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand. There's a little heart button at the bottom. All the way on the right is a hand, and we go in order. So moving on, I believe our order is Nina, then decoding. Nina.
Well, actually, I think then John was before me, but if Ben John, then John, Ben John, then John, if you agree for me to say something here now. Okay, thank you. I was here listening to when Malcolm Nance was here speaking, and that was a mind-blowing speech, and not only what he said, but how he said it. And this gave me like a extreme boost of energy, and also like determination that if he doesn't know what he's talking about, nobody knows what somebody is talking about. And so actually I am looking forward to having the possibility to share the recording of that and I don't know if you have it in
Nina,
different.
it will be up as a podcast, the Malcolm Land stuff, within the next few hours. When you're up tomorrow morning, it will be there.
Okay, that's great, because I am not only going to spread it, but I am going to spread it with a phone call to each person that I am going to spread it. And I will say that if people have been so scared of this war that they shut their ears and eyes because of this, I will encourage them to listen to this, because this gave not only hope, but everything what he said. There were so many things. I don't want to go into the details right now, but I feel just like it was like a huge experience for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nina. As was pointed out to me, Denjon was getting dropped in the order, so we're going to go to Denjon before he gets dropped again. Denjon.
Yeah, thanks. So I actually asked this question in the this morning, well, the European morning, and now we have some Americans who might be able to answer. So there's reporting that the DoD might or is about to name the mission, the military mission of supporting Ukraine. So my question is if this could be the case, and also what it would do, how it would change the situation. So let me know if you understood the question or not.
I understand the question. I am, quite frankly, the wrong person to ask this. It would be much better if we had a U.S. military or political person here. I would say
I'm
that
sure we
clearly
have. Just circle them up. I'm sure there's someone.
Yeah, if we do have one of our military or U.S. major political people, I don't see Peter Doran here right now. That would be great. But no, I don't know how much that will actually change as far as support on the ground goes. If we have Operation Ukrainian Freedom support versus absolutely nothing, but we still send them HIMARS and ATACMS and all sorts of other great smoking products. I truly don't know if that makes a huge difference outside of symbolically, but I will say that symbols matter. And I would absolutely love to hear the views of any, American military personnel on this issue. Language just requested as I made this comment, so we'll see if Language has a view here. Language, do you have a review on this exact question?
Yeah, so we're talking.
Oh God, Language, you literally just dropped in 2 words. Can you please get back?
Cliffhanger.
That's a record. I've never seen somebody drop in 2 words before, so I don't know what happened, but Language, you need to stop slapping Twitter in the face. It's not nice. Twitter doesn't like it.
People pay
even if they
extra for
deserve
that these days. So, real quick before I get cut off again, sorry. So if we're talking about the part that's constituted in the $3 billion package, this is not just for the immediate term, but also for the medium and long term, as I understand it. So it's not just giving Ukraine what it needs right now, but looking at what they'll need in 2 to 3 years, 5 years from now. So it's the setting up the training infrastructure, essentially what the Canadian Operation Unifier was, although this one is happening outside of Ukraine because there's no American military going into Ukraine right now, but training them up. So, 2-3 years from now, they can move from utilizing Soviet hand-me-down equipment to perhaps more modern NATO equipment on a mass scale. That's really what we're looking at here. And, effectively on the ground, what does it change in the next 6 months? Probably not that much, except we're going to have better leadership and training experience for people. But it does send the message that the United States is in this for the long haul. This is not something that we're going to do in 3 months and be done with. This is something we're going to do for years and years and years. And that should enough send a message to Russia. Hey, you want to fight a war of attrition? Well, we're more than happy to stick around for this side, and Ukraine's more than happy to stick around for it. So this support isn't going anywhere. And I think that political message, frankly, is the most important immediate impact of this aid being rendered.
So I am getting DMs from military personnel who say that the naming of a command structure is absolutely a massive change, and it would be hugely helpful towards the support. So I am going to take those gentlemen at their word, and assuming they are gentlemen, one of them is an anonymous Twitter handle. It might be a lady. That said, so what I'm getting from the military DMs I'm getting is that this is a huge issue because it is naming the command structure, and that will make a very big difference on the ground. Yes, I'd also read about that $6 billion package. I was thrilled to see that the U.S. is looking at supplying Ukraine for a 2 to 3 year window, which also means we're looking at supplying Ukraine in a hopefully after war period, because even Major Giroux, who has told us all to buckle our chin straps, this war is not going to be over in 6 months, hasn't said 3 years. So hopefully that means we're really looking past the war, and I certainly hope we're not talking about genocide and schools being blown up in 3 years. I'm just going to be vomiting on a rooftop if that's the case. That said, Decoding has been waiting patiently for a while, so let's go to him. Axel is trying to get up, but he has the world's worst Twitter pox, so that's never going to happen. Decoding, to you. Decoding, can you hear me? Mic check.
I can hear you, Finance. Decoding. If you can hear me, but not Finance, Finance says go ahead. We often catch Decoding mid-tweeting, so.
All right, we pushed down Decoding, assuming that he is stuck. He's welcome back up to speak next time. The next person who's been waiting the longest period of time is actually my lovely French co-host, Ben. I'm sure he is enjoying his cheese and wine and trying to, relaxing. That's what they do in France. Ben, how's the cheese and wine this evening?
Fantastic. You should come and have some. Especially my cheese and wine is something special. You'll see. I don't see why you wouldn't stop in France since you've already been to Estonia. It should be a next stop after Slovakia or wherever Domin lives. I do have a very minute question, which is in the title, I see something written 17 rifles. I have no idea what it means, and I'm wondering if I heard that Malcolm Nance was driving a huge effort for to raise some money for Ukrainian charities, and some of it being even lethal. But I don't think 17 rifle is much of a challenge. So can you enlighten me on this one?
Axel Domin, I was not here for Malcolm Nance today.
Yes, there is a program ongoing currently, which people can find out if they click on Malcolm Nance's link, which was also in the nest, and it's on our MryiaReport page as I think one of the top 3 pinned tweets. Have a little look-see, and you will find out that on his page, tapestry.org, you can find a way to get yourself into the hang of it and helping the forces on location to getting better kit. And that may have a resonance with 17 rifles. It's not quite 13 candles, it's more 17 rifles. It's not a John Hughes version, it's more the Sam Peckinpah version.
Thanks
Who is Sam Peckinpah?
The Wild Bunch?
Exactly.
All right, I can get behind that. Nina, thank you for waiting patiently.
Thank you, Finest. I forgot to say when I was so excited about this Malcolm Nance that what he said was actually something that every Western leader, politician, journalist, citizen, everybody should hear this because of how he described the motivation and the morale of the Ukrainian soldiers, that he was absolutely convinced that Ukraine will win, and we just need to push all the help, all the possible help. And this fear mongering about Putin's escalation, which is like, of course, ridiculous. Everybody has to stop with that and just now help as much as possible, and it's possible. I mean, yeah, it was so convincing. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly have all the respect in the world for Mr. Nance. He served our country. He has served Ukraine as well. He, like every single military expert we have now, in unison, is saying that Ukraine will win this war. The questions tend to be at what amount of time and at what cost in lives, which is itself kind of depressing, but it is what it is. Apparently, I've been using too much of my own product.
Yeah, well, finance loses his last remaining lung. I can only agree with Nina. I could only listen to like a full 5 minutes of Malcolm, but it was grandiose. He went something like, I know the Ukrainian generals personally. They don't know losing. They don't have losing in them. With guys like this, it's not a fair fight for the Russians. To be honest, I have no idea what it actually means, but it put fire in my belly, and I was ready to go gung ho and take a Russian trench all by myself with I don't know, a comb that I have in front of me. So he's a fantastic speaker, and I mean, I wouldn't be a good judge of military leadership, but if you tell me that he was an excellent military leader, I would believe you without any problem. Finance, have you recovered, or are you still suffocating?
I am doing as well or not as ever over here. Enjoying a beautiful view, though.
Yeah, if I can just add that how fantastic person Malcolm Nance, that he is there for Ukraine. I mean, he's not like a young guy, and he's there. It's just like I take my hat off. Kudos to him.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, the despicable article from The Economist of this week, claiming that Russian GDP has only declined by 1.8% since the beginning of the sanctions, is making the rounds, and every single how can I put it? Finance, help me. How do you call charlatans in a more colorful way, but which remains?
How do you call them what?
Charlatan?
How do you call a charlatan something better?
Oh, charlatan. I call him a Frenchman.
Why? But we are surrender monkeys, not charlatans. You need to get
Okay,
your
I'm glad
your insults in order.
I'm glad we agree about the French. Okay, I take that back. I'm going to go with what the French call themselves.
How is that mutually exclusive?
Thank you.
It takes courage to be a charlatan, guys. You don't have the basic of character building. If Chuck was here, it would really chuck you out.
All right. So yeah, the Economist article of negative 1.8% relies on Rostat data. Rostat has become purely politicized since the war has started. By politicized, we mean it used to give more or less accurate data for a while. They chucked the guys in charge, tossed in some political hacks, and now they have, shall we say, Sovietized their data production. So they're lying. So anything that relies on them is full of it. That said, for a while, it was looking like the Russian economy might go down like 20+% this year. They have absolutely blunted the worst of that. Bloomberg is reporting in a better article that Russian corporate profits are up right now. We actually think that article is accurate, only because it's only looking at Russian companies. It's only looking at some of them. Who reports is more limited. They're able to just sort of, shall we say, politely acquire
assets, and a bunch of competitors just disappeared from the economy. So there are signs that Russia is able to avoid the worst of things. They are able to increase using the gray market, things like iPhones, things like basic semiconductors, not the good industrial strength stuff, but they can get basic semiconductors in. We have noted via the gray market, just, the kind of stuff Intel made 20 years ago. It's just very plentiful in the world. They can get their hands on them in large quantities. Not exactly the best news. They still have their main tank factory shut down. Their auto production is still absolutely destroyed. They still don't make any sort of heavy machine parts and tools that make tools. So there's still significant economic damage throughout their economy, but it is not in the near term as awful as it could have been, or as it was looking it might be, say, 3 or 4 months ago. So they have ameliorated the worst of the trend, unfortunately, but that negative 1.8% number is complete total tosh, I believe is the British term. Bullpucky is the polite way to put it. That will keep us that PG rating on Spotify. It's way worse than that. It's at least 5 to 6%. That would give you Great Recession type numbers, probably closer to 10, probably closer to 10% down of things. So, they're looking at still a very severe recessionary economy. They're still looking at severe reduction of productive capacity, a reduction of industrial capacity, a reduction of the ability to export petrochemicals, because they have lost all of their foreign direct investment in that, and they don't have the local experts to replace with. So their economy is still absolutely in bad shape by many, many, many metrics, but it is not as bad as it was looking 3 to 4 months ago for them, but neither is it as good as this crappy Economist article is suggesting. And that one's bad because it starts out by talking about Rostat. I hope that answers your question, Ben. And we're going to move on.
I would politely but firmly disagree with you, but we have hands up, so I think we should go to them and then fight it off once no one wants to speak anymore. Fine.
Then John, then Nina.
Okay, thank you. No, I'm really on deep water. I don't have a clue about economies and finance, but anyway, I have a go at it. So this GDP figures, how much of that could be due to that the ruble is stronger than it's supposed to be? Could that be one way to hide it, or to bolster it up?
You could try. Yes. So some of the BS seems to be that they're like using rubles to dollar metrics. That does seem to be one of the ways they're playing the game. But sort of when you look at the ruble matters. But yes, you are correct that is one of the ways that they are doing the mess around with the numbers.
Yeah, because they have gained like 20-30%, haven't they, since February?
Right.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off, Finance, if you want to continue. Sorry.
Sorry, just busy hacking up a lung. Nina.
Thank you, Finance. And just to comment about the Economist, which has been quite having quite credible news during the war, and I'm sorry to hear that this is the case now. But is it okay if I talk about Zaporizhzhia?
Absolutely.
The International Atomic Energy Agency, New York Times, which I don't trust so much, but they say that IAEA has a group of experts that are going to see or inspect the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, and in the list there is IAEA's the head of the organization agency is Rafael Mariano Grossi, and 13 other experts from Serbia, China, Poland, Lithuania, France, and Italy. And I don't know yet when this would be, but at least it looks like they are trying to do something. Have you read about this anywhere else, or have you any more information about it? Thank you.
Sorry, I sadly put down my phone in the middle. So can you give me the short of read about which anywhere else?
Yeah. Of this news of Zaporizhzhia. Ben,
Oh,
can you?
I am behind on all Zaporizhzhia things, so we're gonna go to Ben.
Very quickly, there's I'm speaking under the control of Domin and Axel, who probably spoke about this nonstop for the past 12 hours. But there is indeed more than rumors indicating that there will be a visit by the experts of the AAEA. That being said, there's also other rumors that rather credible sources from Ukraine on Twitter are saying that the Russians are likely to turn it into a drama class. There's going to be actors pretending to be regular workers. Everything is going to be fine and rosy. There's not going to be any problem. And oh, by the way, some Russian information wire just from the fact that the one Ukrainian cannon that until now had been bombarding the nuclear plant has been destroyed. Wait, give me a second. The agency that is running this news is called Pravda. No, not Pravda, not TASS. Oh, Reuters. Reuters is saying that the Russians are saying that they've destroyed the one and only gun which was aiming at the nuclear plant, and that it's entirely safe for everyone to visit the nuclear plant. That's what one would call a very lucky shot, very timely, you have to say. And so it's going to be an avalanche of poppycock, something like this. I hope that those experts are going to be true experts and they're going to be on top of their games and they're going to have eyes in their back, because it's going to be a massive representation by the Russians.
Ben, I agree, and also, but I think that if they are real experts, like truly are experts, you can't really fake it. If they are expert, they will see through the theater.
Maybe, but it all depends. It does create deniability for the Russians. It does create a level of, feeling that someone is fake is not the same as coming up with hard data. And the result is that as long as what the actors are talking about is only things along the lines of, no, the Russians have never been in those places where they're not supposed to go, and no, everything is fine. What are the experts going to ask them? They're going to give them a close exam on whatever it would prove that they're not workers in the nuclear plant. They won't have time for this. They probably won't have the opportunity. So if there's enough lie and that the lie is weaved together with enough efficiency, then the Russians might actually get out of it scot-free. On the other hand, we've all seen the amazing capacity of the FSB for totally failing at the most basic operations. So they might fail at this one as well, and put a goat in the middle of the nuclear plant or something because they misread some of the instructions. So everything's possible. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, everything is possible. Is it that they can't say that the Russians have to leave the plant so that they can work like in good circumstances? Is that impossible?
Well, first of all, they have absolutely no way of enforcing anything. All, I assume, based on the previous operations by AAEA that I followed, they can witness and they can pick up evidence, and then they can write reports and come up with advices. But at no point can they even require for the Russians to leave. But they might say this and this and this is in clear break of the necessary steps that need to be performed in a nuclear plant, and this and this and this is absurd, and this and this and this is dangerous, etc., etc. But that is the best they can do, is a report, and then the UN is able to take action on that report. Of course, I was about to call it the Politburo. It's not the Politburo, it's the General Council of the UN will not be able to do anything because of the Russian veto. So it would have to go to the General Assembly, and then we're weeks from now, potentially months. So there's going to be a bit of a problem.
Well, I was going to say when you mentioned UN that okay, then it's I wanted to say a bad word, but maybe some of the Ukrainian workers can tell the truth how it's been. I don't know if it's possible, but yeah, but I just hope that they can go there and that's at least some kind of improvement that they would go there.
It's better than anything else. It's better than nothing. We can hope that it will lead to, I don't know, to something positive. At the very least, that it will be a propaganda victory for the Ukrainians. That we can hope for, but I don't know what else we can look forward to.
Hey Ben, what is going on? There is like so much silence here, and it's Saturday night evening.
It's always quiet on weekends. I know because I tend to take the weekend shift. Sunday nights are terribly silent. It's even worse than that. Despite what Domin tried to say, there are less IMARS attacks on Sundays because IMARS come from the Midwest and they're very religious and they respect the Sabbath. So it tends to be a lot more quiet than the other days. Yeah, I think Mr. M comes from the Dutch Bible Belt. He understands. He won twice.
I would also like to welcome some of our friends here. We work on a hand system. If you'd like to speak, please press the heart. Go all the way to the right. You'll have a little hand you can put up at the bottom, and we are happy to call on you so you can speak on the panel. And Mr. M, The Dutch Bible Belt? I thought you sent all the most extreme people for religion in the Netherlands to us, and that's what founded America.
Yes, they are.
There is a Dutch Bible Belt. Basically, how can I describe it? You see North Holland and South Holland. Well, whatever is underneath it over, I don't know, 50 kilometers, and there's a sort of scarf around Holland, and that's the Bible Belt. And you will not find a single shop open on Sunday. No men having dinner with women other than their wives. It's extremely strange.
I understand that to a Frenchman, no man sleeping in a bed other than his wives is very strange.
No, I mean dinner. Like when you have groups of friends, you can have groups of friends with like 30 people. It's either only female or only male. I swear it makes for extremely strange atmosphere in restaurants. And we were always hoping that, you know, the table of only guys would suddenly remark that there was right next to them a table of only girls, and it would never happen. Never ever happen.
I would note that you did not, in fact, argue with my statement about the situation.
Sorry, Mick, I made a mistake. I pressed the wrong button. I'm gonna fetch you.
Denjon.
Yeah, thank you. Comment on this visit from IAEA, supposed visit in the future. I think they will only gain Russia, not Ukraine, because then they could show, display how well they run the plant and so on. What do you guys think?
Ben?
Sorry, I was fishing for Ukrainian boys. That sounded dirty, but I swear it wasn't purely technical. So sorry, the visit of the energy authority. What do you think it's going to do?
I think it's only going to serve Russia, actually, not Ukraine. It will be a little bit like bringing the Red Cross to the quote-unquote refugee camps.
I agree with you. However, it's also a fairly tall task. Had they been given month of preparations to find the proper actors, etc., maybe they could have done it. In practice, it's going to be a bit messy. If they put people in there that really don't know what they're doing, it's gonna show a bit too much. Like you cannot have some guy saying, yeah, I went to the stuff through the door that goes boom boom. You're meant to know a certain level of vocabulary that cannot be taught that easily, that fast to people. So unless they're very good, or they really threaten the family of everyone, which is more plausible, I would say, they're not going to manage to make it look like nothing appeared. In the same way, were they to suddenly withdraw all their troops from the nuclear plant, that would show on satellite that, and this is the sort of data that the AAEA would be using. So it's dangerous for them, and I would suspect they know it, and I would suspect this is something that this is the reason why they didn't want the nuclear authority to come in initially. Jane, you've been here for a while. Welcome back on board. Jane Stewart.
Hello. Actually, Nina took my question about Zaporizhia. But I had a question for Nina. Coming from the humanitarian aspect, I was wondering, how is day-to-day life? I have no understanding of what it may be like to live, in a war zone. And I wondered if you could share some of that with us.
So day-to-day
Jane.
life in Russian-occupied territory. I can take this for a bit, Ben. Day-to-day
No,
life in Russian.
Finance, just to make sure it's something, Jane, you understand that Nina is not living in Ukraine, right?
Oh, no, I didn't. I'm sorry. So my mistake.
Yeah, she's
No
messy, but
problem.
she's not that messy. But go ahead, Finance.
Okay. Well, that was my question. That always puzzles me. And I've been here from the beginning. And at times, just even listening in and going through the day-to-day horrors is psychologically a struggle, and
Jane, I perfectly understand. I'm sorry to interrupt you. You know that
yes.
Tom often listens to us and talks about it. He's great with it. You should definitely come back when he's on, because the rest of us are mostly idiots. So we couldn't really help you. We'd probably do more harm than good. If you want information about the life in occupied Ukraine, you can definitely ask both Finance and Nina. They have an answer for you. But are you ready to stomach it right now?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Well, then, Finance, go ahead.
Yeah. So in occupied territory that isn't Kherson. We'll get to Kherson in a moment because that's worse. Russia is capturing and torturing anybody that they suspect of being pro-Ukrainian or a collaborator. So anybody who was previously a civil servant of any high level, anyone who was a teacher especially that didn't teach Russian curriculum, that didn't quickly switch to collaboration, anyone who quit their teaching job, they have been captured and tortured. Anyone who is found with too many tattoos, they have press-ganged military-age males who are still in the territories. So that's between 18 and 50, basically. They've just taken them off streets, jobs, whatever, and forced them into military service. This is a war crime. In many places, such as in Mariupol, food and water is limited. They have not restored water and electricity to the city, which itself, again, is a war crime. And they do have water available for citizens, but they're only giving it out to people who are helping them clear the rubble in the city. Again, a war crime. I said occupied Kherson is specifically worse. The scenes there sound like something out of a Holocaust film. They have the mobile crematorium there. They're working 24 hours a day. So you regularly have falling ashes of human remains. The food has gotten pretty low. It is bleak. The situation is there's regular partisan activity. The Russian soldiers are 24/7 drunk and beating up Ukrainians that they find in the streets. They're cut off from supplies due to most of the HIMARS strikes because Ukraine is trying to find a way to, as safely as possible, retake the territory. The soldiers that are there are relatively lower level trained and incredibly they're a bunch of they're a bunch of feral animals as far as the way they're treating everyone. And as I said, it's a scene from a Holocaust film. It is as bad as it humanly gets. 24/7 falling human ashes should tell you what that's like. So Russian occupied territory is in fact a hellscape. In the Ukrainian controlled Ukraine, it's a much prettier picture, though it's not perfect because Russia regularly targets because Russia is regularly targeting civilian targets over military ones.
But the people are supportive. You hear them all in the space regularly. This is a country that has come together to support each other, and they are standing, supporting their military. They're fighting. We heard, Roman, I can't pronounce his name, the tank commander who was here, who basically says, if ever they're needing a little R&R and they can't leave the front, basically any babushka anywhere nearby will feed any or all of them and bring your appetite. They will find a way to give you a great meal. And that's really, the whole society has come together. And, you don't want to be in a war zone, but, if you have to choose, being a Ukrainian in Ukrainian territory is one thing. Being in occupied Russian genocidal territory is a Holocaust story. It's pretty bad. Nina, did you want to add to that?
Not really, because I don't want to go into any details because it's bad enough. But I would suggest to now I don't remember. She dropped down. I would have suggested that if she wants to hear about outside the occupied territories, she could come and listen to when Olga is up or Verlaine or somebody. But yeah, thank you, Finance. That was I don't need to add anything.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Nina. All right, let's move the conversation along to preferably something vaguely less depressing than occupied Kherson.
What about the fact that you're wrong?
What am I wrong about?
Well, a lot of things. First of all, visiting Estonia instead of France shows a terrible lack of judgment. But more directly, I think that the numbers for the Russian economy are really bad. So now it's true that they tended to be they dropped, many things dropped catastrophically in the first 2 months, I would say, maybe 3, and news of levels of desperation, of economic desperation that are difficult to fathom were hitting us. We're always coming back to the same numbers, but for instance, the fact that sales tax revenue from the state had diminished by a factor, had collapsed by a factor 3. So something like 65%, if not more, of their sales tax had disappeared. The fact that the production of private cars had collapsed by 80%. The fact that a number of their factories that were very important because they come from what they call monotowns, which are cities that are entirely devoted to the production of a single type of good and sometimes to a single factory. And if that factory is hit, then the city is done for, basically. So there's a general weakness, and there's the observation of a lot of extremely problematic numbers that we had, and that were indicating to us that the Russian economy, and actually entire sectors of the Russian economy, were tanking hard. Now it's true that it's not everywhere, that some sectors are a lot more resilient. It's true that they're favored by some international factors, such as the price of energy. For instance, the fact that today or yesterday, the price of electricity in France and Germany reached 1,000 euros per megawatt per hour against 75 in January. So 1,000 against 75. All this is benefiting the Russian economy, and it's not as much as a catastrophe as we could have hoped for, but the sort of levels that the aggregate numbers are giving us, so 1.5% decrease of GDP, or 8% decrease of the GDP is not reasonable. I don't think it is reasonable. And there's very interesting research that is, not research, but reflections that are being done at the moment. And one of them, which I particularly like, is the fact that why is employment so low? The traditional answer at the moment is, so the Russian government has posted numbers and they say that basically 4% unemployment, the level right now is at 4% unemployment, which is relatively close to full employment in Russia. How come there is full employment in Russia, considering that, well, their economy is suffering so much? And the traditional answer is workers don't get fired, which is partly true. Many workers do not get fired because the companies are either hopeful that they will be able to kickstart the production relatively soon, so they don't want to fire people and then having to rehire them, which would delay their ability to restart. Or even more importantly, they're afraid that the government is going to knock at their door and say, there is no way you're firing anyone, because if you fire people, they're going to be unhappy, and if they're unhappy, it's going to be it's going to destabilize the government, and what we value above all else is the stability of the regime. So you are not allowed to fire people. So that's the traditional interpretation. There's a third one. The third one is very interesting. And for instance, if you take what's the name of it? The factory Kalashnikov, I've forgotten the place. There's a Kalashnikov factory which is located next to several large companies, several factories building cars. And that factory is hiring the people who were just fired by the car factories. How do you understand that? This is weird because these people know how to build cars. They don't know how to build guns or whatever it is they're doing in this Kalashnikov factory. And the way people understand this is that they're replacing technology by labor. All the fancy German machine tools that they cannot buy anymore, all the stuff that require Japanese or American or South Korean technology that they used to import, they don't import anymore. And basically people would say, oh, well, there's no way around it. You would have to use 1,000 guys to reach the same result as this one, machine. So what we understand in a capitalist, market-oriented economy is 1,000 guys to do the job of a single machine. That's impossible. Let's move on. And what the Russians do is that, yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to hire 1,000 guys. The interesting part here is that it allows their economy to appear like it's functioning. If your measure is how many machine guns are being produced by this Kalashnikov factory, the number may be stable and even increasing, and you might go, oh, well, then their economy is functioning. Thank you very much. Let's move on. The problem there is that the productivity of labor is collapsing. So basically what you had before is 100 guys with excellent machines producing, I have no idea, 1,000 guns per month. What you have now is that those machines are gone and they've been replaced by 10,000 guys. So what you have are 10,000 guys instead of 100 producing the same amount of machine guns. And that means that productivity has collapsed. The number of machine guns produced per worker and per month has collapsed from 100 to 1. And you might not see the point there immediately, but actually there is one important point, and it's wages. You cannot pay 100 guys the same way, you cannot pay 10,000 guys the same way as you pay 100. You have to slash wages. And what this means is that very soon we are likely to see a brutal collapse in wages in the Russian industry to begin with, and then in other areas. And that is going to get interesting. So in as much as possible, this is one measure I will try to follow, and I hope finance agrees with me. So it's a
So,
measure
so,
with
so you're telling me that? So, am I a little full of shit or a lot of full of shit? Like, how extensively full of shit are we talking about?
I would say you're 50% poo-poo filled.
All right. I also want to thank you for the invite to France. You know, with all your visiting to other people, you're fishing for Ukrainian boys. Your wife also invited me. She said I have lots of extra space at your house. That's its own thing. I'm leaving the French to that. That's why I came here to Estonia. Much less messy. With that. Yeah, no, I used to just be expecting 20% down for year over year for Russia this year. Now I'm closer to 10% down. Still think that's really bad. Hopefully it's close to that 20%, which is where I was at after the complete disaster earlier on. Monty will be joining us hopefully in 20 or 30 minutes, and he can give us even more info. With that, Nina.
Thank you, Finance, and thank you, Ben, for that explanation. I have really not a lot of knowledge about these kind of economic things, but that makes sense. But what I'm thinking of that I have seen in so many different media that, for example, in Moscow and St. Petersburg, life is business is as usual. Life is like usual, just with some other names. McDonald's is something else, and not as good as it used to be. And IKEA is not there, which is really sad for them. But when are we going to see like the impact in these big cities? Because it seems like they are living as before. At least they are giving this impression. But I can imagine that in the poorer areas, and if there is just very little possibilities to work, it will start impact in those areas, of course, earlier. And when do you think, and what will happen when it comes to the big cities? Thank you.
Yes. So when you say the big cities, we actually have to narrow that down. The way Russia is an empire, they only really care about what happens to Moscow and to a lesser extent St. Petersburg. So they are doing what they can to insulate those two places from pretty much as much of the effects of this war as they can. There's some truly amazing videos you'll see online where they show like a Ukrainian woman in Kyiv saying what's affected her in this war versus a young Muscovy woman saying what's affected her in this war. And, you know, the Muscovite woman's like, well, I can't go to Starbucks anymore and the coffee's not as good, but otherwise, you know, still fine. And, you know, the woman in Kyiv is talking about her relatives who have passed away and all the different things going on in her family, et cetera, et cetera. You know, the death toll is outside of it, but there are major large Russian cities outside of Moscow and St. Petersburg, and they have gotten housed, with the exception of the military industrial cities down in like, I think it's Krasnodar is the region that they have a lot of those, because they are running, while they can't make tanks, they can make this World War I style artillery all day, every day. They can make certain other 1970s and earlier technology level war equipment, small arms, etc. So what they can run, they're running. And those areas are doing well. But if you're not part of the military industrial complex, if you're in a city that's based around oil and natural gas, used to be their biggest industries, or even worse, you were part of the Russian IT technology and you know, private industry, non-military industry, not especially non-state owned industry. They did have a little of that. Those places have just gotten hosed, absolutely hosed. And yes, you're absolutely right. So, you know, in Moscow, limited effects. Outside Moscow,
the deaths from the war are very high, paired with the economy is even more crap. And then they're using that to just offer lots of money, and the military and Wagner posters are everywhere so that people will come and get paychecks to go fight in Ukraine. And their parents encourage their kids to go get that brand new no-brake Lada. I wish I could have something brighter to say on this, but really that does seem to be the thing. I'm not really sure why anyone wants to drive a Lada, but apparently that's their latest. Mr. M, you have something to add?
Yes, I like to add that most of the pictures that Nina spoke about is more giving the impression. The real thing is a lot different. They try to show us from, there is nothing's going on here, everything is fine. What about the sanctions? The sanctions don't work. Basically, in fact, the sanctions are working very good.
Yeah, the sanctions are working all right. Thankfully, the latest round of sanctions from the U.S. is just focusing on stopping all the different ways that Russians are trying to get around the import restrictions. That made me very happy because it meant that the U.S. was focusing on the right things, preventing the Russians from getting their hands on industrial machines, preventing them from getting their hands on high-end semiconductors, which I do not have any evidence they can. Preventing them from getting their hands on, any other thing that could help their war machine. That really should take precedence. And it's nice to see that clearly the team at Treasury, who I believe has the most people working on this in the States, absolutely has their eye on the ball in a productive fashion. Ben!
Yeah. Disconnected my headset for a second. First of all, would like to say hello to Wally, the deputy. Wally Anidaya, the deputy secretary for the Treasury of the United States, who's doing a wonderful job. And go Wally. I had a question for you. You amazed me the other day with your ball bearing discussion, and I was wondering if ball bearings are everywhere a little bit, right? So they can build all the cannons they want. If they don't have the tractors thingies to put them on or to pull them, they just will end up with a lot of useless guns in Rostom of Don or something like this, right?
Yeah, absolutely correct. Though I'm not sure what their ability is to make ball bearings for lighter vehicles. I mean, the industrial ball bearings they need for trains, we know, come from Sweden. Interestingly, because the Russians were stupid enough to interview the head of their train production facility and put that in their newspaper that once they're out of those, they can't make anymore. So this was back in March. But yes, absolutely. So I'm not unaware of their situation. You should have Madi coming on 20-30 minutes. He does follow, because he reads Russian, he does follow this news more closely even than I do. You're absolutely correct, but that's also, I think, a microcosm of the larger point, which is, as if you can take out the high-end machine tools, you can take out a key piece of the whole manufacturing, the whole key industry, and the entire thing shuts down, right? Like if they can't make they're wearing through all the turrets on their artillery pieces, right? If they don't have an artillery to shoot with, they're not going to be able to fire any artillery no matter how many rounds they have. Now, I don't know if that's a limiting factor yet, but if they keep doing it, could become one. So yeah, you're absolutely right in thinking this way. I'm unsure what their situation is with ball bearings for less intense industrial machinery than, say, train engines. But I absolutely agree we're on the right way with that. Mick has been patiently waiting with his hand up. Let's go to him. Mick.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to add a bit of stuff in regards to the sanctions. I think you forget one thing that is quite important to mention is that Russia is no different to other countries in response to how people don't like what the economy is stagnating. So that's why a lot of people, especially intelligent ones who work in IT sector, they actually love the country. And the estimate is around 1 million Russians left Russia since the beginning of the invasion. So 1 million doesn't seem a lot when you compare it to 120 million. But those people who left, they are the ones who actually are considered to be part of the middle class, because they're the ones who actually can allow themselves to travel a lot, spend money on tourism, specifically, and then they can also afford to have house, and they're actually the one who are bringing more to the economy because they usually work in the IT sector or other spheres that actually allow them to generate that wealth. So you shouldn't forget that the activity inside the country is actually slowing down as well because those people left. The second thing to actually mention is that we need to understand three main factors why everyone, the estimates that were given by the analysts from Europe or Western countries is basically not kind of matching the reality. So one of them is related to that Russia is just not an ordinary country in the sense that the people, specifically Russians, they suffered more financial crises than any other country in 30 years. Okay, maybe some African countries or Asian countries did even more, but in comparison to European countries, Russia suffered 5 crises in 1998, 2008, 2014, 2020, and also when the Soviet Union basically collapsed. So the people they know how to adapt, and because a lot of people actually live beyond the poverty line, for them having just a bread and milk is already enough. And that's exactly what even General Shoigu was talking about, and that's exactly why Russian soldiers, even with 6 months of unfolding war, is actually tolerating this, because unfortunately they didn't see the standards of NATO and didn't have that type of food and everything. So the people inside the country, they actually is similar in that they can tolerate really bad standards of living, and that's why even for them the little active, economic activity is still okay. One thing to add to this, and it's also kind of a general perception. And it's not actually discussed a lot, but even though the people may be not earning more than they were before, and due to inflation, their salary is actually decreasing, we shouldn't forget that a lot of stuff is actually becoming cheaper. So similar to like phones, right? The phones that were bought in 2000s, they costed so much that the only little, part of population could actually afford to buy it. And it's exactly the same what's happening in Russia as well. So we wouldn't of course see it within 1 year, but we're definitely going to see it within a decade, that a lot of stuff is actually cheaper for Russians to buy. And they're trying to, as previously discussed, to replace the stuff through the Chinese and Asian basically market. And they try to avoid the sanctions using Iranian routes. And there are a lot of articles about that, and I recommend you reading about this, because they even trying to buy the drones from Iran, and that's quite a huge thing. And the third thing that I wanted to actually talk about, and that's specifically what I was talking about previously, is that in comparison to the richer world, only 0.3% of the total Russian population actually worked for like American or kind of Western European company, and that tells you a lot. So it tells you that basically the Russians inside the country, they work for the kind of countries. So basically they work for kind of state jobs, or they work for the companies that actually operate within the Russia. So those three main factors, and we shouldn't forget them. But now, looking from another perspective, why actually sanctions work, I will tell you, and I will tell you from a perspective of actually kind of like a medium. So not medium, but kind of in a short range and longer range. So if you're looking at a shorter range, we know for sure that that's kind of the rough and harsh actually estimates, because the analysts say that Russian economy should collapse by 20%, and it's not something we're going to be seeing. So the estimates that are given by World Bank is actually 11%, and 11% may not seem huge, because that's usually what happens during the financial crisis and so on. But for Russia, it is, because you shouldn't forget that Russia still, even though it's considered to be a developed country, it has a lot of people inside the country who are actually suffering. So for them, 11%, and especially to the state, kind of workers who work in healthcare, who work for military, who work in the oil and gas industry, they're actually suffering a lot from that. So, and that's the crucial one, because those are the people who are potentially can do the revolt or anything, because they're very dependent on how Russia is actually performing. The second thing we should remember is that, and it's actually, I don't know why you didn't mention it, but it's about the intelligence, and specifically in regards to the science. And this is definitely, you're not going to see it within a year. You're going to see it within 4 or 5 years, because
Mick,
yeah.
I disagree with you. I do see it. I do see it in my. There's quite a lot of Russian scientists that are currently walking their dogs in the park where next to my house. So I do see it. They're everywhere. I don't think there's a single Russian scientist left in Moscow.
So yeah, I mean, but the thing is, even though, yes, you may not see the scientists and so on, but they will be replaced, because there are a lot of pseudoscientists, right? And in order actually to show that they are not capable of doing the proper research, and because this research is not going to be peer reviewed, and because this research is not going to be tested properly, and because the research is actually going to be even kind of pre-multiplied due to the reasons like in Soviet Union when they were trying to meet the expectations of the high general and so on. It's going to be similar to what's going to happen in Russia. So we're going to see it in actually, I think it's 3 to 5 years when we're going to see how the less and less scientific kind of breakthrough is going to be happening. And for Russia, it's actually quite important as well, because they are consistently boasting about their supersonic, kind of missiles that actually don't really work. And, for them, it's going to be even a bigger hit. And then we shouldn't forget the last bit that I wanted to talk about is that actually it's related to, just a second, sorry, I noted it down, but I cannot find it at the moment.
Mick,
yeah.
are you currently in Ukraine right now? I know you're Ukrainian.
No, so I'm currently in London. So no, unfortunately, I'm not in Ukraine right now.
Okay, well, I know we're talking about scientists. Can we have a brief aside and discuss the scientists in Ukraine? Because I know that's a different discussion.
Yes, definitely. I mean, if Ben doesn't have any comments, because he usually does, so we can proceed to Ukrainian ones.
I thought you were actually fascinating, so I don't want to interrupt you.
Sorry, okay. Yeah, basically the one thing that I wanted to add, and that's the last bit, and that's exactly what we shouldn't forget about the sanctions, that even though the kind of America is doing all the best in blocking the kind of oil, it didn't really use a lot of oil from Russia, and Europe as well is trying to block oil. It's quite important to focus on the gas as well. And the last bit I wanted to add on this is that we need to understand, and that's not it's kind of a common concept that everyone knows, demand and supply, right? But we sometimes forget about this. And if we kind of block Russia in terms of like oil and gas, what happens is that the price of oil and gas goes up, and because it does, it kind of replaces what we had before. And yet, it still happened to be the case that they needed to sell the excessive oil, and they did. They sold it to China. So one of the important things is to actually kind of to improve the sanctions of working kind of with China and kind of scaring them more, because we've seen it definitely works, and it worked with India. So India is not actually willing to buy that much oil and coal as they did before. So they're kind of scared in a sense. And that's exactly where the sanctions can be approved. Honestly, we can talk about the sanctions and whether they're working or not working for a really long time. But I guess what's crucial is to always have those points and just kind of measure what's kind of the output, right? So it's a bit harder to measure how Russian mentality is kind of actually working, and you can't really estimate it in economic terms very quickly. But in terms of measuring how much, how much oil was bought and whether actually the sanctions are working and everything, that's the first indicator you should look at. And then look at GDP and everything. And I guess in the long run, and that's what exactly was Ben was talking about, is that actually, even though Russia, is trying to replace the stuff, what is more important is that some of the key industries are not working. So the industry regarding specifically the military one on production of the ammunition and everything, they're struggling. So that's exactly what we want. We want those industries to suffer the most, because even though yes, we want Russians to kind of go into revolt and kind of do like a revolution or something like that. The most important is actually that they have a problem in military. Because if you have a problem in military, there should be suffice for Ukraine to actually defend itself and so on. And we're already seeing it. So today, and it was quite a remarkable thing, today basically Ukrainian intelligence commented that 45% of all ammunition that was prepared for the kind of for the assault or invasion, right, that occurred, was used by Russia since February. I don't know where those estimates are coming from, but but that's exactly what was published by Ukrainian intelligence service. I don't know whether they're taking this information from, but it would be really interesting to know and find out more if you can. So yeah, and Ben, yeah, go ahead.
Me? Thank you. But I think finance is leading the show, so I'll let him decide who goes first.
Fire away, Ben.
Okay, thanks. There's something where I don't fully agree with you on, and it's the fact that you're thinking like a Westerner. Let me tell you what us, the people who know the East, the great northern neighbor, know about it. No, I'm joking, but you're still thinking in terms of there's a military industry, there's a military sector, and there is a civilian sector, and they barely touch one another, because that's what most that is what is most efficient, and that is what most of the Western countries do, and that's how we tend to think about it. And I include you into this week. The difference is that the Russians, as well as some other countries, have understood that this was a weakness for them, because by segregating those sectors very, very carefully, they made them a perfect target for sanctions. So part of the task of the Russian industrial policy of the past 10 years has been to merge those two. And in that respect, well, you're right, learning that they have problem with ammunition or gun production or this sort of thing is good. It's also true that learning that they have problem with the production of, I don't know, sewing machines and cars and this sort of things is also good news, because there is no difference between the civilian and military economy for them. And so we need to, this sounds like total warfare sort of speech, but destroying the Russian sewing machine production is almost as important and as consequential as it is to destroy their production of tanks and machine guns.
I don't even think I'm completely where Ben is on that, but I understand where you're coming from. Nina.
Thank you. I have a question for you, Nick. Thank you for your this information. It's really interesting, and I would like to hear what you think of the oil and gas industry depending on Western components and parts to keep it like flowing, so to say. How do you see it, like in the next future or in the longer run? Thank you.
It's a very broad topic, but we can try to actually start discussing it because so we know that UK is feeling okay in this sense because they never really important. They never actually imported a lot from Russia. I don't know a lot about Europe, but the one thing we constantly read about is actually Germany and France because they're the two main kind of economies that are actually dependent on that. One thing to note is that, I mean, Germany is the most, and then not even really France, it's actually Italy. But one thing that to note is that actually, of course, it's gonna hit Germany, and it should hit Germany because, you know, their production was based on cheap gas from Russia, and that's exactly why it stimulated such a big growth over such a long period of time. And there are actually interesting articles about this, and I recommend you to reading this because actually it wasn't just Germany who was really interested in cheap Russian gas. It was actually Russians that during USSR were already pushing the agenda in Germany to be dependent on Russian gas. So, so in terms of looking actually on how it's going to hit Europe, we should actually start looking at whether the gas and oil can be easily replaced, right? And what we had during this week, it was actually big news as well, is that Iran offered to replace kind of Russian oil and gas. But the thing is, they will always ask something in return. And of course, we all know that they're going to be asking for nuclear stuff because they're really, really interested in that. And I don't know how Europe is going to react to this. I know that for this 6 months, basically the imports for gas and oil were increased for the reason being that they need to, you know, kind of prepare for winter. And that's exactly why Germany, I think, stands right now at 70%. That's what was reported in July, I believe. And yeah, so I mean, in the worst case scenario, honestly, I don't know. The estimates are really strange because the economy says that it's going to be around 3%, that it's going to be affected by by this whole situation because they still have some reserves and they can buy from other countries and so on. Some other experts estimate that kind of Germany is going to even have like a pretty much like 1% only GDP growth during this year. I don't really know. So I would actually say that Ben or finance analysis can actually tell you more about this because this is just not, you know, I'm not really focusing on Europe that much because if I was focusing on the UK and Europe, I would just not have. So yeah.
Yeah, I think I wasn't clear with my question, and I apologize. What I meant was that how the Russians are able to continue with producing the oil and the gas if they don't if they lack, for example, parts or components to their how they like produce the oil and gas. Are they able to continue as do they have own production of all the parts that they need to produce their own oil and gas and wherever they will sell it or not sell it, but can they like continue with that? That was my question, and I'm sorry that I wasn't clear in the first place. Sorry.
Yeah. Do you have a large piece of steak next to you? because that's the best way to attract Ryan. If we go, Ryan, he knows everything about this. But
Ryan.
maybe
All right. With that,
Ryan.
apparently, if he's just not around, we cannot stake him. Wow, it sounds like a vampire hunting activity. All right, before this gets too gruesome, and we hunt Ryan like he's a vampire and throw steak at him, either the wooded kind or the nice, delicious, beefy kind. Either way, let's go to Jens. Jens.
Oh, wait, Finance, there's just one thing. We didn't give Nina even a quick answer. Mick, do you have a quick answer for Nina?
They're feeling okay, yet you've seen what was happening just a month ago when we had Canada, right? They were asking for the replacement in the pipeline. So they clearly can continue doing stuff what they're doing right now, but they have a lack in some supply chain. But I think China will definitely help in this case. So that's definitely not something that kind of Russians should be worrying at the moment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jens. And then I have a question for Mick after Jens goes.
Yeah, I have a question for Mick also. I don't know if you remember Putin went begging to Iran for drones, and we saw him sitting in this room without a table. And at that point, I thought, what could Putin give to Iran if he was very desperate for drones? And then I thought maybe he could help them with nuclear technology. I just kind of was reminded of that because you spoke of Iran and asking to ease sanctions. Do you have any thoughts on that?
So, my personal thoughts wouldn't really matter. I think you should read Atlantic Council on this because they wrote a huge article. But the thing that you should remember is that it's not only that. So basically, Russia knows that Iran will try to sell its gas and oil to Europe, and that's already kind of a big win, right? It's all more about whether Iran is ready to accept these negotiations. In regards to nuclear program, they definitely already were cooperating before, but you should remember is that basically the Iran is already earning some commission from the transits that actually that Gazprom is actually doing in Iran. So they promise that they're going to be investing around 40 billion in the Iranian energy sector, right? And that's quite a lot. That's definitely more than just drones supplied by Iran. And I don't even know because so I don't really focus on Europe that much. I read about it, of course, because it's next to the UK. But Iran is definitely off my radar because it's Middle East, and that's not it's not my thing. But I really recommend you reading Atlantic Council about this because they're following closely on Iran, and they're explaining what actually Iran was asking from Russia in return for the drones.
Thank you.
Mick, while we're discussing scientists, I'd like to focus not on Russian scientists for a moment, but Ukrainian scientists. Ukraine was sort of the scientific capital of the old Soviet Union. It is now clearly an independent country, and they're making some, the IT sector is one of the booming highlights of the economy there. And there's clearly some locally made Ukrainian weapons that are being effective on the battlefield. So I was wondering if you could speak a bit as to what the Ukrainian education system is like for science and how much Ukrainian scientists are viewing their career prospects as for actually staying in Ukraine as opposed to running elsewhere the way the Russian scientists do.
Oh, this is a really long topic. So let's actually begin. So the one thing that I would actually mention, because again, there was a quite interesting article in the New Voice of Ukraine, published in English. You can read it. Perhaps I will even attach it later. But it tells about what was produced specifically in military in Ukraine. They're quite good and considered good. It's just Ukraine basically doesn't have enough kind of budget for it and money, but still kind of they're well recognized in military sense. So the first one is a Neptune anti-ship missile system. It was completely designed in Ukraine, and they became kind of glory in April 13 when it was actually used to sink cruiser Moskva, if you remember that. Now, if you know Stugna, so they are anti-tank guided missiles. They became prominent in 2015. Sorry, 2014, 2015, because basically those anti-tank guided missiles were even used to shut down K-52 attack helicopters by them. So that's quite still impressive for the weapon that is supposed to be used for tanks. Then another one that you should remember is that Ukrainians kind of have similar to something like MLRS, which is called Vilkha. But unfortunately, it wasn't mass produced, and they are just the development that was even from the Soviet era Smerch MLRS. But hopefully, in the future, basically Ukraine will have more of them, and it will allow them to have something similar to HIMARS that we've seen from US. HIMARS, sorry. Then we should remember that kind of Ukraine is also developing some howitzers, and one of them was called Bogdana, which is a very Ukrainian name because it's like given by God. Then we should remember that Ukraine was actually developing the tanks, which is called T-84 or Plot. And I don't know whether it's true or not, because the information that I know about a Plot was when I was still in Ukraine, and Ukraine likes to actually boast a lot about Ukrainian technologies. But at that time, there were competitions about the tank. About just generally competitions within tanks and so on. And Oplot was considered to be one of the best. And I'm not sure whether if we have someone from the military experience and everything, whether they can confirm that Oplot is considered to be one of the best. I would like to hear anything about it. But they're quite expensive. So they're $4 million just for one tank. Now, they also have some BTRs that were developed that are called 2M1 APC and BT4 IFV. So this is kind of what you hear. This is about kind of what was actually developed in Ukraine in terms of military. In terms of generally science.
Now these are Mick. Can we understand a bit more? I hate to interrupt. So when you say it's developed in Ukraine by military, so is this Ukrainian scientists in Ukraine working to build these systems out, with Ukrainian engineers, et cetera? So this is guys who have made their careers in Ukraine, correct?
Yes, absolutely. So those particular ones, they were all completed in Ukraine, and most of them were developed independently. It's just the Vilkha was taking the prototype from the Soviet era Smerch, and they were developing this one. And I believe with the howitzers, they took. I don't remember. I'm just checking. No, with the howitzers as well. So yes, it's pretty much only the Vilkha that was actually the development. It was based on the Soviet era Smerch, whereas others they were developing solely, and they were not trying to be inspired from the Soviet era technology.
Great.
Yeah?
What's the education like for those scientists? Like, what's the education? What's the science education like from high school sort of onwards, university, graduate degrees, etc.?
Okay, I can actually tell you more about this because I grew up in Ukraine, so the first half of my life, and I finished 11 years there. So I finished the school. So the school in Ukraine is actually kind of following the Soviet era, that you have 11 years of studying at school, and then you go to university. So you go to university at the age of 16. That is quite early. Yet, with the mathematics, in comparison to the UK, because I actually studied in the UK, Ukraine is more advanced, thanks to the past. So the maths capabilities and physics capability in Ukraine are quite advanced. So we are talking about integers and and all this type of stuff quite early at the year 10 or 11. So even before you go to university and you study really, really advanced. In terms of population, so actually Ukraine is considered to be number one country in Europe by the number of people who are holding the higher education. So again, thanks to the Soviet past, people kind of were obliged to go and get some higher education, and that's what continuing the tradition. Of course, it's not matchable with the kind of European or kind of British higher education, but it still matters a lot because it tells you that kind of a lot of people, they finished higher education, and that means they can actually work in the service economy, or they can actually be a scientist, or anything that what they want. It doesn't mean all people choose it to do, but still they have access to it, and it's quite easy to get the higher education in Ukraine. And you have even budget places, so it means if you're really talented and you're doing really well, that means you can study in Ukrainian university for free. And actually, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, Ukraine became one of the most prominent countries for Indians, Pakistani, Middle East countries, and so on to study medicine. So Ukraine actually hosted a lot of doctors who later kind of migrated to other countries and so on. But a lot of them actually studied in Ukraine. So that's what you kind of should probably know. So the universities, they actually take longer than in Europe. So they usually actually take around 4 years rather than 3. That's what is typical in the UK. It's 3 years for bachelor's in arts and 4 if it's technical one, I believe. And in Ukraine, it's mostly 4. And people usually obtain even master's degree after that. In terms of actually universities, there were too many of them. So when Zelensky came into power, he put one of the main important kind of reconstructions that you want to have the economy where the universities actually matter a lot. And that's why they start closing some, because there was no point of them. So for example, some cities, they could have around 3-4 universities, but they had less than 400,000 people, and it wasn't worth it. And that's why some universities were closed after Zelensky came into power. But that allowed the budget to spread more evenly and allowed some of universities to actually flourish. So one of them was Kyiv Economic School, and one of them was also the Ukrainian Catholic Institute, I believe. Just a second, I'll confirm it. It's based in Lviv. Yeah, it's Ukrainian Catholic University, but they also were trying to open their stuff in Kyiv, and that's why they're quite prominent as well, and they have some finances from the US. What is important to actually mention is that before the war and after 2014, a lot of students who were studying in Ukraine, they got their first chance to travel to Europe. So the kind of European universities were opening the doors to Ukrainian scientists, and a lot of actually Ukrainians could go and do the exchange year in European or kind of in a new world, and that was really great because when they were returning, they were bringing new knowledge, and this was of course helping Ukraine. As far as you know, Ukraine is actually one of the most fastest growing IT kind of service economies in Europe. So I believe only kind of Poland was number 1 in terms of actually IT specialists, and actually Ukraine comes second or third in terms of how many they actually produce pretty much every single year. So one of the most prominent, of course, was Kyiv Polytechnic University Institute. Then you also had one in Kharkiv, you had one in Dnipropetrovsk, and that's why a lot of people were choosing specifically IT or data science pathways in their career. One thing, and that's what you want to understand, is that the reason why kind of Ukraine couldn't flourish before it, there were reforms in the economy. But after Zelensky came and started doing some changes in the IT sector, it actually allowed them to create to actually create open borders for Ukraine, and specifically for some IT companies. And that's why even working in the UK, I had some clients in Ukraine who were working for quite big names. So they were working like for Google or anything. And those little startups or even little businesses, they were employed because, of course, due to kind of cheaper prices and so on, and actually quite hard work, they could actually perform and match the results that they, those big companies want them to do. And also kind of what Zelensky wanted to do, he wanted to create this open city, which was called kind of like Dia City, I believe. And what they wanted to do is they wanted to kind of do something similar in Minsk, if you heard before, because Minsk was quite big in Eastern Europe in terms of I forgot this word. Basically, when you outsource, so yeah, so Ukraine wanted to be outsourcing for all those big companies, and so rather than being like hiring stuff from India, you would hire it from Ukraine because they're also close in mentality. They're also kind of they have this high number of people who actually finish universities, and that's what they wanted to kind of push. But unfortunately, the war happened in Ukraine, and that's why a lot of IT people who actually were earning a lot, they join armed forces. And today in Ukraine, you can see a lot of people, who are in IT service, and they don't really need to, participate in the war, and they could just migrate. They didn't in the state. Actually, also one thing to add about the IT sector is actually it's still growing. So even with the war that is happening, some of the businesses they remained in Ukraine and they continue work, and that's what I actually find fascinating. How those people, I mean, it's so much bravery to have to continue working under those conditions, right? And especially when even investors are scared to invest or anything, those people still want, they want to stay in Ukraine, and that's quite impressive. So, and one of the things that was actually mentioned by Forbes, I was reading it like a week ago, that all main startups in Ukraine managed to survive the initial stages of the war. So none of them actually collapsed. So we're talking the biggest startups. I'm not talking about the least. So it's around like 80%. They managed to survive, and they're still, they're still doing their best. And what we're seeing right now is that the tendency is that those companies is similar to McDonald's, but of course in IT sector, they're actually still paying the salaries to Ukrainian people as a kind of a tribute for their bravery and what they're doing and everything. That's it in IT. Two more spheres they wanted to cover, and that's pretty much it. And then I will shut up. The first one is actually the nuclear, because obviously we know about what's happening in Zaporizhia and so on. So this is something really mind-blowing, because in Ukraine you have so many people who can work in the nuclear kind of sphere of the economy, and it's huge, and yet they're absolutely underpaid in comparison to Europe. So those people are so dedicated and so into kind of like scientific stuff and so on, that they continue working in Ukraine, and specifically even during this kind of war, when they could easily migrate to Europe or anywhere else. So even in I will just give you a real life story as well, is that one of my uncles, I believe, he's actually now working in Switzerland. And he migrated from Ukraine, from Kiev, because he was winning Olympiads all the time and so on. So, and there are a lot of people like this, and they could easily kind of migrate to Europe, and they still remain in the country because they're quite proud of what they're doing. So, and as far as you know, the kind of Zaporizhia was the biggest nuclear station in Europe, and one of the biggest in the world. And that's what you need to know about this sphere. And then you also need to know that basically this sphere that, thanks to again Soviet past and so on, is that the rocket. So the rocket building industry in Ukraine is not that big as in the US or other countries. Yet Ukraine is proud to actually be the country that actually managed to still be kind of in the not scientific but space exploration sphere, right? So they are helping even Musk to send the rockets to space, because they are giving some of the production in the rockets actually used, and so on. Then the second thing that they also do, they send the satellites. So they like rocket launchers, they're allowed to send the satellites to the space. They are produced as well in Ukraine. Then basically Ukraine was again there are, I believe there are two people who work in rocket launching system, but now they're in the UK and one is in Switzerland. They're both from Ukraine. They didn't have enough platform and enough money to do their own startups in Ukraine at the time, but they come out of Ukraine. and that's what you need to know. So there is a knowledge, there is basically the history of sending the rockets to space and so on. It's just the problem that Ukraine didn't have enough budgeting, but they could do it. And even if you know the oldest nuclear missiles they have now in Russia, and Russia is basically scaring the world right now, they were at some point, some parts of it, they were actually assembled in Dnipropetrovsk. So basically in Ukraine, you have one of the kind of oldest Yuzhmash, right? One of the biggest factories that was helping to assemble those nuclear rockets. And that's kind of what I wanted to touch, right? So we got the IT sphere, we touched a bit on bachelors in arts, and we also touched a bit upon the nuclear and rocket launching systems. So yeah, that's it from me.
Thank you, Mick. Appreciate the Ukrainian perspective here. Nina.
Thank you. Just a comment that those Ukrainians I have met here in Finland, they are really well educated, and also they speak English, which is it helps a lot when they come here, and displaced Ukrainians. So yeah, thank you.
I would add one thing, sorry to, so Ben, just go ahead after me straight away. One thing to note, so for example, even me personally, I was studying four languages straight away. So because we're kind of all bilingual, because we had before 2014 at least one one class of Russian in schools, and that's why people could and would be able to understand Russian. Not in all regions, of course, but we studied, so we're bilingual kind of from birth. And then we also had English as compulsory language. So in most of Ukrainian schools, you have English. It doesn't mean people would freely speak, but they will at least understand you. And then we also studied by choice, either French or German. So yeah, that's kind of what the situation in Ukraine. And they're actually discussing right now to make English compulsory second language in Ukraine. So Russian, and that's for everyone to understand, that Russian was actually never considered to be a second language in Ukraine. Never. Even in regions like Donetsk and Lugansk and even Crimea, they were trying to push this, but it was never actually accepted. So Ukrainian is only one national language at the moment, and they're trying to push English to be the second. I don't know how it's going to happen.
Thank you, Mick. Welcome to the panel, Olya and Vic. Olya, if you'd like to speak, first time I've seen you here, please hit the heart button at the bottom, to all the way to the right, and you will be able to put your hand up. Vic, who I believe is Romanian, and then Ben, my co-host.
Hi, everyone. My name is Olga, and I just...
Please use the heart button in your hand. We go in order. People wait here. Otherwise, it turns into total chaos.
This is my first time. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you please mute your mic, hit the heart at the bottom, raise your hand, and then we go.
Olga can go first.
All right. Vic is passing. Olga, you're up. Olga.
Yes. I'll be quick. My name is Olga, and I'm a scientist at the Bach Institute, and I'm Ukrainian. And I just wanted to add a little bit about Ukrainians and our education. Is the most important thing that I think was missed was Ukrainians are extremely hardworking people. And we may not have all the resources in our country or the budgets that other countries operate, but we really compensated by our very hard work and dedication and seeing a goal and striving to get this goal. So yeah, that's what I would like to add. And from the biology perspective, I would say in Ukraine, we had a lot of talented students who studied with me. I graduated in 2012. And what I can say, many of us who were like the top students, we all actually moved abroad, most of us. Because in biology, it's very expensive as a science, and you have to like invest a lot, and it just like not feasible for Ukraine to do this kind of research, mostly in Ukraine. But right now, things started to change before the invasion, yet it's still way too expensive to do like real cool biology research in Ukraine. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Olga. So you are a biologist, Hem?
Yes, I study aging.
And you get your education in Ukraine, or did you finish your education in the States or somewhere else?
A little bit everywhere. So I get my bachelor's and my master's in Ukraine. Then I got another master's in reg biomed in Germany, and then I did my PhD in France. And I also studied 1 year at the University of Florida, like an exchange student. And then now I'm doing my postdoctoral training in aging research in the Novato area, which is close to San Francisco.
Great. How do you rate the Ukrainian education for the sciences, ma'am?
In theory, how to say, for biology, there is a lot of practical work. And I would say practical work in terms of expensive and fancy stuff is not at the level that you would want to do. But as I see it in many US universities, if they're small and they're struggling, they also don't have a lot of means to do that, just because it's way too expensive for the university to carry this kind of research. Yet on the theoretical level, I mean, lectures, what the material they teach you at the university, I would say it's equally as good, honestly.
Ben, do you have a follow-up before we go to Vic?
I do have 2 questions for Olga. First of all, welcome on board. The first question is, if you know Nicholas Tenzer, please get him to answer my messages and get him on board. That would be fantastic. I see that he's following you. And more seriously, you mentioned that the Ukrainians are hardworking. Why do you think this is? And why are they, for instance, more hardworking than, say, I don't know, Moldavians who are lazy and just enjoy drinking wine and chatting all the time?
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess maybe I didn't want to offend anybody saying that some other cultures are less productive or something. I would just wanted to say that my motivation was like I have to work really hard. I'm not European. I'm not European Union member, and in science we usually rely on short-term contracts, and sometimes your boss may actually take advantage of that, and he can keep you on very short-term contracts, and your visa is very much dependent on the short contract. And if you have like 3-month contract, 1-month contract, that means you have to renew constantly your visa, paying visa fees, and being insecure what's going to be the future, like how long you're going to stay. So that makes you feel like once your contract is over, and if your boss is not renewing your contract, you're actually under a lot of pressure because you have to leave the country immediately. You have no legal means to stay within European country or US if you don't have this visa and if you don't have your contract. So you have to prove yourself to be worth something, I guess. And this also motivates you to be really great. You have to work really hard.
Fantastic. Yeah, it's you're raising an excellent point. The fact that the many, both in the general work environment as well as academia, are just taking doing work, to overwork them and underpay them in situations that are despicable. I'm very, very sorry that you were even
beginning of the war, and you can find this information in Forbes, Forbes Ukraine, and they publish the stuff in Ukrainian and in English. You can even use a Google Translate or anything just in case. So the IT sphere is quite good. They try to basically they try to help their workers. So they know a lot of workers manage to go and join the Ukrainian forces or anything, but they still try to support them. So that's one thing that I know. The second thing is that we should remember that not all IT people who wanted to go to the war, they actually went to the war, because Ukraine is trying to be smart about this. So basically, I had multiple situations when my friends who work in the sphere, they actually went and volunteered to join the army, but the army sent them back because they said, guys, you're going to be more useful at actually doing your job and contributing to the budget and paying your taxes and everything than actually, you know, kind of being like a cannon fodder, right, there, because you still have to be trained. So some of them remained in places as before. And some of them, even though the ones who actually migrated, because I know that Moldova and Romania were the two top destinations for organizing like new offices, they are still trying to contribute. So they're paying their share to kind of the main funds, like Poverty Живым, like come back to alive, and then also Pretula's fund. They're still trying to make you know, huge donations, and one of them was just recently by it was one of the IT persons, maybe it was a director or something like that. He donated almost $60 million, and he didn't even write about this. So the reason why it became kind of famous is because one of the a TV host or something like that mentioned it, and then it became kind of huge thing. So nobody was mentioning it before. So yes, definitely the IT. I would recommend you also try to leave about the development of the IT sphere. I don't remember who was it published by to. So I found it. So it was Smart Cities Live. So they actually say, and it's like a you know, questions and answers, and they tell you about how Ukraine was working to become the IT hub of Europe, because it's very convenient to you know, kind of to travel. It's very good links to Lviv, and they were also trying to build two kind of little Silicon Valleys, one in Kiev, one in Lviv, and yeah, it's very cheap. So that's why it was aiming to become one of the best. And one of the things I did before, I published actually how IT sphere managed to contribute to the overall success of Ukraine. So if you heard about DIA, what basically happened is that Ukrainians were the first to digitalize their passport, not only the ID, but the passport. So that allowed them to kind of have the driving license, the passport, your taxes and everything just on mobile app. And that basically was a huge success, because it gave a huge signal that the businesses there in Ukraine, they should go digital. And even today, I think around 16 million people use it, which is a lot. Like, it's huge. It's almost like because of the war and everything, almost half of the population, right, is using the DIA application. And you can do a lot of stuff there as well. You can pay your taxes, you can pay for your even mortgage, I believe now, you can pay the fines, you can show your driving license and everything else. And most importantly, even during the war, they managed to change a bit the application and allowed Ukrainians to film the Russian forces when they were moving, you know, throughout the Ukraine. So then it would be sent to the army, so they would know where the Russians are and everything. So yeah, it's kind of like a little addition I wanted to say about the IT, and I hope I replied to your question, Vic.
Yeah, thank you a lot. Very informative.
I mean, Aliona is in listeners, and she's working in Web3 and so on. So if you really want to know more about that, I invite her, and she'll tell you more.
All right. Well, if she wishes to come up,
There we go.
On that positive note, we'll need to leave, guys. Sorry. We'll try to get some sleep. So, yeah. Thank you.
Hello,
Thank you for
Mikola.
tonight.
Thank you for the invitation, by the way. I wanted to catch you.
No worries. Yeah.
I actually
Okay.
met
Good
Mikola
night,
in this Twitter space a few months ago, so otherwise I wouldn't know him.
Thank you, Mikola. Nice to see you this evening. I hope you have an excellent rest of your weekend. Always a pleasure to hear from you. Alona.
Hello.
Alana,
Hello.
what's the best? Hello. What's the proper way to pronounce your name? 'Cause I think I do it terribly.
Alona. It's Alona.
Alona.
First L, yeah.
Perfect. All right. Well, you were called up, so I'll let you take it
Well,
from here.
what was the question? Because I actually started listening only when I was called up.
Mick, of course. Ben.
Yeah, the question what's the state of the Ukrainian IT business and sector, and what's their contribution to the war, and as well their relationship with Europe, and their prospects in the coming few decades. If you have 4 minutes.
Of course. So the Ukraine is obviously a huge IT hub, and lots of young people in Ukraine, not just in Kyiv, but pretty much everywhere in Ukraine, they work in the IT sector. And so in the beginning of full-scale invasion, there was a few key projects that kind of mobilized to support Ukraine. One of them was the one that I co-founded, is Ukraine DAO. Then there is also Unchained Fund that was co-founded by my very good friend Rev Miller. But I'm very glad that this subject came up, because we are actually organizing a Kyiv Tech Summit, which is going to be a hackathon. It's both going to be offline and online as well, so anyone can join to register. And also it's supported by the Ministry of Digital Transformation. So I'm going to retweet it in my account. The day before yesterday, the Ministry of Digital Transformation announced the support with the hackathon, and so we really need more hackers to sign up. And so if you have any questions, please do reach out to me and I'll try to address them. But it's going to be a very interesting event.
Alona, do we still have you here?
I
Yep.
think she's breaking up.
Yep, I'm here.
Oh, perfect. Okay, yeah, your audio is blinking in and out a bit, but it sounds like you're back.
Sorry.
Yeah, out of
if
curiosity,
you want, I can put it up in the nest. It's Bornikov's tweet. It's our minister's, he's Deputy Minister of Digital Transformation. So yeah.
Hey, Alona, so there's actually a lot of history showing how digitization has been very successful in sort of reducing corruption in other places, other case studies, etc. How much is that being discussed? In the Ukrainian context, we're regularly defending that Ukraine is nowhere near as corrupt as it once was. This is not, for lack of a better term, this is not our father's Ukraine. This is not the Soviet Ukraine. So how much is this being discussed in terms of how much is this being discussed in terms of corruption?
To be honest, well, first of all, I think that the stereotypes about Ukrainian corruptions are very much overblown, out of proportion. And so I think that, especially over the last few years, there's been a huge progress, and we can be really proud of ourselves for all the efforts that we've made on that front. But also, I think in general, everything has been digitalized in Ukraine to the extent where we are taking it for granted, right? And so there's been a lot more transparent, well, compared to when I lived in Ukraine like 8 years ago. Things have changed loads, and as the previous speaker, Mikola, mentioned, you can literally yeah, you can see everything on the app. There is a lot of transparency with regards to who owns what property and so on, what companies. It's very promising, and it's just it's a shame that we also have to deal with much bigger challenges right now. But what's amazing about our Ministry of Digital Transformation is that they are not. They haven't stopped developing, right? Even during this horrendous invasion over the last half year, it's been absolute hell. And they still keep rolling out new products, new Telegram bots. Telegram bots is something that people often find particularly interesting about Ukraine, like MryiaReport, the bot where you can report enemy equipment movement and troops movement directly to the government. It's something that people find very exciting. But yeah, there's been huge changes in comparison to how things were a few years ago. And to give you an example, I went to Ukraine a few weeks ago, right? And I forgot my wallet at home. So I didn't have, I had my passport, obviously, but first of all, I didn't really need it because in the Dia app, you have your digital ID that you can present instead of the actual physical document. And then also, yeah, I just did not need cash at all. So cash, you can use it if you want, but I literally didn't even need my wallet a single time. I was there for 3 weeks, and I'm going back again soon, and I'll probably won't find my wallet again.
Thank you, Aljona. Just we all want to know what you're going to forget next, but for now, I think Vic has a question for you, and Phil as well. But Vic, go ahead.
Phil has been waiting a super long time and keeps getting dropped, so I'd like to go to him before his connection dies again, and then we'll get back to our Moldovan friend. Phil, before your connection dies, get your question out while you still can, sir. Phil going once. Phil going twice. That's amazing. He just brought him up and his audio is dead. Phil lost his spot because apparently his audio is dead. Dick, you're up.
Right. So I have just a bit of on the same topic of digital transformation and how Ukraine is becoming inspirational for the region. I mean, from my point of view, from Moldova, but I read some articles about some other countries. I'm not going to comment on that. For Moldova, now in Moldova, the digital transformation is being had so basically the former ambassador of Moldova in Estonia, and now he's leading this department, and he's talking about what Ukraine is doing, how Estonia has been influential on Ukraine, on Moldova itself, and how basically Ukraine and Moldova we are trying to learn from Estonia, and Estonia being an example, but now Ukraine is going so far ahead, people are constantly trying to learn, right? So it was very interesting discussion, but basically, yeah, Ukraine is doing lots of good jobs, and basically it's inspiring the neighbors. And yeah, I found it amazing in such harsh situation. Yeah, it's thanks for Ukraine.
Okay, Phil, go ahead before.
Sorry, I've been having some massive issues. I actually had a question for Olya about the Ukrainian bioweapons facilities. That doesn't quite make sense with the facilities not being as good as the Western ones. The Russian propaganda story about the Ukrainians developing bioweapons and developing COVID. I just found it very interesting that you said, yeah, they're very good for lectures, but the ability to do some of these high-tech experiments like sequencing and cloning and all that stuff may not even be possible in some of the Ukrainian facilities. I was just wondering on your perspective on and really, in my opinion, the whole bio weapon is just kind of a joke. But I just wanted to know what your thoughts are on, would that even be a possibility? Thank you.
Olga, before you answer, I'd like to underline the fact that this narrative, this story, it's not even this total myth about bioweapon carried by flying caribou or something like that is utter nonsense. That was virtually invented on the spot by semi-drunk TV host on Russian TV. That there is no inch of truth in this story. That being very, very clear and very, very clearly stated. Olga, if you can answer, go ahead. If you can't, we understand as well.
And for clarification, Ben, I just want to know, like, how are some of these facilities, these scientific facilities in Ukraine? I am a biologist myself as well, so I was just interested in how good the facilities are for performing research in the Ukraine compared to some of your other experiences that you mentioned more in the West. Thank you.
Phil, maybe rather than going for the mental example, you can ask a more precise example. What would you make a good bio facility, some lab? What makes a good lab for you in the US?
Well, so a lot of, genomics and proteomics and transcriptomics, all these new approaches make large scale scientific, questions be answered. And the ability to use knockouts and knockout mice and transgenics. And can those types of knockout experiments, CRISPR, Cas9, all these systems that are used in the West, do we have those capabilities yet in Ukraine? Thank you.
Okay, thanks everyone. Thanks Ben for clarifying. It's basically a joke, this statement about the biolabs. Well, we do have biolabs like every other country probably, but the bioweapons labs, I think it's nonsense. And speaking of facility wise, I know that, so like disclaimer, I haven't done research in Ukraine for the past, since 2012, basically when I left. So I can't guarantee that, but knowing that, first of all, working with this kind of pathogens that are like super dangerous, you have to have a certain BSL level. Like ordinary lab would be like BSL2 facility, right? And then the higher the level of BSL, BSL3, BSL4, that means what BSL3 is like pathogens that are harmful but not that much harmful, and then BSL4 is like absolutely dangerous pathogens. And what I can say, the labs that they basically broke in, the Russians, they just broke into some microbiology labs that contain cultures of, like normal bugs. And they just like say, hey, look, this is E. coli, and then wow, this is a pathogen. Yes, it's a pathogen when under certain conditions, but it's no threat basically to like eradicate Russians or Slavs or any kind of special nationality. First of all, the pathogen doesn't care what nationality you are and what political force you like, and your religion. It's basically sees, okay, you're a human, I can attack you. So I think it's a complete nonsense. Yet I would say for the transcriptomic facilities and this kind of stuff, when I talk to my colleagues, they say they usually send this to the overseas, and this is pretty normal. You have samples for sequencing, you can send them to Germany, for instance, and some other countries that are closer, like Poland. So you can get this service. It's just a matter of time, of course, and convenience and the cost. Because of course, what costs cheap for a European country, maybe not that cheap for Ukrainian lab, which is really on the tight budget, I would say. And working with the knockout mice, we like Ukrainian scientific labs do work with mice, but of course it may be not as fancy. Like I've been to many different institutes. So in France, for instance, we had really the state-of-the-art mouse facility, and we also had a dirty one facility. So if you go to the so-called dirty one facility, you cannot possibly enter the clean facility. So I think Ukrainian level of mouse facility is more closer to that dirty one facility, because in the super clean one, the mice have to go through quarantine procedures, and they basically have to be screened for lots of kinds of pathogens, because when you write in your research paper, you say that the mice were kept under very like sterile conditions with no like pathogen-free condition according to this and this. So there are certain standards that you have to keep your mice at. I don't think that Ukraine does have this kind of labs. I'm talking about strictly academic labs. I cannot speak of any commercial labs. So because obviously commercial companies, they have way more money. And if you need to do some pharmacology research, which does require some testing in rodents, there is a possibility that maybe they have such facility. But again, having facility where you can host mice pathogen-free doesn't necessarily mean that there is a research on pathogen going on, like very scary pathogens. Just again, because if you look at this lab in Wuhan, right, we all know it now, of course, because of COVID. This is like the highest level safety facility to handle lots of pathogens, right? And scientists work in special suits. There is all the safety regulations, all the procedures, how do you clean everything. So everything has to be up to high standards. And basically, I really, again, I'm not a microbiologist myself or virologist. And again, I didn't do research in Ukraine for more than 10 years. So I cannot really guarantee. But to my knowledge, I can say that I don't think we have this kind of labs, PSL4. And second is that, again, I will reiterate that this is a complete nonsense. In the videos that Russians posted, they basically just went to in the ordinary microbiology lab and showed like non-pathogenic bacteria, read some names of this bacteria and said, oh my God, this is biolabs making some viruses and some bacteria. So it's laughable.
Thank you, Olya. And no, I agree 100%. And without a lot of these facilities, like the ability to clone and sequence and, make bioweapons would be practically impossible. So I just thought the whole entire time, I thought the bioweapons story was laughable. I had a postdoc who actually went back to Greece to set up like a sequencing facility because they didn't have one there back in Athens. And that was a few like 2018, 2019-ish. So, the ability to, get better and higher tech equipment obviously is possible in Greece and Ukraine, but to have, bioweapons laboratories capable of, creating COVID just didn't make sense. So I thank you for, your experience and for answering the question.
Thanks, Olya. If I got you correctly, all the mice in France have a PhD and can play the accordion. I'm really happy to know that. No, laughing aside, that was a fantastic answer, and I'd like to thank you for it. Alyona, I've got a question for you. We often talk about Ukraine almost as if it was an island, but when it comes to IT, and I'm thinking of AI in particular, it's surrounded by, no, it's not surrounded, but it has some pretty cool neighbors. And I'm thinking about Romania and Bulgaria, which, and that's my personal experience, are doing some fantastic stuff. Yeah, are there any trans-border sort of agreement and what can I say, a relationship that could bring all this new Europe strength and intelligence together?
Is this a question for me?
Well, if you have an answer, if you don't, it's perfectly fine as well. I think Vic has, has something to chime in.
I'm actually a bit ignorant on the developments in Bulgaria and Romania, so I'd be very grateful if someone shared more info about it with me in DMs. I know that Estonia is obviously one of the leaders on this front as well. In our own project, the team is very international by nature. pretty much people from all over the world. But it's in terms of like official agreements, I wouldn't actually know, because even though we are supported by the Ukrainian government, as of now, we are so focused on our own development that we haven't gotten around yet to developing some official relationships with governments abroad and their IT forces.
Okay, thanks. Vic, you had something to contribute. Aliona, I'm going to send you a quick message. I'm sure you know that, but that could be the beginning of the conversation.
Before we go to Vic, really quickly, it seems that there is stuff going boom in Donetsk. We're trying to get verification. I want to get verification before I say for sure. But it sounds like somebody's smoking near the ammo dump again. Might be some HIMARS. Might be some original Gimler's product. Might be the Adam Canvas product. We will update as more information is ongoing. Suffice to say, at present, the best we've got is there are reports that things are going boom. It is at this late hour, HIMARS o'clock in Ukraine. With that, let's go to our Moldovan friend Vic.
Yeah, on the collaboration, or maybe the potential, there might be a potential, but my impression is that there is not significant links between Romania and Ukraine, and that's a pity. To be honest, I was thinking like I've been like a student in Romania for quite a while, and for many years I was thinking like that's such a loss, kind of, because there is no significant connections. Like we are neighbors, big countries, but essentially there are almost no contact between. So Ukrainians don't know much about Romania. Romanians don't know much about Ukraine. Obviously now things are changing. There is quite a lot more connection because of unfortunate situation. But I think there should be a lot more bridges between these countries, because as we know, like as we see, like there are not a lot of roads or rail infrastructure. All like connections between companies or things like this should have. And I'm thinking that Moldova might be that bridge, because again, Moldovans and like myself, we have an understanding about both. We can potentially be like some sort of like a bridge. And yes, kind of my answer is I don't see a lot of connectivity. But hopefully things can change in the future, because it should be like mutually beneficial. My impression is that kind of all the countries, let's say Bulgaria, Romania, Ukraine, they're more geared towards working with richer countries or more developed markets, let's say US, Germany, UK, or things like this. And there is not necessarily a link or an interest to work necessarily between themselves. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Vic. Alec, Wendy, you want to contribute to the same discussion?
Thanks, Ben. I've just kind of hopped on and been hopping on and off all day. I just wanted to say what a pleasure it is to have Alona and Olia in the space. It's one of the things this space has done so well over the last 6 months, is promote Ukrainian voices. And Ukraine has so many friends and allies around the world, and it's wonderful to hear. Well, not wonderful. It's really illuminating and enlightening to hear their stories. So Alona, I'm not sure if we've spoken before, but first of all, I'm very sorry to hear about your news today regarding your challenging situation, and I hope things are okay with you and your family. Would you happen to know whether Russian attacks on that particular city have eased over the last weeks, or in your opinion, have they remained pretty consistent? Thanks.
Thank you so much for your kind words. It's a pleasure to be here, and it means the world to people in Ukraine to know that there is people all over the world supporting them. I'm not in Ukraine currently, but will be going there soon, and I always tell my parents about all the people supporting Ukraine online. So in terms of Nikopol, and for those who were not in the space earlier, I was here a few hours ago. I was very emotional. Was probably crying, not sure, but it was because my my hometown, Nikopol, in Dnipropetrovsk region, it's in like central/eastern Ukraine. It's well, it's getting shelled every day. It's very close to the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, and Russians are using it as a cover for their artillery positions. And today, I called my mom, and she told me that Nikopol was getting shelled from helicopters as well. And I mean, I don't know what it was about helicopters in particular, but there was also like a building that was where I spent a lot of time when I was there. It gets destroyed too. Well, it was heavily damaged, and so I saw my dad sent me a lot of the footage, and yeah, I was just completely distraught. In terms of if it's getting better, no, it's getting worse. It's getting worse, and there were very tense moments. I lost count whether it was yesterday or the day before yesterday when there was information that they are losing at the nuclear plant that Russians are cutting off energy, and it was terrifying because even like when people try to reassure me about it, they say, "Oh, don't worry, it's if something happens there, it's not going to be a huge catastrophe. It's going to be like 50 kilometers radius max." And I'm like, yeah, but that doesn't really reassure me because that's literally within the radius of where my family lives. And so it's getting worse, and Russians are trying new kind of tricks every day and trying to see how far they can go and who else they can get on board to support them. And it's a completely desperate situation, and they are basically turning Nikopol into a second Mariupol because they know that we cannot obviously we cannot hit them back. Like Ukraine is not going to be shelling a nuclear power plant. So it's looking very grim right now.
Thank you, Alona. You're always welcome on this space anytime to come up and tell us your experience or your family's experience or your friends' experience of life under this this genocidal invasion of your country. Would you say, maybe this is a rhetorical question, but would you say that the shelling is indiscriminate in nature and has affected mostly residential areas?
I think it's not indiscriminate. I think it's very intentional. And I think it's pretty clear by now that they are intentionally targeting civilians. I think today it was, I saw figures that 95% of the ammunition hits Ukrainian civilians. So they know that they cannot confront the Ukrainian military. So all they can do is target infrastructure, target kind of cultural, educational, medical centers, and then just residential areas. So I would not call it indiscriminate. I would call it like criminal intent. Unfortunately, I wish, I wish it wasn't like that, but it just cannot be explained in any other way by now.
Thank you, Alona. Yeah, to put some numbers on that, I believe one of our military experts said that I think it's 95%. It's a number over 90% of their targeted, their precision guided missiles, I think they're cruise missiles, have hit civilian facilities, not military facilities. Think the mall in Kramatorsk, the university, and Kharkiv, etc., as opposed to hitting military targets. So yeah, there's ridiculously high numbers as to what Russians are prioritizing their artillery on.
the horror is the point. And yeah, these are all, of course, war crimes. Not that Russia seems to have any moral quandary or problems with war crimes. That seems to be what they like to do there in Russia. Also, like to say welcome to the space to Battle Moose. How is the Canadian maple syrup reserves?
Every time I hear your voice, Finance, it makes me happy. And you know what? I think before you fall asleep on us here, it may be time for a commercial break.
I was hoping you could give us a commercial break for some Canadian maple syrup, because every time that stuff touches my tongue, it makes me happy. And here at the Atacams brand cigarette companies, while we agree that the happiest thing for us is when Russians enjoy smoking at the ammo dump, smoking kills, and there's a certain amount of sadness that comes with killing, even when it is orcs smoking at the ammo dump. But what doesn't kill you is enjoying fine Canadian maple syrup, even when it's stored under Canadian NORAD.
I just thought of our $1 million idea, buddy. Maple dipped Atacam cigarettes.
You know, I think we're down for that. We're 100% here to be packed with flavor. Though the problem that this might occur is that we're already discovering that the Russians aren't manly enough to handle the level of flavor we have already. They're really not down for it. We have all these extra cigars, and in fact, Ukrainian scientists are working overtime and engineers to work on new ways to help hand it to them, because the Moskva gentleman had a once-in-a-lifetime smoking experience with them. All the rest of the Russians just decided they weren't manly enough to handle that full, Neptune flavor. So while I love the idea of an Atacams brand maple dipped cigarette, 100% here to try to sell it to them, my only worry is that it would be too manly for the Russians, that they would just shy away. They'd run away from such an amazing invention.
That's unfortunate. They're missing out on a whole next level of flavor and a whole next level of logistical destruction.
Yeah. So apparently, where there's currently reports going on about speed logistical destruction, Russians currently attempting pontoon boats. Except that OSINT guys are reporting this and sending this online right now. So I'm sure the historically high quality Russian river crossing and pontoon activity, I'm saying this tongue in cheek, Russians have shown an ability to cross a river like a toddler who can't swim with no boat or life jacket. This is going to go swimmingly for them, and I'm really curious to see how this logistical masterpiece winds up working out for them.
Where are they laying that pontoon bridge, Finance?
No, it's not a it's not a pontoon bridge. It appears to be pontoon boating. Let me go pull up the boats, and I will send it. Boop, 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 boop.
It's not their first time at this level of buffoonery. Trying to make a pontoon ferry across the Dnipro. They tried, and they actually had a fairly large ferry made of, I don't know, it looked like World War I barges that were in a museum that they rolled out, and were trying to ferry stuff across the river. And I don't know if it was the Atacams, but somebody scored a direct hit on it.
Just I can't imagine that they keep trying. Aren't they so stupid?
A little bit from column A, a little bit from column B. I dare say there's a little bit of stupidity going on. I think that's driven by the absolute fear and terror brought on by their complete lack of chain of command.
Oh, see, I actually have a theory about this. So, Ukraine has a nice modernized chain of command with lots of non-commissioned officers And in the NATO military, you have around 10 men per officer. In the Russian military, where you have lots of corruption and you have like no non-commissioned officers, apparently they started the war with like 2 or 3 men per officer. Though it's kind of hard to tell on their statistics because of how corrupt all their numbers are. They keep lots of men on the books who are dead or fired just so they can steal the supplies, and the commanders can find new corrupt ways to make more money. But it's occurred to me that the Ukrainians are they're doing their best to help the Russians. That in fact, they're trying to get them to a more modernized military. That, they really, the problem the Russians have is they have so many officers, they have too many officers really. So they're trying to get them to that NATO standard from that 2 or 3 men per officer. They're working really hard, and they're really assisting them getting to about 10 men per officer. And they're getting there pretty quickly as far as I can tell.
That's a very good assessment of the ground there, Dr. Finance. If anybody would like to come up and speak, please raise your hand. If you haven't noticed, we have a new co-host that hasn't been on before. Everybody, put your hands together to I Like Wendy. We're going to call him India Lima Whiskey for short, and be gentle. It's his first time in between the trails, as we like to say, and it's part of our I don't know, indoctrination program. I don't know if we call that. What would you call that there, Finance?
I'm speechless. The gentleman who works at the Canadian Maple Syrup Preserves under NORAD is talking about indoctrination program. So, Dr. Strangelove, I'm a little bit concerned where you're going with this.
Yeah, it's and don't worry. Like if I bring you up as a co-host, and this goes for everybody, anybody out there that I kind of pick out, because you can ask. I Like Wendy. It was like, what are you doing now? Okay, you're co-host. Have fun. And it was pretty quick, but keep in mind, and I remember when I still am not a very good speaker, but when Finance started and I started and several of us, we were awful. Oh God, we were brutal. And I listened. I can't listen to those tapes because it's so cringy listening to those past late evening spaces that I sit there. It drives me to drink. I can't do it. So it's very important that the listeners realize we're all volunteers here. Nobody is a professional journalist here. Nobody has any actually, we have one person amongst the 30 co-hosts we have that's got any kind of professional training, and they're currently on vacation for all of August and September. So it is what it is. So we're all volunteers here. Everybody working behind the scenes. Nobody's getting paid. Nobody's asking for donations. If you see any one of us purportedly being affiliated to the Maria Report and they're asking you for money, you let us know. You let myself or Axel or Yehuda know, and we'll sort that out immediately. That nobody here will ask you for money. We only ask that you support Maria Aid and the charities that we're currently supporting. I guess we're supporting Malcolm Nance's charity, and he's got some some kit he wants to get to troops to the front end there. So let's step it out and get that. I Like Wendy. You're a co-host. You don't have to raise your hand, buddy.
That's a mistake. Thank you, Battle Louise. It's very kind. It's a pleasure to be helping out on this wonderful space and for such a wonderful charity, which has been saving lives in Ukraine for quite a while now. So yeah, it's a real pleasure to be here. I was looking up the ingredients of maple syrup, funnily enough, and I found out that it contains a wide variety of polyphenols and volatile organic compounds. So I'm not sure whether these can be added to any Gimlers inbounds on the Antonovsky Bridge or anywhere near Kherson, but it's worth a try.
As I said, we here at the Atacams brand cigarette company would remind everyone that smoking kills, so please smoke responsibly, which is only, and I mean only, at the ammo dump. That said, Rachel, this is the first time I've seen you here. Ma'am, I can tell you're French. You'll have to excuse that my French is so bad you don't want me to attempt to speak it. If you would like to speak, please hit the little heart button at the bottom, go all the way to the right, and you will see a hand. You can raise that hand, and then we go in order. If we don't go in order, it turns into a madhouse, and we all talk over each other. The worst person at this is Doman. We have a little mute all button that we use, and we can actually have to do that. Otherwise, we can't actually have a nice conversation, discussion about Ukraine over here because we all just yell at each other. Anyways, with that, Rachel, I think you wanted to say something.
Well, I'm a journalist, a scientific journalist, and I just joined your group, just by wandering on the internet. And what I heard.
Excellent. What are you doing for the next 4 to 5 hours? You want to co-host?
Sorry? Oh no, I just asked for if it was possible to add a word.
Go. I was joshing with you there, Rachel. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, what I heard, and I did not start with you at the beginning, so sorry if those questions have been already been discussed with you. I am a scientific journalist working for Science et Avenir, a large media in France, and I'm concerned about the fact that the Russian could target some labs with biological studies, biological material in there. And I was wondering if the researchers still in Ukraine were afraid of an utilization or an utilization of the labs.
All right, so let's talk of this. Currently, the biggest worry that I have is that they've already targeted the biological labs that do things like seed science. That while people get all paranoid about possible biowarfare labs, Ukraine, like most countries, doesn't actually run those, as far as anybody can tell. What they do have is interesting biological labs around farming, because Ukraine is a highly agricultural country. And they have like a very advanced seed vault, which gets hit. Well, if you start taking out the seed vault and you start taking out your agricultural diversity labs, this is in fact really bad for, biodiversity and crop farming. So it's not quite the exciting headlines that people get all excited for when, you say the word bioweapons and everyone gets up in arms, but it matters a whole lot more to human civilization, and it matters a whole lot more to society, and it's actually what's going on the ground. So if you want to write an article or do more on that, like the fact that Russia targets actively the scientific labs, which Ukraine actually has and we know about, which are biolabs around things like agricultural farming and seed labs, etc. I know in France you all really hate things like Monsanto. Fair enough. Well, if you want to not have them running your
yes, but we have also, for an example, a P4 lab, which means we have very highly potentially harming substances. And I suppose that in case of a war, it would be really terrible, that such a lab would be destroyed or controlled by occupation forces. My question was, and I am a member, in fact, of an association who tries to help Ukrainian scientists to be welcomed in France. But my question was, I'm preoccupied. I'm afraid for the scientific will still stay in Ukraine and for the labs. And I was wondering, are there specific reports on those questions? Where could I find schedules, report of
I'll
what
stop you right
happened?
there. Not that we know of. Unless Ben, you want to jump in there, you know something we don't. We're not privy to the Russian target list.
Okay.
And if we learned anything from the past, the Russians are targeting malls. They're targeting schools. They're targeting
Yes,
hospitals.
civilians.
So if they go around and start targeting various labs and research facilities, that would not, if they could hit them with any degree of accuracy, I would not be surprised, because what we've seen today is they couldn't hit Nevada on a clear day.
I don't want to seem not preoccupied by the other civilian. I was just wondering if there was a specific target on scientific facilities and people.
Yeah, you've had your question. Let's go to Ben. We answered that. As I said, the actual targets we've seen are things like the Ukrainian seed vault. Like, that's happened, right? That's the real deal. Ben.
Yeah. Bonsoir, Rachel. Actually, I remember when you came back like 3 months ago. What you asked whether the Russians were targeting scientific commodities, and the answer is absolutely yes. Olga and Aliona can probably tell you a lot more about this. They're not raising their hands right now, so I'll take the mantle. The University of Kiev was bombarded. Several research facilities all around the country were bombarded, be it in Kherson, be it in Zaporizhia or in other places. Whether there were specifically targeted might be discussed. In the case of Kharkiv, it's pretty certain that they voluntarily targeted the university with artillery. So the Ukrainian science, Ukrainian brains, Ukrainian intelligence is very, very high on the Russian target list. That we can say for sure. The second thing is that we can also say for sure that there is a very limited amount of effort being made by the Russians, and by very limited, I mean no, to limit the environmental impact of their bombing campaigns. We've seen several industrial plants being hit and releasing massive amounts of chemicals in nature. Fortunately, so far, nothing has reached the sort of level that would have long-lasting and catastrophic event for a large proportion of the Ukrainian ecosystem, but we may not be very far from it. We all remember the retention pool in Mariupol, and this is only one example of many. Several chemical factories were also hit and released in the atmosphere and in the earth a large amount of chemicals, which honestly should not be there. So all this leads us to conclude that yes, there is a plan by Russia to target Ukrainian science at large, and yes, if there are consequences, they will not care. Finally, Olga hinted to this during one of the answers some time ago. There has been a lot of effort from the
Ben, it appears we've lost him. Mic check.
Yeah, I think I've lost Ben too.
Yeah, we've lost Ben. We're going to push Ben down so that he realizes that he is talking to an open mic. And we're going to go on to Prince while Ben tries to get back up here. Prince.
I'm a day late, but Shabbat Shalom.
No, it's fine. I'm actually here. I'm actually in Europe right now, so my Shabbat is past.
Oh, I did not realize you were in Europe. I knew you'd been quiet for a few days. So fabulous. what I wanted to say about this. Oh, Ben's back up. If Ben wants to continue on with what he was saying, I'll step aside and let him continue.
Thank you, Prince. Just a very quick sentence. The Ukrainian authorities and scientific community has done a lot of effort to limit the consequences, the negative consequences on the environment that the Russian bombing campaign may have. And this we see, for instance, with those famous biolabs, which were evacuated and noted as far as the threat level goes. That's it.
Yeah, I think that's a really good. Sorry, Francis. I think that's a really good point, Ben. I mean, the targeting of universities and cultural centers and its Ukraine's scientific infrastructure demonstrates the Russians' intent since day one of this invasion, which was in 2014, as it was now in 2022, which is to erase the Ukrainian identity, which is in itself a contravention of the 1951 UN Genocide Convention and to erase the concept of anything Ukrainian. So the targeting of Ukrainian scientific facilities is further evidence of that. I can see we've got some hands up. So I think it was Prince Heather. Please go ahead.
Yeah, one thing I was just going to say on this real quick was finance brought up that a lot of what people are calling biolabs have to do with the farming industry and seed banks. Hang on a second. I had to pull a finance and cough. And my understanding, and I would have to go back and dig through it and look for it, but my understanding was, especially regarding the seed banks, that portions of those were evacuated for safety as this began. So I believe that those have been kept safe. Like I said, I'd have to go and look for the article or information on it, but I believe I heard that. So I wanted to share that little bit. But I see that our French friend Rachel has dropped down. I hope that we gave her some information. Ben, I think that you took that really well down a very good and appropriate line, as well did you, finance. So my understanding is, rest well, the seeds were evacuated to be kept safe. So that was my point.
Yeah, they seem to have rescued some of the seeds at the seed vaults. But yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. Atacams for Ukraine, please speak before your Twitter poxed.
I just wanted to say, was that lady for real? Where the hell have you been for the last 6 months? Everything in Ukraine has been being bombed, hospitals, everything. If you're Ukrainian, they're trying to wipe you out. Like, you call yourself a reporter? What the hell, man?
All right. I think this is the first time you've ever actually come up to speak when I've been on, so I'm impressed that she got that level of rise out of you. Although I completely agree with the sentiment. It is a little concerning when somebody declares themselves a reporter and chooses to try to find a specific narrative they want, which in this case was some sort of bioweapons facilities that don't seem to exist, as opposed to following the truth on the ground, which happens to be Russia targeting and destroying actual agrarian and other less weaponized research facilities, hitting every civilian piece of infrastructure possible and causing massive amounts of environmental damage. I would love to hear. Yes, Vincent, welcome up. Please
Hi.
raise your hand next time.
Sorry, I'm new to Twitter and I don't know the protocol button. But
Vincent, we use a hand system here. Please hit the heart. Go all the way to the right. Then you can raise your hand, and then we will call on you in order. Otherwise, it turns into complete total chaos. Welcome to the panel. Same for Dr. Abdel. Same for you. Please raise your hand if you'd like to speak, and I'm happy to call on you in order. Vincent, you're up.
Vincent?
First, I am
Vincent, can you hear us?
No worries, Vincent. If you can hear us, we'll walk you through it. It's so the little mic on the left-hand side that toggles the mute on and off. So when it is on, when the mute is on, it's red and it's got the big red X through it. When it's off and you're live, it's blue.
Yeah, my mic is on.
We can hear you 5 by 5.
Perfect. Okay, so I think the seed bank is like probably the last of the worries of the Ukrainian war. You know, because I live in London and Kew Gardens has the world's largest collection of seeds, and any seed that is like to be destroyed in Ukraine is probably in the Kew Gardens seed bank. You know, so I don't know why people are. There's a concern to be had, but it's not the end all and be all. You know, the concern to be had is the Ukrainian people and the decimation of a country that has been forced upon them by the Russians. You know, so why people are on here talking about seeds? You know, when there's people dying left, right, and centre, and they're being slaughtered by a Russian dictatorship. That, you know, I just don't get you at all. You know.
Yeah, why am I talking about seeds when there's genocide going on? Is that the question?
Yeah, exactly.
Sure, I can answer that question. I'm not trying to lessen the amount of terrible genocide going on. I regularly discuss the horrors of this war. I was discussing the situation in occupied Kherson earlier. Don't need to review. Sounds like something out of a Holocaust book because it is replete with falling ashes regularly, daily. That said, the reason we're talking about seed vaults is that that is a key piece of Ukrainian science and agriculture, and it's very important that you know, and that's not, there's no military usage to a seed vault. It doesn't really help you blow anything up. So when Russia targets those things in parks and malls and all these things, they're targeting civilian science and infrastructure. They're targeting both cultural and agricultural things. These are, by the way, war crimes. And it's in fact important for everybody to eat and grow. And it's in fact an important part of their economy, something which we find important somewhat during the war and especially in a post-war environment. So just because we're discussing one thing doesn't mean we're going to you know, delineate or reduce the amount of problems that we see.
I completely understand that Ukraine is like the sort of
Some people can't learn how to wait for their turn. We have a bunch of people coming up. Ben, Rosalie, and Rachel are back. Rosalie sent me a message about Ukrainian bioweapons. If somebody is saying that we are reducing the impact of discussing this war because we're discussing things that Russians are destroying and killing besides Ukrainians, which we discuss all the time, that would be what's the term I'm looking at? That would be trolling and whataboutism at the highest order, and I don't really have time for it. That said, Rosalie, thank you for coming up. I would love to hear what you PM'd me, but in better explanation for the space about bioweapons as it is part of Russian disinformation.
Yeah, so the bioweapons disinformation narrative is really unique, and the very first biological weapons disinformation campaign from Russia that we know of is from 1949. And they have more or less had campaigns going all the way through to the late 80s, and then they picked up again in 1995, and it has gone on since then. There's been at least 20 distinct campaigns, and in every case, it's been completely false, but it's a very effective tool that Russia uses to, first of all, kind of stoke paranoia, but also by attacking these countries for collaborating with the US. It really wants to discourage the bonds that we have as allies, because we work together, and they don't like that. And so, yeah, if there's like specific questions about it, I'm happy to answer. The basis of the claim for the biological research labs in Ukraine, the false claims stem from a 2017 story, which is authored by a GRU front. And from there, it moved into Russian state media, and it is more or less. What's remarkable about the story is they usually they develop over time and they change. This one is more or less, it stayed the same over time. So that's how we know exactly where it came from. But it popped up again with this invasion. The only basis for it is that the Soviet Russia continued developing biological weapons in violation of treaty. And so when it collapsed, it had laboratories in Ukraine, and securing anything that was there, and then also helping all of these scientists transition into ethical work, is essentially the reason that these labs exist. The other thing I want to point out is that biological research is not inherently, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a bioweapon. So anyways, if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to take it.
Rachel, do you have any questions for our disinformation expert, Rosalie? All right, moving on. Mockers, Ben, then Madi. Welcome up, Madi. Mockers.
Hi there. How's it going? I'm sure we're all good.
Great.
Nice. You were mentioning some booms earlier, so I went and did a little bit of digging just to find out exactly what was booming. There is a video of two explosions claiming to be from Nova Kakhovka, that one. And it happened, but it's an old video, I'm afraid. What did come through my channel was, yes, that's an older video. This is what it looks like now, and sent me a picture of something, a vehicle firing rockets, which I think was a M270. I don't know. Anyway, he sent me something firing rockets, so I take it means that they're currently fighting back in that area. So anyway, that said, in Kherson, there was a prison yard which was full of Russian equipment that was definitely blown up, and there is lots of secondary booms. Tactical aviation is still working, but there are so many enemy planes and helicopter raids continuing that they're having to be very careful. They did say something about if they can target more air defence, they'll be a lot more active. So here's a little list of what has apparently been taken out in the past 24 hours. In Zaporizhia, 2 ammo storage depots. In Kherson, 1 ammo storage depot. There have also been areas of Nova Kakhovka and Horlivka. I'm so sorry if I'm saying these wrong. In Donetsk. Right now, I'm told there are new explosions happening in Makivka, Donetsk, and around Kherson. So, just giving you a little update, and now you're as up to date as I am.
Thank you very much, Mockers. Madi, welcome back.
Hey, Finance. Hey, everyone. Just a quick side note, something that was not pointed out during the biolabs talk. After the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991, a lot of qualified scientists from the Soviet Union that were working on the development of bioweapons actually ended up being unemployed. So what happened was that the United States actually did go into many of the former Soviet states or the former colonies, and did invest into setting up biolabs But there was nothing nefarious behind those projects. They were set up so that the scientists did not actually go on and develop actual bioweapons in third world countries, so that they didn't work for non-state agents that would develop weapons of mass destruction. They would work on projects that are more or less benign, researching common pathogens that could be found pretty much anywhere. And this way, they remain busy. They received a salary. They worked on something that is done not for a nefarious purpose. So, yeah, the Russians picked up, as Rosalie pointed out, this entire disinformation campaign in the 90s, and they really started ramping up in the early 2000s. The Russian invasion of Georgia of August 2008. They've used this narrative as well, talking about Western biolabs in Georgia. They conducted multiple information attacks later on against Ukraine and Kazakhstan. But this effort that we've been observing for the past 6 months is the largest one so far in contemporary history of Russia, where they keep producing absolutely nonsensical claims that Ukraine is working on bioweapons with the assistance coming from the West. They've produced a list of ridiculous. I'm not an expert, but I've watched some Ukrainian Telegram channels. I've watched some Russian Telegram channels, and the Russian Telegram channels produced a list of pathogens that are claimed to be weapons grades, but all of them were later debunked as common pathogens. So this concerted efforts that is coming from the Russian side is just ridiculous.
Can I just say something? It's Rachel again, the French journalist.
Sure, go ahead.
My concern is mainly most that Russian could use bioweapon in this war against Ukraine.
No. This is a common.
Ma'am,
Sorry,
why don't you
Rachel.
listen to the people who are experts on this issue? Because apparently you are missing the point every single time you're corrected. So let's go to Madi to answer it because he was the one called on.
Yeah.
Rachel, I am sorry, but I'm not an expert on bioweapons. I'm not an expert on weapons of mass destruction, but I've been watching Russian propaganda for a long time. I'm not an expert on disinformation like Rosalie, but I know I know how the Russians operate. I've been watching them for many years now. And what they do is they produce claims and they produce threats that they're not going to execute upon them, and they're not going to act upon, so that there's a lot of panic and there's a lot.
Did we lose Madi? Mic check. Mic check. Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you.
Loud and clear.
Madi, we can't hear you though.
Can
All
I?
right, Rosalie, since Madi's not here, can you explain how the loop of disinformation works to Rachel, please, while we get Madi back?
So, I think something that's really important is, rather than pointing out simply that is disinformation, to talk about why it gets used. Why is this the narrative since 1949? And it is also the nuclear narratives too are really popular. They are a psychological weapon as much as they are a potential real weapon. And that's something that we fail to really recognize, and to think about how it's advantageous to Russia to make us be afraid of these things. Now, there were countries that were like, well, do we really want to send anything in if there are labs? Like, what is the risk to us? As far as the risk, what I will say is that I think that is probably the last thing
that I would worry about in Ukraine. That doesn't mean that people don't feel fear. And so I just want to validate that. Like, we can't always control what we're afraid of, but we should be aware that our fear is a really, really powerful tool that is used to guide us around. So the one thing I want to say about biological weapons is they're not that great. They're compared to what we have, you know, I mean, I would take a HIMARS any day over a weapon that is as likely to hurt me and my side as it is, you know, the other side. And that's the thing about them. They're not that predictable. And, you know, if Russia was going to do something like that, it's not going to be with something they just picked up now. I mean, the amount of preparation needed, like, this is just not something that I'd be worried about now. And I have spoken with some of the top biological weapon and chemical weapon experts about this. And I was like, are you worried? Because I was not sure what the situation was. Are you worried about things thawing out? And they were like, way more worried about the nuclear threat and also not that worried about it. So in terms of priorities, like, these are really powerful for scaring us. And I think that's how we need to talk about them.
Thank you, Rosalie. I can see John Rich with his hand up. So maybe some developments from the Black Sea.
Actually, no, I wanted to come up and contextualize something I believe that Madi had mentioned about the United States via various agencies of the United States government going into a number of these post-Soviet countries after the dissolution of the USSR to address these various WMD sites, and as well as scientists potentially involved in working on them to try and redirect their pursuit, shall we say, to more peaceful purposes. We did that not just in regards to scientists working in and in related fields to biological weaponry. We also did the exact same thing in regards to Soviet aerospace scientists and engineers. That's the
John has the Twitter pox.
And about that program, the Defense Threat Reduction program, specifically the one with the scientists, I think they had 70,000 go through that program. I mean, that's incredible. And these are all people who went from from unethical research to ethical research. But the one thing I also want to highlight is that in biology, we have a problem where there's dual use research. Okay, so like, I'm studying something and it could be, and my intentions are good and somebody else's intentions are bad. That also makes it really prime for disinformation as well. So that's a quality that I like to point out.
Thank you, Rosalie. John, could you try to finish up before your Twitter poxed again?
Sure. Where did you lose me?
Somewhere.
You were talking about aerospace and them being retrained as well.
Right. So what I was saying is that, the United States implemented programs such as, similar to the programs that we implemented in regards to biological sciences across the board. For example, the entire reason that we have the International Space Station was a development of a program to keep Russian aerospace scientists and engineers employed in Russia and the other post-Soviet states, so that way they would not go to states hostile to the United States or our allies to develop ballistic missiles and other weapon systems. And it has been fairly successful. So the ISS is essentially kind of just the development of that whole project. So it was quite an extensive effort by the U.S. government and across multiple different fields and discipline to mitigate the risk of any of this human knowledge being put to ill use. And one other thing I'd just like to briefly add in regards to, various biological weapons threats being thrown around. after the fall of the Soviet Union, the Russian, Russian involvement in biological weapons is, to my understanding, a bit of a black box in the open source info. I've spoken to some people who are in the know about it, and they basically told me that in the open sources, there's little to no info about it, starting a couple years after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, that everything kind of just went quiet, and it's kind of, I'm sure the U.S. government and other, NATO intelligence agencies have a pretty good read on the situation. But in terms of, again, just the open source data, there's not really much to discuss there.
Thank you. I think our order is Ben, then War Pigeon, but I'm not positive.
I've got just a very quick troll to Rosalie. Rosalie, do you mean to say that the General Ridgway in Korea did not actually send the bacillium of the plague on the communist troops? Is that what you're trying to make us believe?
Well, according to the cables between China and Stalin, it seems like that's the case. The cables indicate that they know that the story is false. And it's really just kind of funny to see how frank it is.
I'm shocked.
It was really nice to find those the cables, because I think I try to keep my mind.
Wait, Rosalie, you find those personally?
No. But they have only been found very recently.
Okay, thanks.
But it was really, this finding that evidence has been really important in two people that study, the biological weapons disinformation. I think there's always been a question out there, and it really kind of, it's hard to argue with it, and they're almost comical. I wonder what we'll find out from cables in the future.
All right, thank you, Ben. War Pigeon, then Prince. War Pigeon.
Hi, everyone. Maybe a bit of comic relief, not about anything connected to the bioweapons, but there's a hilarious video. I don't know if anyone has seen it yet. I posted it on my feed. There's, I think, a couple of Russian soldiers making a video trying to demonstrate how their mighty army controls amazingly advanced drones. And during the video, the drone is hacked and intercepted by Ukrainian forces. And they all freak out and start saying in Russian to each other that, oh, we're going to be shelled now. We're going to be shelled now. So I encourage everyone to watch it. It's pretty funny. But, on the serious side, it's pretty interesting because I've never heard that Ukrainian forces have the ability to actually hack drones which are in use. Maybe someone can say a bit more about this because it's new to me.
Well, clearly the Russians know because we have video of them pooping their pants. I am bringing up John, who will hopefully be able to tell us more about what we know in the open source about the counter-electronic warfare. John.
So yeah, hacking drones, or hacking UAVs, I should say, is not new. That's been around for a while in terms of the electronic warfare environment. The particular group of Russians that it happened to was quite amusing if we're referring to the same video, because the leader of Rusich, the notably neo-Nazi Russian unit, part of Wagner, what's his name, Alexei Milchikov or something to that effect, was there with the UAV operator. And if you watch the video, you can hear one of the people there. I'm not sure, either the person filming it or the UAV operator says to him, "You need to leave. Our position has been compromised." So that was quite amusing. because if there was one person that deserves to be targeted, it's him. But in any case, yeah, UAV hacking has been around for quite some time. There was a high-profile incident a couple of years ago where the Iranians, I believe, hacked and diverted a United States reconnaissance UAV that had been operating in the area. Can't remember if it was it's RQ something or another. I'm not sure if it was an RQ-170 or it might have been an RQ-170 actually. I'd have to go back and double check that. Please don't quote me on that one. But yeah, that's nothing new. It's happened at various levels before.
Okay, can I have a quick follow up?
Please.
So since it's been done before, is it? I'm totally ignorant in this. Is it the case that anyone can hack any drone, or because I wouldn't be surprised, if Americans would be able to hack Iranian drones, or Israelis would be able to do that, but. On the battlefield in Ukraine, is it only Ukrainians that are able to hack Russian drones, or is it a specific type of drone, for example, the Chinese ones that can be hacked, or does it go both ways? Do you know?
In the militaries, we have an entire branch that does that. That's communication electronics, and we have people that's all they do.
Interesting. Thanks for the.
And it's not as simple as you think. And I'm not going to get to the minutia, but it's more like a game of chess. It's not like I'm going to hack into John Ridge's Xbox and put naked pictures of finance up on there. It's not that easy. Not that would be easy, but it's not that simple. It's very much point counterpoint type of thing.
That's just a brutal picture, sir. This is a family show. I think that would make this NC-30, just offensive. Prince, then John. Prince, you've been waiting very patiently.
Well, if John had a follow-up to what was being discussed, that's fine. John, did you want to follow up on something with that?
Yeah, I just want to briefly add that, it's going to depend on the specific drones to a great extent. Mainly if, depending on the type of, communications or radio links to their controller that they're using, is that signal encrypted? Is it, spoofing and jam resistant? All those things come into play. And so these commercial off-the-shelf drones that don't necessarily have, military, standard communications equipment that's supposed to be hardened, encrypted and hardened against jamming and spoofing, etc. They're going to be more susceptible to that kind of, they're going to be more susceptible to electronic warfare in general.
All right, Prince.
All right. All of the info about the disinfo, boy, that didn't come out right. All that's been said about the disinformation regarding the biological weapons and all of that is wonderful, and that's so very true. The other thing that I've learned listening to this space, and I can't give you a ton of details on it, but I bet you Battle Moose or John in his steel trap of a memory might remember better than me, is something that
Uh-oh. The spreading Twitter pox has claimed Prince.
I was going to say, do we lose her, or is it? Am I having a senior moment?
These are not mutually exclusive, sir. You are allowed to have senior moments even if we lose her. So both are probably true. We did lose Prince. Prince is coming back up, but I do not think that precludes the possibility of you having one or many senior moments, sir. Prince.
I'm back. Basically, something that I've learned from Language Learner is the escalation ladder, and how we're at one level of the battle now, and you would see an escalation in actions by the Russians that would lead to things such as a biological weapon attack or a nuclear attack. You would see other things happen before it got to that point. So I'm wondering, I can't give any more detail because I can't remember it as good as Language Learner portrays it, but Battle Moose may remember or know that from his military experience, or somebody else might. But that's another thing that always puts my mind at ease when thinking of some of these more ominous things that people try to throw out there that really are disinformation, but it's another way to sort of calm your mind about anything like that coming up. So that's what I was going to bring up, the escalation ladder. Battle Moose, do you know anything about that?
Oh, I'm well aware of the doctrine, and I wouldn't I wouldn't place bets on it per se, because war is a lot more. It's more like organized chaos. And anybody that sits there and says, this is the way it's going to play out, has never been to combat. They, the first law, or Murphy's law, is no plan survives initial contact. So it's you rely on, and this goes for the individual soldier. You rely on their skills and their drills that they've learned over time. Excuse me. And you escalate that up to the, I'm not saying escalate as the escalation ladder. You take that out of the microcosm into the macrocosm, like at the platoon, the company, the regimental, the brigade, the army level, and whatnot. When things go sideways, when the wheels really fall off the bus, it boils down to further and further down the chain of command, that you're hoping that these people have, and what we call in the military, their shit wired tight. You want to make sure that they have all their eggs in a row, and their training is solid, and they'll react properly to any given situation. And this is why the Ukrainians who have adopted the Western style offense are more fluid. They're more dynamic. They're able to react to situations and change on the move. And that's one of the biggest things. If you talk to maybe Colonel Spencer or Major Giroux, they can expand on that a lot more than I can at my lowly non-commissioned officer level. The whole idea of an escalation ladder, I would say is a nice doctrine, but no army in the world is held accountable to it. The U.S. or the Russians, can start using nukes tomorrow, and we would not be the wiser, because we're not privy to what's going on behind the scenes, right? And we have to be very careful when we're consuming this media that's out there. That's why people like Rosalie are important, because they can dispel some of the things behind the curtain. When we're looking at this, like I'm none the wiser. I get on. I'm Canadian. I watch CBC, and Peter Mansbridge there. He's talking. And I take everything he says as gold. Because that guy's been telling me the news since I was 8 years old, and I don't really take in consideration that maybe some of these news agencies might have an agenda, or they might be moving in certain directions that discount some of the truth. I'm not going to say they discount all the truth, but all you have to do is discount some of it. So the same goes for doctrine at the military level. It was once said why Canadians were so good in combat is because they don't follow their own doctrine. They're completely unpredictable, and they just make stuff up as they go. And I can tell you, when I got out, things hadn't changed much. It's what are we going to do? What's our plan? Oh no, we'll find out when we get there. You know, and it's not so much that we're making it up as we go. It's I need to be in that situation to analyze and affect change, right? So, you know, it's one thing for an int guy to come into the room and say, okay, this, I'm going to christen the ground for you. You know, I'm going to tell you everything that's going on. Okay, yeah, I'll take it under advisement. It's very much like in our space when we have our specialists in the background going, hey, we got some trolls coming up here. Be careful. You know what? It's up to the co-host. You know, it's up to them. They can bring them up at their peril, or they can leave them down. You know, but you have been forewarned.
All right.
I feel like I was just called out.
Thank you, Battle Moose. Those are all really good points too. And you always give me a different way to look at things, and that's what this space is all about. You learn by asking questions and bringing different things up, and listening to people who know and who've been there, to get your education and help you look at things the right way. So thank you. And thank you, Rosalie. I appreciate all you share with us about disinformation, because it is vitally, vitally, vitally important. So thanks, guys.
I thought I'd give Rosalie an attaboy, because behind the scenes, I make fun of her relentlessly, and I'm surprised that she even sticks around, because I poke fun at her all the time.
All right, George, and then Jens is our order. George.
Yeah, so it just sounds like everybody's talking about information bias, right? And you can have that anywhere, whether you're in the news media or in the military, right? Like Battle Moose was saying, you could be at the front, but you can't see the whole picture. You're relying on your subordinates, the people that are to the right and the left, or your equals, depending on what your rank is, to give you the clearest picture possible. But there's always information bias, and that can be minimal or it could be substantial, and it could really screw up any plan you started off when you woke up in the morning and said, oh, I'm going to put out this story, this and that, and then you publish some nonsensical article like an Amnesty International article. Remember that one? Or, in the military, you are waiting for reports from the front, and you expected X, Y, and Z to be done, and you're being told it was done, but since you weren't really there, you don't know exactly how it was done. And I'm just going to postulate something right now. I'm starting to notice a pattern with some of these Russian helicopter pilots, that usually toward the end of the Ukrainian daylight, is when they attack some of these cities. Remember, they're doing this pop-up with rocket pods where they don't approach the target, but from a distance, they nose up the aircraft and launch. And, bear with me here, but I think what they're trying to do is just empty the pods, and wherever they land, they land. If they land on the city, they're genocidal maniacs, so the better. So they can report back to their base that, hey, I carried out my mission. What mission that was, whether they told them to attack this or that, we'll never know. But they're doing what they need to do to go back and not hear any flack. So that commander is getting informational bias. He's being told that, hey, I carried out my attack, but he wasn't there. So it goes, it cuts through all walks of life, and it's very difficult to limit. But in media, we see it sometimes, because the same story can be spun different ways. There's a story right now, really quick. there was a obviously she's a Russian plant. Okay, she was carrying a Ukrainian passport, but she's obviously a Russian plant, and she claimed that she was one of the Rothschild heirs, and she was at Mar-a-Lago and pretty much had free access. God knows what she had access to. But in the media, everybody understood in the beginning, the story was Russian woman, so on and so forth. Now, lately, it's Russian-speaking Ukrainian woman. So the story's changed a little bit. And that just means that the Kremlin put out their story and somebody picked it up, and that's what they're spinning. Yes, she had a Ukrainian passport, but it doesn't mean she was working for Ukraine.
Yeah, and before Rosalie jumps in here and stomps all over that, I just want to mention, because from a military point of view, not that I ever worked in the soft community, but I have worked with them. Yeah, because the first thing you want to do is, like, when you're on operation, especially doing spooky boo stuff, is bring your passport with you. Especially the passport of the legitimate country that you belong to. That's the stuff you want to do. Maybe pictures of your kids and your license and where you live, because that's what all those spooky boos do. Is they bring all their documentation with them on operations. Oh, I'm going to bash my head against the wall for a while. I gotta go.
Don't bash your head against the wall too hard, Battle Moose. That seems like a dangerous activity.
Especially if you're wearing a Russian helmet from the videos we've seen.
Yeah, what is that made of? Is that just like a piece of tinfoil on a little?
It looks like it's got of like a metal liner on the outside, and then inside is what's supposed to be Kevlar material. I saw somebody saw one in half, and I've been looking for that video now, but that was in the beginning of the war, maybe a couple of weeks into it, and it looked like bloody cardboard. Like the inside was what looked like Kevlar, what's supposed to be was pretty much layers of cardboard. So that's what we could be seeing here, finance.
Rubber in the rubber blocks in the reactive armor, cardboard in their plates, cardboard in their helmets. It wouldn't surprise me. I'm sure John's going to opine on this, because it's just part of a pattern of complete tripe that and reflecting the utter corruption of the Russian system. They would rather put their own people in jeopardy than they would sell their grandparents if they think they could do it. Go ahead, John.
Thank you, Miss. I just wanted to say is in regards to Russian vehicle protection schemes being pilfered. I briefly lost audio while George was speaking, so I'm not sure if this is the specific instance that he was referring to. But there was Alex and I had discussed this previously on the space, where one of the soft-skinned ERA modules on the side of some Russian main battle tank, they opened it and it looked like cardboard, or kind of looked like an egg carton. My understanding is that that's what it's supposed to look like. There's a material in there that's supposed to be in there, but the interesting thing is there's supposed to be some ceramic material in there as part of the protection scheme, but none of that was actually in there. So people were making a big deal saying, oh, they put egg cartons in it. Well, the egg carton looking things were supposed to be there, but the ceramic that was actually supposed to be there wasn't. So still probably stolen. The other thing I'm curious about is, and I'm sure, Moose and George, both of you can speak to this, the chemical properties of a given explosive mixture tend to change with time as it ages, and a lot of it's dependent on the thermal and moisture conditions that it's exposed to within storage. As they're pulling a lot of these vehicles, these main battle tanks out of deep storage and reactivating them, I wonder what the chemical behavior of some of this explosive in the contact one blocks is going to be after all this time. I wouldn't know because the Russians or the Soviets, I can legit say Soviet this time. The Soviet chemists, they use different chemical compositions for their explosives. I forget what it is. Like their stuff tends to be high in. You should know this, John. Like, why is the signal operator trying to figure out the chemical compositions of their explosives? I do know their artillery propellant is a lot more caustic than ours. We use dual grain cordite, and theirs is different. I mean, if you have any sources on Russian explosive formulations or like Russian solid rocket motor, compositions, I would love to take a look at any of that. I don't have anything on me. I'll take a look around and I'll ask the people, like some EOD people that are in the know. And, I don't know, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night. Yeah, I think someone had mentioned in an unrelated discussion earlier today, by earlier today, I mean like 45 minutes ago, about volatile organic compounds. And I tried to come up, but I got a phone call as I was trying to come up. Volatile organic compounds are a critical component in a lot of these chemical mixtures, be it, solid rocket fuel and likely a number of these explosive mixtures. So it would be very interesting as if we can pin down the exact formulations of some of these things and, the chemical components thereof. We might be able to figure out, which compounds have a very short shelf life and which ones can be easily sanctioned, if they're primarily sourced from, foreign vendors. My understanding is their sources of very specific chemicals is quickly running out. Especially in anything hypergolic. And for anybody that's wondering, that's a propellant that they use for the maneuvering thrusters on all their Soyuz spacecraft. And now that they can't source any of the hypergolic propellants, their space industry just came to a screaming halt. I got to step in there, Moose. They do not use any hypergolic propellants on Soyuz. The launch vehicle itself is all kerosene, liquid oxygen. However, they do use hydrogen peroxide. John? I think we lost John.
Twitter pop.
Wendy, you're going to have to take over, brother.
No problem, Battle Moose. No problem at all. I can see George with his hand up. George, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just to clarify, because Battle Moose, I don't know if it was you or John that was mentioning the egg cartons on the bags on the side of the armored vehicles. Was that you or John? And
that was John.
That was John. Yeah. So yeah, no. What I was talking about, I saw that too. But I was talking about was an actual helmet, and what should have been Kevlar liner was like, it looked like layers of cardboard compressed together. That's what, and that was probably a video that was done in March. A guy just took a bandsaw and just cut the damn thing in half, and that's what it was.
I think I saw that. Is that the same dudes that they had? Like, they had an American helmet, they had a Canadian helmet, and they had the Russian helmet, and the Russian helmet couldn't stop a 9mm.
Yeah, I don't know if that. I think that was another video, but the one I saw was just these guys. It looked like they were in like a repair shop, early on in the war, where they were repairing vehicles, and they had looked like a bandsaw, and the guy just took the helmet and sawed it in half. No, they had done like the videos now where you see the guy punching and he's denting the helmet, but he took it and he just sawed it in half, and it was like a very thin. The outer layer is a very thin metal, and then underneath was just pretty much cardboard. Oh,
yeah, it's tin.
What's that?
It's tin.
Okay, yeah, whatever it is, it's absolutely junk. And on the reactive armor, remember with a rubber with the sheets of rubber in there that we saw on a couple of videos. There was actual. It started off the Russians that were trying to say that they had developed this new type of non-reactive armor. They had experimented with that in the 60s, and the British experimented in the 70s, but they never put it into the production phase. The British never put it in the production phase, and the Russians, Soviets at the time, put it on 100 T-62s, and then that was it. They stopped it. So what we're seeing now is not non-explosive reactive armor. It's just fraud and corruption.
I was going to mention that we're talking about the same system that and this is legit. Some Russian Navy officer sold the screws to his boat.
Was that the same guy who sold the propellers off his destroyer? Or was that a different guy?
That is the same dude that sold the propellers off his destroyer. And you know what? I can't even, like, if I'm still back in the Army, I can't sell a rope that's out of stores. Like, I can't resell chapstick without getting charged. I can't imagine like a capital asset like that.
I've never heard the story of the egg castings on the side of a tank, but I definitely believe it, given what we've seen so far. John, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I wanted to briefly point out about that destroyer story. Apparently, what had happened was the captain not only stole them, he had them swapped out for propeller screws made of a cheaper metal.
Rubber?
In case any of the listeners were wondering, that is any Western military anywhere. That is impossible to do. There's far too many checks and balances for some dude to unilaterally do that anywhere.
I think in the mid 2000s, a certain criminal group stole an entire 200-ton bridge.
What country was that?
Take a wild guess.
Does it start with an R and end in Asha?
Yes, it does. I'm reading through a very interesting list of cases of theft in Russia. And 2016, apparently, across 31 miles of road, some Russian municipal highway officials orchestrated the theft of 7,000 plus reinforced concrete slabs. It's just incredible.
Maybe before I start laughing again, maybe we'll go to some hands here. Prince and then George.
Yeah, I just that article George brought up, I brought it up briefly yesterday in what I tried to make a very, very innocuous way, only to say that it really pissed me off that they pointed out that it was a Russian-speaking Ukrainian woman who is now living in Russia. I mean, why did they have to put that specifically in there? It was beyond me. I'm curious if Rosalie saw that and she had any thoughts on it, on the way it was worded, because it pissed me off. I was pissed off all day yesterday just from the way that damn headline was written.
So I've seen, the story, but I don't have, any information more than anyone else does. What it sounds like is that she was born in Ukraine. I believe that's what they're saying. However, when she would have been born, it would have been the USSR. So I guess that's my I mean, although there was still Ukraine, but in terms of how it's worded in the media, this is tough. It's something that I'm thinking about, and where it gets problematic is when we see somebody saying, this woman is Ukrainian and therefore, and then makes like a broad statement about Ukrainians. I haven't seen that. I'm sure that Russia will do that. I'm sure that hyper partisan and conspiracy websites would do that. But yeah, I don't know much about the situation, so I don't have too much I can say about it. If she was in fact born in Ukraine, like they said, it depends whether or not it's relevant, depends on certain details, and I don't have those. So it's kind of, and where is she now? That's another question. Yeah, I wish I could offer something else, but it's not necessarily like inappropriate for them to say where she was born or like her life history, but it's inappropriate to make it the focus, especially if that isn't where she lived or was living. So those are kind of general statements I would make, but again, I just don't have information on this.
Thank you. And it is my understanding that she's living in an apartment in Russia now, but you hit it exactly on the head with where my brain went. Was I can just see some extremist going, see, Ukrainian, and focusing only on that part, not on the parts where you went more in depth of if she was born in Ukraine, it would have been during Soviet times. And to read further into the article to find that she's living in an apartment in Russia now, to get the details, to get the whole picture, it's my fear that the extremist would just hang on to that one thing. So I totally respect that, you don't have enough information on it. But those are the kinds of things that made me think about. So anyway, thank you.
One thought that I had in some reporting that I have seen, that I thought was very, balanced and didn't have necessarily like an identifiable agenda, is I've heard it, people will say this person was born in Soviet Ukraine. And so like making it clear that they were born like before the Soviet before it fell, and that they left before that. But the fact that she lives in Russia now, I think, is way more relevant, especially given the treatment that we're seeing from Russia toward Ukrainians. So that I have all sorts of questions about that.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for engaging me with me on that a little bit. I debated bringing it up yesterday, but it got to be a little bit quiet. So Ryan and I just kicked that back and forth a little bit while things were quiet yesterday. So anyway, thanks.
Some great points, Rosalie and Heather. Thank you. I think since 2014, sycophancy in journalism has become, I mean, particularly this year, it's been stark. Those that are openly supporting the invasion of Ukraine and its genocide, they stand out because there is such worldwide solidarity for Ukraine and its survival against this tyrannical occupation. Your conversation made me think of quite a famous musician who went from being really famous to living in Russia, where she is now. And she has been reduced to playing despicable little concerts around Russian soldiers in Mariupol, where before she was playing on stage with the New York Philharmonic. And yeah, you know, these people have been active proponents of an anti-Ukrainian agenda, a pro-Russian invasion agenda since 2014. And thankfully, we are now living in a time where solidarity for Ukraine is so great that it's Ukraine's allies are many, and these nefarious actors can be identified much easily and ostracized. So I can see George with your hand up.
Yes. So that story is. So I read it today, NBC News, and the headline was, Russian-speaking Ukrainian woman had unfettered access to Mar-a-Lago. Right? That was the headline.
I'm just going to interrupt you for a second there, George. Ricardo, you got a hot mic, buddy, and I'm getting all kinds of feedback here. Go ahead there, George.
Sure. So they're planning, like, here in the United States, there's all these back conspiracies that Biden's using the Ukraine war to launder money. It absolutely complete nonsense. But the way this story is being pushed out right now, the fact that she was, she had a Ukrainian passport, they're trying to build the story in conjunction with their FSB agents down there. Okay, that's what the Kremlin's doing. And NBC News, I'm sorry, but they don't, like, they jump on a headline and no one does any real fact checking, right? Like Rosalie said, this woman was born in the Soviet Union, right? So there's no story about that. No fact that she's living in Russia, or that that there's suspicion that she's an FSB agent. None of that in the story. So they're building a story, and this is not the last you're going to hear of this. Unfortunately, they're going to drive through with that. And earlier today, we were discussing how do you get people that are being conned by conspiracy theories, by believing utter nonsense. And we were talking about, like, people have to have the emotional intelligence to realize they got duped and move on. But I see stories that are exposed later, and with a lot of news media, you never see them. The redaction is never, you have to go looking for it, and that's if they even ever pull back a story. So I don't know how we do that. Rosalie, you might know the answer to that, but I think it's really frustrating when a story gets debunked, or you can drive a train through it, but the damage is already done because all the conspiracy kooks have picked it up and they're running with it already, right? So how does the news media, like, they should be able to police themselves better, or am I missing something?
Well, I think, when we talk about the media and media practice, it's not a credentialed industry. It's not a seamless organization. It's a lot of imperfect individuals all trying to bring information to us, and or most of them are anyhow. Some of them have agendas, but for the most part, they are doing their best. I think that there's a lot of changes that need to be made just in terms of standards, there's, journalistic standards that we expect. If you're running a story that's unfavorable to somebody, or, paints them in a negative light, you give them the opportunity to respond. That's sort of like a standard practice. What I think needs to change is, historically, newsrooms have considered, is the information true? And I don't think today that that's enough. I think that there needs to be more consideration about why this information fell into their hands, and consideration that way. Uh, and there's been some discussion about this. People who are, um, much better scholars than me. They've been working on recommendations, but it's very difficult to um, change an industry where there's not really like a standardization in terms of correcting mistakes and errors. That's one of the ways that most of the media assessment organizations, that's one of the ways that they check how reliable an outlet is. No matter what an outlet does, no matter how good of it, or no matter how careful they are, they're going to make mistakes. So if an outlet has their policy, the policy is public, and it's clear that they've followed their policy, so the corrections are made, they're mentioned, that sort of thing. For a lot of outlets, they don't have a public policy. They don't seem to publicize it. A lot of them will dirty delete. So if the story is like bad, they won't say anything, and then they just delete it. Those are the really low quality websites. But I think we have to kind of distinguish between media outlets that are trying to report news, whether they have, all of them have a bias of some kind. But then there's also these networks of websites that look like news outlets, and they want to be perceived as news outlets, but they're not. And they publish these false stories. And, in these cases, I almost don't think that it's necessarily like a problem in journalism, because they're not really journalists. And so that kind of makes it problematic, because they're perceived that way. The other thing that I've noticed with this is that bad actors will weaponize ethical journalistic practice here. So there was a big story, I can't even remember what it was, in the past year, that the Washington Post had to issue a correction. It was big. I think the correction itself was a story. And this was, amplified all over on the disinformation kind of ecosystem. And I was like, look, this was a lie. They were lying. And this is why you can only trust us. But and that's what they're highlighting. They're not saying like, well, they're telling you. That's really kind of the way that that you can trust them. And then a lot of the websites that amplify this, they themselves don't ever issue corrections, which is kind of the ironic thing. But I think, I'm not necessarily the person to say like, what can we do here? I think we need something like there used to be the fairness doctrine. It's before my time, but it sounds like it worked pretty well. And I wonder, if there's any way to get traction on that. I think that might do a lot of good.
Thank you for that. Heather, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, because what triggered in my mind, as Rosalie was just sharing, was a lot of what this comes down to, I think, in the long run, is consumer intelligence, and it comes down to consumer education, and it comes down to, as a consumer, of news, being able to look at the little things in a story that may give you reason to pause and give you a little bit of suspicion, which may cause you to go look for, the same information on a different site to see if it seems like it could be accurate, or if somebody else has a totally different view on it. And so it seems like there's some consumer education and some consumer intelligence that would play into that also.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, 30 years ago, Heather, most people used to get their news from one or two sources, but one main source of news, their daily newspaper, the TV channel they watched, or maybe not 30 years ago, but a bit further. We live in the information age. We have the ability to use our critical thinking skills, and to look at these different sources of news and to try to establish where the truth lies between the two, even if it doesn't agree with our political point of view at the time, perhaps. I mean, everybody is subject to confirmation bias. We've had the excellent Tom Zimbardo on this space before talking about this, but yeah, looking at different news sources to establish veracity of a story, it's a very important skill that people need to be educated in. This needs to be taught in schools to the next generation, because we now have the opportunity to receive varying stories from varying angles, and distinguishing propaganda from truth is a very important. I mean, it's something which is the mark of perhaps a mark of a civilized society. So yeah, that's a great point. Thank you. Spring, I can see your hand up.
I like Wendy. I think Rosalie had it before me.
I'm really sorry, Rosalie, please go.
No. You go ahead.
Oh, thank you very much. First of all, I am still on vacation, and I was missing you all, so I decided to come and visit you because it's a kind of a family actually that we have here. It's a pleasure to see. I like Wendy co-hosting. I think it's your first time, isn't it? I don't know. I was on vacation, so I don't really know.
It is, Spring. I've had a bit of a break from Twitter and the news in general, and yeah, it's great to be back here, and a pleasure to be co-hosting. So thank you.
One question that I would like to ask to Rosalie, because I'm a teacher. I work with future generations, and it's one thing that concerns me a lot is that I need to prepare the future generations to distinguish between fake news, propaganda, and all those things. I try my best with news and bringing news to class, and I would like to see what is your opinion.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for having this issue on your radar. I think a lot of teachers aren't sure. They want to do something here, but they're not sure. I think that one of the big gaps that we kind of have that has emerged and that I'd like to see addressed, and if somebody doesn't, I'm going to, but I hope somebody else does, is that, we used to get our news by, we had subscriptions to newspapers and you read them in the morning and maybe you watched TV and that was how you got news. That is not how the more recent generations get their news, but we haven't really replaced the recommendation that you read the newspaper with anything. And so I think there needs to be a new recommendation and a way to cope with the overwhelming amount of information that's out there. So in terms of what to teach in your class. You know, there are I'll post a thread when I'm done talking here, but there's so many great resources that organizations are putting together where you go over past cases of disinformation, and there's, you know, games, and I mean, I've gone through some of them and they're pretty good. Like, it will be like, have your class look at this website, ask them if they think it's reliable or not, and how they tell. They had some really good ones where there were some sciencey articles on the website, and everything actually looked pretty good. But the website was funded by the fossil fuel industry, and all the science articles are really bad. But you know, if you don't know that that's what you should look for, it's really hard to tell. So I really encourage people to make a use of those resources because they're free. They have lesson plans. If you have kids, I think, you know, when I make the thread, you know, look at the resources, but there's lots of them out there. Talk to your kids about it. I think the biggest thing is we haven't had to teach media literacy because we haven't really faced the like state run propaganda kind of threat in the way that the ex-Soviet states have. And I think that we're just a lot less resistant in the US. I'm not sure where you are, but the ex-Soviet states, I feel like they really understand this. That's another place that I look to this. Like, how are they teaching kids in Estonia? Like, what are they doing there? Because they seem to understand it. So that's another recommendation that I have. Like, look to the places where they seem like they've got a handle on it and see what they're doing.
Thank you, because I'm in Portugal actually, so I'm in the western point of Europe. Although I'm not a Soviet or a communist lover, because we also had our problems after the revolution when they tried to turn the country into a communist country in the Western Europe. So more or less we have a big view what are the communists, but it's getting past too long time and people are starting to forget. And it's something that we should never forget, is that the behavior repeats itself.
Yeah, excellent points, Rosie and Spring. Thank you. Teaching critical thinking skills to all ages, children, teenagers, adults in adult learning is it needs to be done more of. And yeah, redesigning a curriculum for whatever age group that teaches critical thinking skills when it comes to news and information, particularly with huge societal changing events and world changing events such as the war in Ukraine, which affects not just Ukraine, of course, but all of Europe and the world beyond. It's very important to have a society which has people that can identify as quickly as possible what the problem is, who is doing what to whom, and why. And not enough has been taught about the Muscovite imperial strategy, the foreign policy of it, since 1672. This war has been a terrible one for Ukrainians and its people, and those who have gone to Ukraine to support Ukraine in its fight. But for many people in the free world, it's also been, I hope, an education in the history of the Muscovy Empire and the history of Soviet expansionism as well. That it wasn't some answer to the tyranny that the Tsardom of Russia had up to 1917, but it was a foreign policy that was really quite linear in its design and in its approach. So yeah, we need to have more people tuned in to what is going on, and fewer people switching off, because the more people who are engaged in this, the more people who care about human beings in their near abroad, particularly in this case, the quicker this war can end, the more Ukraine can be supplied with what it needs to end this war as quickly as possible. And there are many Ukrainians who are keen to learn the new, to learn the weapon systems that are required for them to liberate their country and to end the genocidal occupation of it. And there are many Ukrainians who just want to return to a normal life. Of course, all of them do. So yeah, this of course has far-reaching consequences. But teaching critical thinking skills to people, it's something that is incumbent upon the generation of educators and parents of this generation right now. Because what we can't return to, for the sake of any country which is invaded by a tyrannical foreign power, we can't have such behavior ignored or treated with passivity. So yeah, critical thinking skills is a very good point. With that, I'll go to Heather, please.
Thank you. And I'm going to be quick here. I want to thank you for bringing up, because I feel like a toad that got warmed up in the water and didn't even realize what had happened, that to make me look at information the way I do, because being somebody who grew up in the 70s and early 80s, that's what we did. Mom and dad read the newspaper in the morning, and then we had our local channel 2 that we watched in the evening for local news, and then watched the national news, and that was our information, and that was it. Before we even ever had cable, so there were not not very many options. You had 4 channels to watch, and how that just slowly changed with cable coming in, and then the internet coming in, and how as I was in my late teens and early 20s, getting all of that, just plunged into all of that information and slowly learning those skills, and hopefully I really love what you said, Spring, to bring that education to the people of today, so that people can have those critical, like you said, critical thinking skills to be able to discern that. And with that, I've got to go do some chores for the evening, and I'll be listening. So I'm going to drop down to speaker, and thanks you guys so much for the great conversation.
I just want to mention before you go that like some of the things I've noticed with my with my children going through their education and whatnot is we stopped teaching the architecture of rhetoric in schools. We've taught I bet you that's why Rosalie's good at what she does, is she knows the architecture of an argument. The different types of biases. And we don't teach that in school anymore. And that's all part. That's the foundation of critical thinking. Is to be able to suss out these biases and these contradictions and whatnot. And when you become aware, they become blatantly obvious. It's like somebody with an English degree going out there. Actually, it's taught in English. Going out there and somebody that's misusing grammar, and it becomes, when you use it, it becomes cringy to them. And I bet you, Rosalie, because we've talked about it before, when there's news articles that's blatantly using disinformation or Russian narratives, or even a narrative of any of the players and whatnot, it's so obvious to us. It's in our face, and sometimes it takes a bit for us to sit down and explain it to the layperson. If you're not educated, if you're not part of the in crowd, it is a little tough, because we don't have the time here on the report to get down to the basics. And I offer you, it's all out there. Go and look up the architecture of an argument, and point counterpoint, and the different types of biases and whatnot. It's all out there. It's there's actually YouTube videos that break it down, and they're very well done. I encourage you to go, because you'll be doing yourself a favor, especially in the social media sense, where news as we used to know it has become the Wild West. You have to be very careful of what apples you're eating off the tree, because some of them are pretty toxic and whatnot. And we've moved away from where there was a journalistic responsibility, where we trusted the news because the news upheld a journalistic responsibility to the population. And right now they're very much seen as holding up their shareholders' responsibility. Why do we have people like Tucker Carlson, blabbing that? Because it gets clicks. We talk about clickbait. He's the biggest clickbaiter out there, and they'll throw out the anti-narrative, just to stir people up, going like, oh, why is he saying that? Why is he doing that? Talk to Yehuda. Like he's been banned. He's been blocked by most of these major players, because you call them out, and like we know the game they're playing. They're just trying. There's no such thing as bad press. And that's a very salient comment, because they don't care if they're reporting good or bad news, as long as you're buying copy.
Yeah, well said, Battle Moose. I mean, one of the way people were taught in, I can only speak for the UK in this instance, back in the 15th century, was a curriculum called the seven liberal arts. There were things like geometry, arithmetic, astronomy. One of them was rhetoric, and it involved two people standing up in front of each other. One person had to say something which was blatantly untrue, such as the sky is not blue, and they'd have to debate it back and forth in a cordial manner until they reached agreement. So yeah, this has been lost, and perhaps the information age has contributed to its decline, or has had a corrosive effect on people's ability to debate. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Critical thinking is.
I think you hit the nail on the head there, brother. And to go further with the debate, we don't talk to each other anymore. I look at like my son and whatnot. He's 18. I've said this before, and I don't want to offend anybody. Like back in my day, if I wanted, a girl to sleep with a girl, because that's as a teenage boy, that's a pretty big driver back in my day. One, I had to talk to her. And I had to talk to her in a manner that, in the hopes that maybe she will want to speak to me again in the future. It wasn't one of these swipe right or swipe left. I don't know which way you swipe on these apps, but it's not a swiping thing. Okay, let's go meet up at Tim Hortons there, and we'll get it on. I had to have a series of it was like a mating dance, but it was verbal and it was cerebral, and it challenged men and women alike. To have these conversations. It was never a guarantee. Well, sometimes you lucked out, but it was never a guarantee. And I think we're losing that as a society. I think we're we have these conversations via text, and you don't have the inflection, you don't have the timbre, you don't have the tone of the conversation. So much is lost. Prince, could be texting me, and I can take it entirely different direction than what it was meant, because I'm not exposed to the tone of the conversation. Right. I'll bow out to Rosalie, who's formally trained in this area.
Well said, Basilmus. Rosalie, go ahead.
I just I appreciate pretty much everything you said. That's a very interesting analogy. So I guess there's no propagandist like a teenage boy. I don't know if that was the message. No, but it is this lack of understanding of rhetoric and how it can be used. I do think that one of the things that goes unappreciated, because I mean, they do still teach rhetoric. It might be at an old, like it might be to older students than it was in the past, and I would advocate starting as early as you can with it. But it's also the volume of information that people are facing now. We, for most of human history, there has just been this absence of information, and you know, it there was not very much, and so there was a lot less to debate, a lot less to process. And now we know that bad actors, one of the tactics that they use is, flooding the information space because it is overwhelming. It's confusing. It makes us feel like we can't tell what is true. And as a consequence, we tend to just kind of lean on whatever we would like to be true, or just reason that we can't know it and become very disengaged. But I think that, yeah, the way that I am able to break down certain disinformation campaigns and the arguments that are being made is pretty, I would say a lot of it is what I learned from academic research. And that is largely the study of learning how to check your own biases, and then also encouraging people who are either more qualified than you or appear to ask them to also do that. And I don't, outside of science, I feel like there's a lot of people get very offended by the idea of like critique or like pointing out that you might be wrong. And I think that there needs to be more acceptance there with that. I think in the past there's been more of it. Now it's, I know that teachers feel like they have to be a lot more careful than they had to in the past, but I am right now just kind of compiling a thread of resources. So if anybody is looking for, resources as they want to talk to their kids, or even for yourself, I am putting that together.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Rosie. I mean, teaching kids about the war in Ukraine and its wider impacts is it's a very tricky thing, and of course, the younger the child is, the questionable it is about how a parent should allow their child information about the world around them. But yeah, it's an extremely good point you make. We've got a new speaker up, Jerome. I think your first time here. Do you have a comment or question about the Russian invasion of Ukraine?
Yes, good evening. Long time listener. I haven't been up tonight, but I just want to chime in. I'm at work, but I have to chime in. It's gone. I agree with all the rhetoric and whatnot. Here we call forensics. We would have a forensic club that would do debating, and that's lost. Yeah, that's the argument part. But the part that's really been lost is like the Chicago Manual of Style and footnoting bibliographies. In my day, I wouldn't read a hard article if I knew it was a scholarly article because it contained those things. If it didn't contain those things, I wouldn't bother to read it if that was a serious question I had. So that's been sorted out. Not that you shouldn't check sources later on that note either. But you'll notice in finances, when it comes down to money, people aren't so loose. That's why China and Russia has a hard time cracking, say, a stock market, because you need to be truthful to the cent. And people who are pro-Russian, whatever, when it comes down to money, aren't so. And that's why the financial aspect usually holds pretty tight with debating and opinions and whatnot. That's where you get into the propaganda. Not too much, obviously, oligarchs and whatnot, but financial propaganda is much more difficult to propagate. That's why the end of autocracies come when they have to reach free markets, and that's the ultimate test. The marketplace of ideas is easy to pollute. So not the finances isn't easy to pollute, but I just wanted to say that that would also cut down on the frequency of information if people had to go through all those things have been bypassed for the convenience. They don't want a footnote, microfiche, bibliographies, all that. I know they still exist, but anyway, that was just my point. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, adaptability. We Europeans, just speaking as one, we've had the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2014 as a concern to many, if not most, Europeans, and we've watched Ukraine adapt heroically to the challenges it has faced. And perhaps, well, certainly we need to adapt in a different way. I think it was Darwin who said that the most adaptable species are the ones that survive. It's not necessarily the most intellectual of the species that survives, it is the strongest that survives. Sure, given the environmental conditions, but the species that survives is the one that can is able to best adapt and adjust to the changing environment in which it finds itself. And Ukraine and the wider world is living within a changing environment, and we need to step up to the task of adapting to this new reality, which is a tyrannical fascist state which has invaded a peaceful country, is currently also blockading the Black Sea, and is ransoming off stolen Ukrainian grain to poorer countries in the world. And this is a threat. This is a threat to food security worldwide. This is a threat to fuel security worldwide. But these things pale in comparison in many ways, but not all, but in many ways, to the suffering of the Ukrainian people, who since 2014, but also particularly since the 24th of February this year, have had to adapt. They've had to find their own ways of fighting back, be it, as we heard earlier, the tactics used to defeat the Russian attack vector that was heading for Kiev, be it the organic weapon systems that Ukraine has created since the start of this current invasion, be it the stoic nature of communities which were previously unaffected by war because they weren't in the Donbass. Adaptability is something which is required and has been demonstrated by Ukrainians to the world. And we perhaps need to do this in all the ways that we go about our lives. So teachers need to teach critical thinking. This is an adaptation to the curriculum and to adult learning that does need to occur. Back in 2014, we had, a lot of newspapers, particularly in the UK, but I know in Europe as well, they printed articles which were straight out of the Russian propaganda disinformation machine. These articles commonly were flooded with comments underneath from what was later called the Internet Research Agency. It was a troll factory out of St. Petersburg. And they paid people about 50 rubles a day to flood Western websites with pro-Kremlin narrative comments. Thankfully, this year, there is greater Ukrainian solidarity. There is more awareness of this, but there still is a lot of work that needs to be done. So with that, I'll go to Daryl.
Hey, good evening, Wendy. One of the things when Battle Moose was talking, when I was in high school, there was you had to do persuasive writing, and that got you into the debating, which we actually had semesters where you had to debate, and that was in high school. And then once I got into college, debate was part of the curriculum of your for your basic classes. Once you went into your first year, you actually had to do it. Learning to speak in public, public speaking, that was part of it. And so you had to take arguments that you didn't, like you said, you had to take arguments you didn't agree with, but part of the curriculum is you had to argue those things, and you had to it had to be legible. You had to be, on point with your grammar, etc., so that when it was part of your English lit, I mean, not English lit, but it was part of like one of your English courses that you had to take. And so you really had to be on point when you did these things. And Rosalie, one of the things that when we were growing up, like the Prince was mentioning, we only had the 4 stations and whatnot here in the States, or 5 stations if you count public TV. And with the fairness doctrine, one of the things that you could see if you go back to those videos on the Sunday morning shows, everybody agreed with the problem. There was no whataboutism. Everybody agreed on the problems. They may have different answers, but nobody argued facts. And that's one of the things that you see now is they're arguing the facts, and then they're coming up with their own conclusions to whatever problem they imagined from the facts that they want to present, which aren't necessarily facts. They're just what they want to blurt out there. And so people are not even speaking the same language when you watch the different channels. And I mean, whether it be a liberal channel or whether it be a conservative channel, really, they're not really speaking about the same topics in the same way with the same problems. And that's why we get to here in the States, you got a lot of malaise in our government because nobody's talking about the same problems. Everybody's got their own problems that they want to talk about, and things don't move forward. And when you get to this point, when we're trying to move forward to help Ukraine, you have people that are creating their own facts, their own, world over here, and they're bringing along almost half the nation to that point because people are not sufficiently capable of discerning facts, and because it doesn't agree with their view. And that's one of the things that we don't have to have the same view, but at least let's argue the same facts so that we can solve problems. And that's what when you have a country like Russia, They don't even have the same facts. The people, the whole country, does not have the same facts as the rest of the world on what even happened in history, which is history, at least, is definable. You can define, you can, study and get to the same conclusion if everybody has the same information. They don't have it. And so I think that it would be, when you're teaching kids, I think if it was available to go back and look up some of these old shows and show how on Sunday mornings they debated topics or whatever, I think it would be very informative. Hey, wait a minute. They're not arguing Republican, Democrat. They're arguing different methods to solve problems, not necessarily what my party. Although they were of different parties, the party wasn't the main focus. It was the idea of how we solve problems.
Thanks, Daryl. Yes, that was really interesting. The thing about you mentioned creative writing and speaking, it kind of teaches people humility, doesn't it? Because everybody makes mistakes. Everyone who has a rational brain understands when they've made an error in their speech, or they might be wrong in an opinion they formed. And I mean, mistakes are a fact of life, but it's the response to the error that is very important, isn't it?
Wendy, we used to actually videotape these, so that when you watch the video of yourself speaking, you have those people that were they were doing orchestras, their hands moved and flailed. We always talk about how certain cultures, they talk with their hands. And that was one of the things. I mean, I'm from a Hispanic background. We talk with our hands a lot, just like Italians and other countries. And so that was one of the things I had to control, because it looked like I was. If you turn the sound off, it looked like I had a music going on, and people learned how to control themselves and get their points across without being too visual. You actually had to depend on your wording and the stress of your voice to get your points across.
Thank you, Daryl. That's really kind. Folks, I'm going to have to hop off soon, I'm afraid. So, Ben, would you kindly do the honors?
I'm going to have to jump out and jump into the host and bring Ben up. And we're actually going to have another new co-host this evening. I'd like everybody to maybe give a round of applause to I Like Wendy. I think he did a fabulous job this evening hosting the space. Bravo Zulu to you there, sir. And we'll definitely have you up again in the future. In the meantime, while I'm bringing Ben up, Rosalie, entertaining everybody.
Okay. So what the last speaker was saying about how we're not arguing about how to solve a problem, but we're arguing about the facts and even like what the reality is. So we can't even approach the problem. And I think that's really like that's what countries like Russia are attacking with disinformation. Democracy is only possible if we have a shared reality. Because if we don't share reality, we can't agree over whether the election was free and fair. We can't agree about whether or not something is a threat. And this can lead to situations where groups feel this existential threat that, another doesn't think is real. And so I think it's like, it can't be overstated how much damage this does, that we now have really an insider threat where we have opportunists that are encouraging distrust in certain institutions and ways of gathering knowledge. And that allows them to fill the void with whatever they would like. And it's just very, very dangerous because, like there are people who are very much, they're not suffering from, a clinical psychosis, but they're very much out of touch with reality. And that happened as a function of the information that they're taking in. And so, yeah, I think we're understanding how we gather knowledge over time, why the way that we feel about something doesn't necessarily indicate that it's true, because of course all of these tactics that are used, for the most part, they're leveraging instinct and emotion. And so getting people to understand that you feeling scared or mad, that's like the aim of these of campaigns when they are, although, perfectly legitimate news can make us feel scared too. So it shouldn't be assumed to always be that, but we should step back from stories that are making us feel those things. We should be asking ourselves, who is putting out this information? How did they get the story? Is it from an anonymous account online? Or did they talk to 5 of the most well-respected experts in their field? If they are putting up an expert, are they fake experts? Fake experts are a well-worn territory now. They were kind of invented by the tobacco industry, but also the fossil fuel industry has used it, and we've also seen them with COVID as well. But under being able to tell whether or not a source of facts is legitimate is another big problem.
Oh, that was very thorough. Thanks a lot. There was Ricardo with his hand up for a long time, and then we'll move on to Daryl back.
Yeah, Rosalie, you just, without meaning to, just segued into what I want to talk about, and that is facts and reality. And, we have our facts, or a fact. In other words, I can have an experience that's true, and it's a fact for me, but that's one fact. It's not the full picture. And I've had to, my dad was a psychologist, and he studied psychology, and so and he has many books that I've read, and I've learned over the years that like I heard somebody one day, and I was driving, I couldn't say anything, and they were like, "This is a fact," and they were arguing with Yehuda, and it was a fact, but it was not the full fact. It wasn't all the facts. So I wanted you to comment on that, because sometimes our reality is somewhat true to our experience, but our experiences are not necessarily the full truth.
Yeah, this is a situation that I dealt with a lot in 2020 when the pandemic was getting going. There were a lot of facts about infectious disease epidemiology, which I know a fair amount about. And people were hearing those things and they were not able to interpret them correctly, or they weren't getting the right meaning. So one of the things that people would find is that the US has in fact funded research in China and about 70 other countries as well. And the reason is, I don't know if anybody's noticed, but a lot of spillover tends to happen in Asia and Africa. And there's a lot of reasons for that. One of the reasons is the bats in Africa and Asia. The viruses that they carry seem more prone to host switching than the bats that are found in the Americas. But long story short, if we just focused our money in the United States, we're not going to be prepared. We're not going to find the spillover and stop it. And so when it is not at all like a surprise to us, in infectious disease, everybody understands this, everybody knows this. But what came out was all these funding numbers, for laboratories in China, and this was like taken as nefarious. Like people would come to me and they'd be like, "But look at this money that they sent," and I'm like, "Yeah, it just doesn't mean what you think it means." And so when we lack any familiarity with a field, a detail can be we can misinterpret it, and this is a big source of disinformation. Of course, disinformers like to go after this, something that sounds nefarious if you don't have the full context. Yeah, it was just a very, very frustrating thing, because the program that we were using that went, to all of these countries, had in fact found a virus before it spilled over into the population. It was an Ebola virus, and they were able to advise the locals to make changes so that they weren't interacting with these bats. That's what the program's about. And this had been, but if you don't know that, and you just hear that we're spending money looking for viruses all over the place, this is, yeah. So, I mean, this is one example, but there's just so many where people have a fact, but they don't understand how the fact works into like a larger picture, or what it means in reality.
Yeah, let me just follow up, and I'll be done. And that's why, I got to be careful what I say, but I have a relative who is a partner, let's put it that way, that deals with healthcare with a large corporation. We're talking over 50,000 employees. They depended on Johns Hopkins through the COVID, and she was getting information, and just to prove your point. And we had friends that that were getting all this misinformation, and she was pulling up data. So Johns Hopkins was the main source for her to get accurate information, which is pretty good. But I think you made my point. I find that even with myself, okay, because I'm not immune to being deceived. That's the first thing I think all of us need to realize, that we can be, but we need to step back sometimes when somebody gives us a counter opinion and say, okay, don't take it personal. How is that? What's the premise of what they're saying? Where are they getting this information? And I guess that's what my dad always taught me, is look for the basis, look for the premise of where something is coming from, rather than what people are saying is an opinion. And by the way, that's my last comment. What I hear today on news is opinions. And I think that years ago you had 30 minutes of news and they just give you all these facts. And then people would go and barbershops or wherever and discuss these things. Today, they tell us what to think. And I think we need to be careful with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but I think we need diversity. I mean, listen to many news sources, be diversity with your friends and your community, not just stick with the people that are like-minded like you are. Challenge yourself to have a diverse a community of friends.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I am here. I thought Battlemoose was going to start a rant.
No. I just want to welcome our second first-time co-host here tonight, Jerry McDonald. Jerry has been with the report for quite some time now. Never up to co-host, as far as I know. But again, give him a round of applause, and thank you very much for taking on this tremendous responsibility. because if you're co-hosting, that means I don't have to.
Don't mind at all. Back here working the board. Let whoever needs to be the front end of this thing just fire away. I'll work the board in the back.
I was just going to say, I'm very curious about people's ideas of history.
Jack, Mr. Jack, I'm so sorry to
I'm
interrupt
sorry.
you. Yeah, there's quite a few people. So
Oh, I
there's this rule, which
apologize.
is you need to raise your hand, and then people go one after the other. We try to follow this order, and especially you don't want to angry Spring. She can be lethal. So let's hope she hasn't remarked that you try to jump the queue.
Apologize.
Otherwise, you're done for. It's
Yeah,
okay.
no problem. So down at the bottom, there's a heart with a plus symbol. And if you click that all the way to the right-hand side, there is a hand that you can see that's above these people's heads that are waiting patiently. If you click that, it'll raise your hand, and we do go in order. Unless it's Spring, then she gets to speak whenever she wants because she terrifies us.
So, well, Spring, your turn.
No, I think it's Kansas killer term.
Kansas?
And I will revenge of that, but that is later.
Okay. Well, actually, no, it's not exactly true. Daryl had his hand up, and he's talking with his hands. So go ahead, Daryl.
Yeah, one of the things that what you were talking about, Ricardo, was we call it deductive reasoning. And when I have a manager, I have a chief. He is very big on accidents, and for him, he says there are no accidents. And when we analyze accidents in our industry, we boil it down to specific things, whether it was human factor, whether it was mechanical, or whether it was another or track in my case with trains and stuff. And when they go through and we analyze train accidents, or there was any kind of incidents where there was a truck, something else, he says there's never any accidents. And I will tell you this: once he got to talking and asking questions, he could find the failure of a person to follow a rule. And that deduction is when you are looking at information out there, like Rosalie was talking about, you have to boil it down to the brass tacks, to what exactly does all of that stuff that you're hearing mean. You get it back down to the elemental level, and that's where you find out the truth. You take all of that stuff that you're hearing on TV, different channels, this, that, and the other, and as you break it down, okay, he says this, he says this, he says this, he says that, and then you say, okay, well, let's go back to this point, well, let's go back to that point, and then slowly you get down to the brass tacks of what exactly caused that thing to happen, or what are we exactly talking about, and why is that thing what we're talking about. And I think that's what gets lost on a lot of people when they're watching the news. They only hear the 50,000 level conclusions without seeing and going down and finding out how we got there. And that's one of the things I wanted to point out with that, as far as what you were saying, um, Ricardo, as far as trying to find out we get down and get into that information that everybody can before it gets disseminated widely and gets lost.
Thanks a lot, Daryl. You see, you can speak without your hands.
I had them going. Sorry, they were moving.
Spring, Viral. Por favor.
Okay.
Boa noite, Maria.
Boa noite, Ben. Ben put me a bad name, but yeah, it's just because I'm a Latin, so imagine that I can might, who knows, have a bit of temper. Yes, I have it. It's nothing that I can deny, but although I don't complain with anyone that passes in front of me. No, but I was finding that very interesting because I was thinking that, and I would like to ask all of you that are here from different parts of the world. I have the sense that in Southern Europe, we have a lot more news that are coming from the main companies of news, Reuters, French press, AP, and a lot less of investigating journalism. Am I wrong?
I'm not sure. Daryl, you want to try? You know Southern European press well, I guess.
No. I was talking about the Americas. You have very little in on the video on the news stations. You can probably find some in print.
Yes, it's what I usually do is that I mostly read the news instead of watching to them because I have the feeling that the TVs are no longer doing any research.
And I will say this is probably more on the local level here rather than some of the bigger stories. Local news those guys are really hungry, and a lot of times they're the ones that ferret out real news stories because their lives depend on it a little bit more for them to get it right. And I think that's where here in the States it's probably about where it ends in some of that, because once it gets up to national, it tends to start leaning one way or another, because that's what the stations and the big papers want. They want to have it lean to their particular bent.
Excellent. A special thought to our friends from the Baltimore Sun. Spring, do you want to reply to Daryl?
Say again?
I was saying a special thought for our friends of the Baltimore Sun, and I was asking whether Spring wanted to answer to you. Sorry, to answer you.
No, I just thought it was and you know that, Ben, because I actually think that we read a lot in common in terms of media from Southern Europe, and also the English speaking one, and that we have newspapers with a lot of information, but we have a lack of information on TV, and we have channels from different countries, so we can guess that is happening all over Europe and the world.
Yeah, Portuguese and French are pretty dismal, and I would say French is even worse. But I'm not sure anyone else is really interested in our conversation, even though one day we should cover this, you and me, at length. Okay, we had a full panel about 5 minutes ago, and I think everyone caught the pox and dropped. So if you think I've dropped you over the past 10 minutes, for once, it was not me exercising my rightful power as a benevolent dictator of this space. It was the disease known as the pox that dropped you. There are a number of first-time listeners who are trying to intervene, and I was excited to listen to them, and they dropped. So please come back if you will. and you will be given a spot, and you'll be able to speak. In the meantime, the lone survivor, Kensa Killer, welcome on board, Dogo.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to piggyback off of something that Rosalie said earlier. My background is as an oncologist, and I have dealt with this for the majority of my career, that people will come in with what they see as like relevant information regarding a cancer diagnosis, and they'll come in with printouts or web pages or the like, and all of the information is true. The problem is that it's not relevant, and I think Rosalie really hit on this earlier, that there can be facts
Am I the only one not hearing Kensa Killer?
I can't hear him either.
Can't hear him. He got the pox.
Kensa Killer, I know you cannot hear us. No, I know you can hear us. You were about to start speaking, but you suddenly became mute, so I dropped you, and now you're back. He is back. So you're an oncologist. So you're the sort of guy I wish I will never speak to. But anyway, so you're a good gynecologist, and you're saying that what Rosalie was talking about is the sort of things you're confronted to every day.
Yeah. Can we?
The floor is yours.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Sorry.
But speak quickly
Okay.
because it might return.
Yeah, certainly. So the issue is that there are facts out there that are true, but people have a hard time collating those facts into how it fits into the bigger picture. We've seen a lot of this in the space regarding the trolling that we see online, or the information sources, or even in mainstream media here in the United States. The difficulty I think folks are finding, and I've got family members that suffer from this too, is that there are a set of things that they believe, and they reach for the facts that seem to correlate to their overall biases to begin with. I don't know that there's any good way to prevent that from happening, at least not in my experience, other than education and communication, even when it's difficult and painful. I don't know if there's a way to prevent some of the misinformation that's out there, but we can all do our part to try and combat it. But it does take an open mind, and I don't think that's taught anymore in schools, not generally. So my hope is that we're all doing our part to help combat some of that misinformation. I'm really grateful for this space. I'm grateful for NAFO, period. Thank you. That's it.
Jared's back. So I'm sorry, I was being attacked by DMs, including one by someone telling me that he worked at the Baltimore Sun, which got me all tangled up. So you're talking about NAFO as a... Damn it, I'm losing my English. It's getting late. Daryl, save me. I'm completely out of it today. Please.
You need me to save you? What do I need to save you from?
I got the very beginning of Kansa Killer speech and the very end, and I cannot reply to him. I'm locked. I hope he cannot hear me, otherwise I'm going to sound like a perfect idiot.
cancer killer. I can see him.
Okay, you're forcing me to sit. Cancer killer, I'm sorry, I was not paying attention. Can you repeat your question very quickly?
It was not a question. It was more making a statement.
Okay, so I got the statement. NAFO will save us. I think NAFO will save us. Actually, just a few minutes ago, there were my friend Finance found out that Bloomberg, the newspaper, had posted today for the second time an extremely problematic interpretation of some numbers, which were themselves extremely problematic. So that twice in one day that they're making this sort of mistakes, and we had to go to them and say, guys, buy a brain if you have to, but stop writing this nonsense, because if you continue, we're going to go and talk with a bunch of goofy Japanese dogs that we know, and you're going to have something coming. Spring.
Yes, they were saying that, just to put a bit of context on your conversation, they were saying that Russia will survive one more year with Western world buying them gas and oil, isn't it?
Almost. What they were saying is, even if the West stops buying oil for a year from Russia, the prices are such at the moment that Russia for the coming year will not feel any difference compared to a normal year, a normal pre-war year, which is stupid in so many ways. It's absurd, if anything, because we're not in a pre-war year in the sense that their spending is a lot higher, so they need more money. Secondly, if Europe steps out of the purchase of Russian oil, that means that the number of potential buyers of Russian oil decreases. That means that the market power of Russia, of the market in the gas markets, decreases as well. So less market power means that you cannot sell your goods at quite high prices before. So it is plain wrong, and yet they're going with it. And either it's that damn intern which has been doing a lot of mistakes lately, especially in economics newspapers, the FT, the Economist included, or they have an agenda, and I don't know. I don't know the American press well enough to go any further, but I hope it's going to be addressed and changed very soon. Spring.
Let me think out loud and see if you agree with me. If Russia is probably redirecting their sellings to China and India, they are selling with big discount. So who can assure that they are not losing a lot more money that crappy news bring on?
I don't know. It's very murky. Financing the financials of newspapers is extremely murky, and we have absolutely no possibility to have a look into it, because in as much as the press is the fourth estate, it's not an estate. It's not part of the state. It is not something that us as citizens have a right over, and very often the companies that own press outlets tend to opt for the least transparent version of the law. I don't want to dunk on anyone, but if you take, for instance, the Washington Post, I don't think that since the Washington Post is not traded on the open market, it doesn't need to publish results, and there's a lot of information that a publicly listed company would have to give away that they don't. So it's fairly complex, and yeah, the money there, few know and can understand where it goes. Do you agree, Jerry?
Yeah, I agree.
Jerry agrees with me. Okay, guys, the space is closed. Daryl, put your hand down. Jerry agrees with me. There's no point talking about it anymore.
Okay, I'm talking about it.
I'm joking. Go ahead, Daryl.
My point would be is what segment are they talking about? And because as far as we know, there are no accurate numbers coming out. So are they relying on a Russian for that information? Because if that Russian is telling them is if this paper is passing off what Russia says as fact, remember we were talking about this whole deduction thing, reasonable, getting down to the brass tacks. If the person that they're getting the information from is not credible, then what the information is the data is incredible. So I mean, it's it's just stupid for them to put their name on the line to pass on bad information just because they want to put out a story on the Russian economy. I mean, because we know that that's what the questions are: how is the Russian economy is doing? And if they're getting their answer they're just regurgitating what they got, then and there's no data behind it, then it's not worth the paper it's printed on.
Agreed. Do avanço, Phil. Por favor. Fala. Oh, fala, fala. Dom Afonso? Dom Afonso. Mais tarde.
Yes.
Por favor, fala bocadinho.
Obrigado. I'm going to put out a thought here in terms of how news is presented. And perhaps there's a temptation for oversimplification and for sound bites rather than to dig deeper into a subject, which would be naturally harder to explain in an article or a news piece. There's clearly an oversimplification when it comes to a lot of media outlets in relation to Russian economy and how it's doing, because we hear a lot about how the ruble, hasn't been affected, and we hear what we were just talking about, the price of oil, it's just simply an oversimplification, which then segues into sanctions aren't working, which is ridiculous, because I'm sure most of everyone here in this space is aware of the Yale report in terms of the outcomes for the Russian economy. So I think it's lazy journalism, but it's false journalism. At the same time, it's kind of oversimplifying things, dumbing it down for an audience that, if that audience is relying on those sources of information for education on the topic, they're not going to get it, and they're going to perpetuate this ignorance. So I do wonder if that's also not part of the problem. This dumbing down, the not going into the complexities, because it is complex, of how these mechanisms can work. And ultimately, it's not just about Russian economy; it's about everything. If we keep it to a superficial and incorrect assessment of the situation, then your audience also will not understand the complexities and the mechanisms behind these things. So, just a thought.
The information didn't come from BDO.
Okay, Daryl, that's a joke that you will be in charge of explaining in one day. Has anyone?
There's a a company that does financial analysis, and they're called BDO, and they have these commercials on TV, and they talk about how the companies, when they are in trouble, they should have called BDO to get the get their financial information in order. And so BDO is one of these financial companies that go in and do the books for different companies. And what I was saying is the Bloomberg didn't go to BDO to get the information on Russia, is what I was implying.
Sure, they use Rosnet, the Russian statistic, not Rosnet, Rosstat, the Russian statistic office, which can be about as trusted as me in a store of liquor without the guard present. Sorry, the liquor store without the guard present. Just a fun fact: they've changed the way they're computing the inflation 4 times over the past 6 months. 4 times. As comparison, the United States changed it once over the past 3 years. One more wave through it, the glorious Russian Federation is superior to the United States. No, joking aside, has anyone on the panel been able to listen to Malcolm Nance's intervention that today on the space? Going once, going twice. Oh, right. So, good people, you may have missed it. If it's not yet on Spotify, it will soon be as a podcast. Let me tell you, the man arrived. He said, "Hi, guys. I'm going to stay about 5 minutes, maybe 10. 3 hours later, he was still there talking. So either he's speaking very slowly or he was enjoying our company. So that was great. Unfortunately, I missed most of it. What I derived from what people said later was that we're supporting him to raise funds for cars. I think I have not gotten the memo yet, but we're supporting him and he likes us. So, the love is going around. So if you, yep, go ahead.
Hey, he was trying to get better sights for the M14s that they were using, and get lighter frames for the guns, so that the rifles that they were carrying can be lighter and get better accuracy long range.
Okay. Gun stuff. Daryl, that's fair translation into stupid?
Yeah. He was trying to get the rifles that they're using are rather heavy, and they're still using iron sights. And some of the things that they were trying to get upgrades for was to upgrade the sights on the weapons and upgrade the frames so that they were lighter, and they would be like 4 pounds lighter or so, when so that when the troops are out in the field, they could carry them for longer distances without fatigue.
That sounds great. So we're moving towards guns. I, for one, have no problem with this. What did I want to say? Yeah, no, I got to listen to him like a full 5 minutes, and the man is great. They were speaking. He's a wonderful, wonderful speaker. Then a bit later, Chuck and Jessica Berlin joined, as well as a Norwegian MP. So they got both pretty serious in terms of firepower, and as well thinking power was there. So the discussion must have been awesome. Again, I did not listen to it, so don't sue me if it's not, but I'm sure it was. No, more importantly, he said something which I absolutely loved at the very beginning. Michael Nance said, "I know the." Okay, you have to forgive me for my terrible accent. Imagine that it's the suave and strong voice of Malcolm Nance saying it like that, and not my terrible English. Don't judge me. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm doing my best. So he was talking about the fact that he knows the Ukrainian generals, and that he was like, I know these guys. I know them. There is not lose in them. They don't know what losing means. And I pity the Russians. That the fight is not fair. And that was fun. That was fantastic. Okay, if I was to understand what it means really, I think it doesn't mean much in reality, but I thought it was fantastic to hear. It put fire in my belly. It totally pushed me to my paycheck, to my what do you say, to my checkbook, and making me wish I was you know 20 years younger and 20 pounds, 20 kilos lighter, and I was ready to join Malcolm and his mates. Yeah, of course, I wouldn't be a lot smarter, and I would get myself killed within seconds. But still, that's what it made me wish for. All right, Jared, something else that hit your fancy today?
Well, let me just say to the audience assembled, you're listening to the MryiaReport, broadcasting 24/7 for 187 days solid. Please share this space and invite your friends and family to listen for a cogent report on the war in Ukraine and the violent invasion, illegal invasion of Russia. And I'll turn it back over to you, Ben, unless there's some other questions you have for me.
Jerry, you're turning it over to me, but surely you wanted to turn it over to Spring. She's the boss there.
Roger that.
Ricardo wanted to speak.
Speak now.
Okay, I'll go ahead. Okay, I would like to remind everyone the importance of the podcasts, because we can hear when we have time and we are not sleeping, because sometimes we have other things to do. And I can give you my example is that I have friends that don't have time to listen to the space. So what I do is usually I send through email the podcasts to them, and it's a way to spread information, and everyone can listen while taking a walk or going to do other things at the same time. Um, just a bit back to return to what Dom Afonso was saying. Dom Afonso is actually the name of the first king of Portugal. We had several Afonsos in our history. It's quite important, his remark, because we can't keep simplify and tell that they are actually not being informed, or it's a lousy job, because it's actually the problem is always goes the same side, because it's always in the side of Russia propaganda. So I'm starting to believe that this is not by chance, and we have to keep combating this a lot more, probably be more aggressive with this kind of news and the newspapers that spread this kind of news.
Yeah.
Well, I'll chime in a little bit
Yeah,
here.
go
You
ahead,
know,
sure.
Spring, that the goal of any subversion campaign or disinformation campaign is first to sow trust or division, to isolate individuals. The idea is, of course, to isolate and make people feel as though there's nothing, or make people believe that there is nothing to be trusted other than themselves. That creates a sense of isolation. Under a sense of isolation in a more sophisticated campaign, the subverting group will attempt to identify those folks who are isolated with some myth baiting, because under a period of isolation, persons are available to kind of conjure up all sorts of myths and are kind of likely to adhere to one myth or the next. And under a myth baiting scheme, those who are isolated and are subject to that particular myth, could be religion, could be fantasy, could be science fiction, anything like that. Under those particular circumstances, the myth baiters will effectively exercise what's called a netting campaign. In the netting campaign, you try to bring not only bring persons who have bought into one myth or another, like-minded myths, into a cohesive group. From there, any kind of subversive operations can work that group and identify the principal actors in the group, the amplifiers within that group, and the repeaters in that group, and effectively bring whatever particular misinformation campaign or subversion campaign, in more kinetic cases, into being. They now have a willing group, a group that believes in a particular myth, a myth that now has been exaggerated by the cohesion of the group, and now this cohesive group can be directed one way or the other by this subversive campaigner. That's kind of how it works.
Boom. Fantastic. That's clear. That's strong. And talking about booms, I think that would be wonderful if we heard more about them. Can someone talk about booms?
Go ahead, Alfonso. I think Ben forgot you because he's half asleep.
Okay. First, to confirm, Spring, you're correct. So I'm the proud owner of two fellas, and the first fella was inspired by Don Afonso Henriques. The second one is a fella that's ready to party in Crimea. So I think there's something else as well in terms of the informational space, and that Portugal is a good example of this, in which liberal democracies will and the news outlets of said liberal democracies will try and present both sides of a story. And in Portugal, that's very visible, where you get people that are clearly representing the Russian point of view, and they will perpetuate the lies of the Russian point of view. And that further seeds confusion and muddies the waters of the facts. So it ends up being a weakness, ultimately, an understandable one, and one that we have to live with, but one that, at least in this country, I'm sometimes perplexed by what's allowed to be said, and with very little pushback by those media outlets.
Yeah, you're right. But that's one of the main reasons why the media such as ours is present and important. because whenever we say something wrong or stupid, we're being called out immediately. Like, for instance, I personally believe that logistics doesn't matter, and trains are for idiots who haven't grown up into buying a car. Would anyone dispute that assertion, those assertions?
Well, it depends on what you're going and what you're carrying, does it not? Whether you're taking a train or not.
Hello, Craig.
It's like you didn't see me.
Hello. I didn't see either. Hey, I just want to welcome everyone. Hey, great news, by the way, Craig. I don't know if you heard, if you get a chance to listen to Malcolm Nance. We had a triumvirate of happiness today. We had Malcolm Nance, we had Chuck Fair, and Jessica Berlin, and they all knew each other in some weird way. It was a great time. I want to thank everyone in our audience who came out and listened and supported to buy Malcolm Nance some stuff. We just gave his organization's fundraising donation link there, and we just said, you know what, we trust him, we know what he's doing. You know, our friends have met him in person on the ground, and I brought it up with the moderator channel. Everyone was pretty pumped for it, and he's going to be back more often and send his friends over. So it's good news, because it's about time that the different NGOs started reaching out, and I think it took a few months for everyone to get on the same page and just kind of grow into their own skin and figure out where their sweet spots were, and we did that. Thanks to all sources coming in as well. I got a lot of messages. I just want to say it here instead of answering 1,500 or like at least 20 messages. I went into another space. I heard clips of another space with one of our contributors who, listen, I disagree with her on a lot of stuff. I agree with her on a lot of stuff. But one thing I won't tolerate is people treating her like a piece of meat and saying that the only reason why she has followers is because she's, hot or a crypto this or that girl. I don't even know what that means. We don't tolerate that. We don't tolerate it in this space, and we don't even tolerate it. I don't even have to say it. None of our moderators or members behave in such a way, mocking them and demanding they speak Ukrainian to prove that they're Ukrainian. There's an individual, an OSINT individual. No, I'm not going to mention the name. It's not the point. But just for those who are asking, that's what it was. And usually I don't have that much fire in my belly, and I'm not trying to white knight this. Sometimes I want to shake alone and say, stop it. Just let's focus on this. So she's not always right, but she shouldn't have to endure the abuse, which I've seen by screenshot, and it's shameful. If you see it, call it out. And some other people here in this room, not to prolong the conversation, they did call it out and they condemned it, said, that's not right. And I think that's the right thing to do. We all have to be grown-ups and respectful. And the way I like to look at it is everyone, and maybe we could all learn from it, everyone who that I speak to here, with the exception of Craig, I pretend as if they're in front of me. And I'm just kidding, Craig. You know what I mean? Like, treat people like you were talking to them in person. Like, have some self-respect. You could disagree all you want, but don't abuse them in such horrible ways. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't help your argument, and all you do is you bring down the debate and the discussion for Ukraine. I just wanted to mention that. Thanks to Jerry McDonald. He's a farmer and he's slightly older, and I always love when he's here because he's got a farm. Jerry helps us out immensely by rebroadcasting our Twitter space to radio stations across the Midwest, and we think that's super awesome. So thank you so much. And Allstars and Craig, you guys are great. Daryl, Ricardo, Spring, Alfonso. I find every Portuguese person who speaks English to me almost sounds like this. I thought, is that Luis or is that Nuno? And it was someone else. So thank you for being here, and I really appreciated your contribution as well. I will pass it back to. I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm just getting some food and water ready for the road trip tomorrow with the kids, and I just wanted to jump in and let you know because a lot of people are asking why I was in a different room. Perhaps here I am, and thanks so much.
Thank you, Yehuda. Actually, that's not the question I was wondering. The question I was wondering about is which message should we put on our donation to Malcolm Nance to let him know that we're coming from you, from the space.
Sorry, was that a question to me? I was reading.
Yeah.
Sorry, what was it real quick?
how should we let Michael Nance know that when we make a donation to his organization that we're coming from your?
Oh, it doesn't matter. We don't care as long as they get the help they need. Here. As long as we get the help they need, it's not about, we were gonna do it that people send money to Maria Aid, and in the message, they would put for Malcolm so that we would know to earmark that. But that's not. It was just easier that, you know what, he's buying it off Amazon. It's not very fancy, the parts. I don't know if anyone saw them, but they're stocks and mounts for optics. So nothing that he can't just order and then deliver. He said he would take the pictures and then deliver them, and that was just the fastest, easiest way. We're probably going to do that for the smaller pickup ones, but we do have a big one coming up. And that is, as you know, with Axel and myself and some other people, we're looking at 110 G-Wagons for a lot of different groups and units, and armored G-Wagons, for groups in Ukraine. And that's going to need a lot of our help, because that's going to be a good $250,000, but it's a great deal. They're not new, obviously. They are off lease, like armored vehicles from banks or police. But we're going to try and get there, because that's something that the Ukrainians need a lot of. And if we can do our bit, and we're here for 24 hours a day, right? There are people that speak all day and night. We might as well maximize our effects. Yeah. And Craig, there you go, Craig. Jesus, I said trucks, and Craig's here. But I mean, 110 up armored G-Wagons could do a lot of good for Ukraine, and that's where we want to go. And so a lot of us, just so you know, at MryiaReport, the team, we actually work, I think it's fair to say, Craig and Ben and everyone who's in the chat there, if I have an idea, I throw it in there. I say, hey, is everyone okay with Malcolm Nance? Like, I want everyone to be on board. I want to do this. I think it's a great idea. And people have buy-in, right? It's not a dictatorship. And the reason why we talked about it is because we realize we have a big platform. It's only growing and growing and growing. Like our numbers on MryiaReport, due to all the work we do, and due to the fact that our account isn't blacklisted for shenanigans, we've been able to blossom. The last month and a half on the MryiaReport, the numbers are just like 800 million% increase. This and this is all these crazy things are happening because the good work we're all putting in is actually paying dividends, and that dividend is our ability to reach out to the world and teach them and tell them what's going on in Ukraine. So if that's the case, we might as well say, hey, look, if you're a new listener and you haven't donated and you are in a position, this group needs that. Maria Aid needs drone money. They're the drones that Maria Aid is making are such high level, and they are so effective against the Russians. So when I'll say it again, they're so effective against the Russians. I was told not to say too much about it, but let's just say they're very special. So you can figure out what that means. And they need more of it. They're going to do another Fury fundraiser. I think we can do it all. If people can't donate, they don't donate, but they can retweet, they can tell people, they can pass it on, and we can help. It's an expression I said once, and now it's coming back. We can put our finger on the scale of history. Anyway, if there are any questions about that, if not, Craig and whoever.
Yeah, no.
Craig, I have a quick question for you. What's a G-Wagon?
A G-Wagon is a very nice Mercedes-Benz that has a very beautiful sound when you shut the door.
It's the box C Mercedes truck that you've probably seen. We use it in Canada as a lightly armored reconnaissance vehicle. Some people you can use it as a command post or a signals, some kind of SIG vehicle. You can attach, whatever you need to it, radios, antennae. But it's something that's very useful getting around the battlefield in Ukraine and in the rear.
Thanks a lot, Julia. Your turn, Craig. I'm so sorry to have interrupted you.
No, that's fine. No, we're lucky enough that we got all source in. So for those that enjoy debate, welcome to your very own party. Because I'm sure all source will have some back and forth, but a lot of the things that I've gotten today have dealt with a lot of trains, believe it or not, and these are Russian trains, not Ukrainian trains. Some of these videos are maybe about a day old, maybe a couple days old. I don't think it was today, Ukrainian time. because of when I got them versus what time of day it was here. So probably a little old, but worth going over because there was a substantial amount of Russian. All sorts. What was it? Third Army Corps, Third Corps. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
it's so it's kind of this. It mirrors. So we have the First and Second Corps that are kind of associated with the DPR and LPR, and so the Russian created this Third Corps, which is interesting because Russia previously has followed the model of what we call the Combined Arms Army, the CAAs, right? And then down to the kind of mostly regiments and the battalion tactical groups. So now they're going, they stood up this Third Corps, which we had reportings for months about this, right? This intent of Russia of creating this separate corps. And there's a lot of questions of, okay, well, what is the intent of this corps?
All source, can you hear me? No, you can't. Okay, I'm going to drop you down. Am I the only one not hearing all source? Can you confirm?
No, I can't hear either. I have to drop down in a second. Who's
Yeah,
next?
dead air. That would be Canadian, Ukraine.
Hey, real quick, Yuta, I don't want to jump in here, but that was a great interview you did today, and I think one of the things that I'd like for you to repeat for the listeners is the value of us contributing and how positive Malcolm was about the generals and the people there, that they're going to win, and that your donations are going to not only a righteous cause, but to a winning cause.
Sorry, you cut off at the end for me.
Well, no, I was just going to say that your interview with him and your dialogue with him was great. I just think his positive attitude about the will of the Ukrainians and the generals, that we are going to win and that our contributions are going to a great cause. That's
100%. I mean, a lot of people, as I said, a lot of people said he was crazy when we were online. There were the unqualified individuals and qualified individuals saying, "Oh, you're nuts. The Russians are going to turn around. They're going to do this, this, and this." And I deferred to someone who just I deferred to a task force commander, and I asked her, "What do you like?" I know I'm hearing from everyone that comes back from our training missions there, and I've trained Ukrainian officers before, and they said they're really amazing, they're really good. What do you think? It's just, no, they're gonna give it to them. They're not rolling over. So, it's a little point of pride for me that the team I'm on at least said, yeah, they're gonna win, they're gonna do it, and Malcolm was unabashed. He said it. Ukraine will win. And a lot of people said he was nuts. A lot of people. And they are in it to win it. They will win. The question is not if, it's when. When will they win it? How will they limit their losses? Because at the end of the day, when the war is over, those people got to go home and rebuild a shattered Eastern Ukraine for sure.
All source, I cannot find you. If you can hear me or under. Oh, he's back. He's connecting. Cool.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Go ahead. I have to pop down for a quick second. I'll be back.
Yeah, Canadian Ukraine has had his hand up for a while.
Yeah, I was a question to all source. I was just wondering how you were going to get. You said 400
we can't hear you. What is that?
It's a voice transformer, but he's overcompensating, so we don't understand a word. Or it's the Canadian accent.
That's got to be Northern Canadian.
Very north. Not my accent.
That's like Yeti North.
I can't hear a thing he's saying.
Yeah, Canadian. How about if you drop down and request again, and I'll recognize you.
Okay, I'll pop down. I just got to make a call. The individual message me. I didn't understand what they were saying. Okay, woohoo!
All right, we've got All Stars News, and then Craig had his hand up.
Yeah, sorry. Can you guys get me now? I'm having significant Twitter issues.
Loud and clear.
Okay, sorry about that. I had to reset Twitter. So Craig asked me to jump up here because I guess there's a lot of questions going on about the Third Army Corps, the Russian Third Corps. And so I got about 15 minutes, and I think this is a good way, and I'll kind of lay out the field. So, Russia's Third Corps is kind of following what we saw the First and Second Corps, right? That have been actively engaged in war in battles across, eastern and southern Ukraine. And the First and Second Corps are mostly associated with the DPR and the LPR, right? Within Russians, army, they fall within the Russian army, and most of those are kind of filled, or significant amount of the First and Second Army Corps are filled in with the DPR and LPR forces. So a couple months ago, we got this report that Russia's creating a Third Corps specifically around Moscow, right? Western Moscow, if I'm not mistaken, which is kind of significant because in the past it was more associated with the DPR, LPR military forces. And what's kind of interesting about this is that it looks like the Russians have gone away from their traditional structure, the force structure of the Combined Arms Army, the CAs, right? And they're just going to this corps method, which is more similar to what we see in the West, right? In the West, we have, armies, and then below the armies is kind of corps, divisions, brigade, battalions, etc. So this Third Corps is a new force structure of the Russian army, and it's kind of this oxymoron, and I'll explain why. It's kind of this inherent contradiction in how they're establishing it, because what the videos we're seeing, and I would love to see if kind of Craig can back this up. There's not a lot of videos, but from the equipment, I mean, they actually have the most modern military equipment of the Russian army. We see a substantial amount of BMP-3s, the most modern versions of the T-80s and even T-90s and AK-12s, right? And if you look at the First and Second Corps, what do we see there? Those we see like the World War II Soviet Union equipment that have just been, those forces have just been completely neglected under the kind of the operational group task forces. The Third Corps is completely opposite. The equipment-wise, looks like, okay, yeah, they're giving them substantial amount of equipment, but the oxymoron, the contradiction here is that who are they recruiting? And the most amount of the pictures that we're seeing is very older gentlemen, older men, clearly out of shape. They're not the premier Russian military fighting age. And so this kind of looks like that these are volunteers that have kind of that signed contracts with the Russian military. This is the best of what they got. They're throwing in this with this corps that looks like they're getting more training than what we've seen in the past, where they're just kind of sending new conscripts and new recruits and new contract service and the Wagner. And, most of the report we're getting, they get minimal training and then they get sent to the front and then they get slaughtered. Here, it looks like they're trying to get more training. Again, Russian standard, which is not at the level par of Western military training standards. But they're older gentlemen with just more modern equipment, and we really don't know what the intent of the Third Corps is, right? That's just this. We really don't know. Is this, and it's, where are they going to be sent to Ukraine, right? Are they going to be sent to Ukraine? Are they going to be sent to the south, Kherson, Zaporizhzhia? Are they going to be sent more to Izum, the Donbass, Kharkiv? I mean, we don't know. Is this more of a kind of a reserve for the Russian Ministry of Defense to maintain within Russia? Is this contingency operations against NATO? It looks like, the intent of the Third Corps is to be sent to Ukraine. It would be interesting to know where. And so this is kind of a new formation. And let's be clear, though, right? A corps, for those who don't know, is generally in the West 3 divisions, and it's enhanced units, attached brigades. So if you look at the West, at the U.S. specifically, generally you're looking at about 3 Army divisions. It could be a mixture between infantry, infantry and armor division, or your cavalry division, right? And then they have attached brigades, right? And that could be your military police brigade, your air defense brigade, and et cetera, attachments, your signal, medical, et cetera. Clearly, the Third Corps, from all the reporting we're getting, is not at that level, right? That, so a corps, you're looking at tens of thousands, 30, 40, 50, 60,000, if not more, depending on how beefed up those divisions are, right? Because divisions, how they are originally at home station, let's say in the US, are smaller than what they would be if they deploy, because when they deploy, they get all these attachments, other units attached to them. And so a unit of between 10, 15,000 can jump up to 20, 30,000, right? So if you look at the numbers, you're looking at a substantial amount of force just in a corps. But the Russian Third Corps is not at that level. Clearly, they've been having, we know for a fact they've had a significant amount of issues of recruiting and maintaining personnel. And so we're probably looking at, I did see a tweet about it, and I can't right now find the exact source, talking about probably a division minus. So if we would have to put a rough ballpark, we're probably looking around 10, 15,000, part of these recruits, volunteers getting there. Now, if you were to ask me how an effective fighting force they are, again, have they been, looks like, more trained than their other compatriots? Probably so, but that doesn't mean they're an effective fighting force. And the structural problems that the Russian military are having in Ukraine will take years, if not decades, to fix, right? You can't just...
Mic check.
We lost all source.
Okay. I was about to strangle Twitter's throat if I crashed again.
I dropped him down.
Yeah, go ahead, John, because I'm gonna go back and forth with all source just really quickly in terms of what it takes to actually sustain a unit like this logistically. So I'll wait till he comes back before I say anything. Oh, there he is.
I have no idea where I dropped because I was talking apparently to myself.
You're talking about structural issues that will take years, if not decades, to fix.
Oh, okay. Thank God. Thank God. I don't have to repeat myself. Yeah, so that's basically my point. What I would like to ask Craig, though, and I'm glad to hear, is what I was wondering is, and by all means talk about the logistical issues, because there's structural problems that will prevent this from being an effective fighting force. And I think, I might have to drop because I'm clearly having Twitter issues. But where I would love to see Craig, because I know you talked about trains, is if he's seen anything kind of from Russia, from Moscow area, because that's kind of where the reporting we kind of got, where they're at, I believe, kind of more in the Western Russian area. If you've seen any of those most modern equipment, BMP3s, most modern versions of the T-80s, I believe the BVM and the T-90s, heading anywhere into Ukraine, because then I think that's an indicator of where we might see the Third Corps deployed. So I'll pass it on to Craig because I'll probably drop again.
Yeah, so just very briefly, what I want to do is that what I don't want to do, excuse me, is monologue, and I want to give people an idea of what we're saying, right? So if anybody who follows R.A. Lee 85, R.A. Lee, his name is Rob Lee. So R.A. Lee 85 is his handle. His name is Rob Lee. He actually sent out a tweet today that I was following when I was driving back from Houston that I was trying to kind of catch up on because we were having some conversations in some other channels. And go to his thread. And then he actually retweeted Tom Bullock. Tom Bullock is Jane's Intel. He's an OSINT analyst for Jane's Intel.
Mic check.
We lost Craig.
No. Okay, I'm gonna drop him.
Yeah, you know what it is? I'm having the same issues. Every time you guys put up a speaker while we're speaking, I don't know if this is me, and I'll drop because I do have to go. For some reason, me and Craig get impacted and we lose our connection and drop. I don't know if that's what it is. If you guys can maybe hold up just a little bit adding speakers, but that's what I've noticed on this Twitter space. So, but I do have to go. That's kind of the thing that I wanted to talk about with Craig about the Third Corps and its structure. And I think he brought up an excellent point about Rob Lee. That's exactly who's been talking so much about the Third Corps, and that would be the huge source of knowledge. So with that, I'll drop Craig. I let them know. I think the issue is if every time when they bring up a speaker, for some reason we lose our connection and drop. But I do have to go. DM me later, man, and I can, or send me DMs if you have any specific questions, and I'll answer them so that you can bring it up on the space.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I'll follow up with you here in just a second. I'm getting some some stuff putting together in terms of unit cohesion and what they actually have. So we'll talk to you later, brother.
Yeah, thanks for coming to the space. We completely blame all our connectivity and potato issues on Craig. So thank you.
It's okay. I'm the youngest of 4 brothers, so I'm used to it. Just blame everything on me and get away with murder. That's usually how it's done, believe me. So if I could just leave off where I was talking about. So Rob Lee has been following this. Tom, his handle is Tom_Bullock_. He has been following this, and he's been getting retweeted by Mick Ryan, ISW. So he's definitely got some good knowledge here. And one of the tweets he actually put out was actually from a Russian source, which I found to be somewhat interesting. He retweeted, which I think is what kind of gives us where this is going and what it has in terms of units. So first it was Rob Lee retweeted Tom. Tom had a handle from a Russian unit. The telegram that he posted that I have found to be pretty strong. The last place that we saw this moving by rail was in Russia, northwest of Rostov-on-Don. The town is, I'm sure they're not there anymore, but just kind of gives you an idea because they don't turn off their geolocation when they take pictures. And so, because they're idiots, and so they have no OPSEC whatsoever. And so the area that they were last reported in is in Russia, northwest of Rostov-on-Don. It's at a rail yard in Tangagog, Tagan. Taganrog, thank you. Taganrog. That is Tango Alpha Golf Alpha November Romeo Oscar Golf. That is the last place that was really spotted in those rail yards. Now, what that says multiple things. You just have to look where it is. It's nowhere near Kherson. It's nowhere near Crimea, right? It's nowhere near that level of activity. And so the only way to move anything by rail is to go up into the north towards Donetsk city, not the Oblast, but the city of Donetsk. There's a rail split there that I spoke about last night. It is Lima, Lima, Oscar, Victor, Alpha, India, Sierra, Kilo, Livatsk, something to that effect. Ilyovaisk, thank you. That is, we won't know where they're going until we can tell where they split off at that rail split. That's the only split that either goes directly west towards and then south towards Mariupol or north towards the Donbass and Bakhmut. We won't know where they're going, but for people who are speculating that this is going to Kherson, I'll shoot you straight. That's a long drive. Forget even if it's by train. That is a long, long way to go. And if you are dedicating a unit like this that you have in reserve, you would think, just hypothesizing, that they would have priority over the railroad bridge into Crimea to get them there as soon as they can, to have the effect that they want them to, but to drive them all the way around is just begging for a HIMARS to just go to town on some of these rail junctions. So I'll kind of leave it there. John also has some other information that we can get into, but that's kind of where they are. That's where the railroad is. They are all on rail. They're all transferring T80s. What is this? We got T80s, T90s, BMPs, and then T62s, BMP1s, MT-LBs, et cetera, right? They have Books, they have S400s and mobile, so they're rolling heavy. So I'll leave it with John. If he crashed out, there he is. So John, if you want to take it from there, I'm going to just do some more research on an area that I've been focusing on where I think they might, because it's geographically close to where they currently are, where you're seeing a lot of Russian kinetic activity in terms of both fighting on the ground and then airstrikes. So John, if you want to go from there.
Thanks. Yeah. So Craig and Allsource have hit on most of the major points. I can't really add anything specifically to how they would be employed, but in terms of just trying to synthesize some info, I spent a couple hours earlier this morning digging into reports of the Third Army Corps to kind of synthesize what we know about its composition and kind of what its movements have been. Starting with manpower. I believe a number of sources that I read referenced a manpower target of approximately 15,000. So right out of the gate, this Army Corps quote unquote formation is the target is the equivalent of a NATO division minus. So not good for them right out of the gate. My understanding is they failed to meet that target. I'd seen a variety of reports differing in how badly they missed it. Some indicated that they failed to meet it by about 5,000, giving a total strength of 10,000. Other reports indicated that the final strength of the whole Army Corps is only about 5,000, which is a brigade, plus NATO equivalent roughly. So in any case, it seems that we're looking at a formation with a strength of 5,000 to 10,000, which is relatively small. I mean, that's, best case 2 brigades, 2 NATO brigade equivalents. In terms of where they were at previously, they were near.
Sorry, John. John, can I jump in here quickly?
Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah. So in terms of that manpower, it might be also worthwhile going into how that manpower is constituted. basically from what I've read, which is pretty much what John's been reading, except he's been reading it in more detail. My understanding was that most of these units are, or this unit is constituted mostly of the regional volunteer groups that Russia has been assembling in its basically in each sort of province, as it were. So yeah, the my understanding is that it's not like it's definitely not constituted of this year's conscripts. There may be some, but the large majority seems to be volunteers of various quality and ability. I think it's fair to say. Does that agree with what you've been reading, John?
Exactly. I was planning on mentioning that, but I skipped over it. Yes, you're 100% right. Every report that I've read has indicated that the Third Army Corps is mostly, if not entirely, composed of these volunteer battalions that have been raised from Russia's various federal subjects. My understanding, based upon again these same reports, is that they seem to be ill-trained and ill-disciplined. They seem to have, as all sources kind of was poking at, they seem to have gotten maybe a little bit more training than some of these other units that have kind of been thrown directly in the front lines, but they still haven't gotten very much. I mean, they've gotten two and a half months, maybe 3 at the absolute most. They started forming this in probably mid-May. So they've gotten at most about 3 months of training, which is pretty insufficient, and that's being generous. So yeah, I don't have particularly high expectations for their performance. That one thing that this does kind of raise an interesting question of, assuming this isn't, sampling or observation bias on our part in terms of the imagery and videos that we've seen of their equipment, and they do genuinely have an anomalously large amount of more modern Russian small arms and armored vehicles, main battle tanks, etc. Why are they issuing this equipment to this formation in particular if they're ill-trained and ill-disciplined and, these, older individuals from these volunteer battalions instead of potentially, better trained or at the very least more seasoned units that have had frontline experience? There's been some speculation, discussion about this. The kind of the two main thrusts of that seem to have been the two main theories that have kind of been put out there are either A, Russia simply cannot reactivate equipment from deep storage quickly enough to outfit this formation, and so they're being forced to use whatever remaining modern equipment they have, or alternatively, or
Mic check.
Yeah.
I hate
Okay,
when
John,
he drops on a cliffhanger like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
Something's
good like
up with the
this.
space. Something's up going. So there's too many people dropping for it to be one individual.
Yeah, I'll check with Ghost and see how long we've been up for, but might be a hot minute to do a restart.
So if I could, while John's gone, Daryl, and there we go.
John's back up.
All right, go for it.
where did y'all lose me?
I'm not sure where you left off, brother.
Okay. Okay. There was a lot of stuff.
I think you're going on about the. You're about to say, reveal why everybody thinks that these older conscripts or volunteers, whatever they are, have such groovy equipment.
All right. So the two theories that I've seen put forward are, it could be either or, some combination of the two of them. Is that on the one hand could be that Russia is simply unable to reactivate equipment from deep storage at a fast enough pace to outfit the Third Army Corps, and so they're being forced to use their whatever reserves of modern equipment they have to outfit them, or alternatively, or in combination, They are unable to rotate their more trained or more seasoned units that have been engaged on the front line back to the rear for training and re-outfitting with this modern equipment. So those are kind of the two theories that I've seen put forward. Certainly an interesting question that I'm not equipped to answer. On a final note, on the personnel standpoint, the sources that I've read seem to indicate that the CO will be one Major General V.A. Belyavsky. He was apparently formerly the Chief of Staff of the 68th Army Corps as of late April. So I've seen at least one Ukrainian source indicate that he will be the CEO for this new formation. In terms of where they were at, they had previously been near Nizhny Novgorod, which is I believe 100 or 200 kilometers further to the east of Moscow. Specifically, they were at the training grounds at Mulino. They're the largest training grounds in Russia. Built by our friends at Rheinmetall back during the reset years of U.S. and many European countries' relations with Russia a long time ago, about 10, 15 years ago. So yes, they have been training there, and then all sorts basically hit the movements up pretty well. There were two confirmed movements of assets of the 3rd AC by rail to the vicinity of Taganrog, I believe on the 22nd and the 26th, I think, or 27th of August, to a rail line running north of Taganrog. There were some images released of components of a Buk surface-to-air missile system, transport erector launchers, etc., being shipped via rail. So presumably that is represents the actual deployment of the 3rd Army Corps into theater at this point, or at least the beginnings of that process. Before I hand it back over to Craig, one thing I would like to note is in terms of the discussion as to where it will be deployed, obviously, there's skepticism about Kherson, but there is a report from ISW that seems very salient in this regard. They noted that according to a local Russian source, like a local newspaper from Khabarovsk Krai, where one of these volunteer battalions was raised from, that a volunteer signals battalion that was raised from this Krai would, quote, support the deployment of, quote unquote, field posts in Kherson Oblast. And additionally, this signals battalion would provide command and control for the 3rd Army Corps. So that is a very interesting connection between the two. Craig, I'm not sure if you have any thoughts on that specific point.
That, again, I don't know how these things interact in terms of battlefield mechanics. So this is heavily qualified, heavily disclaimered, right? But if your signal corps is going there, does that necessarily mean that the entire corps is going there, or is it there to supplement Russian units that are already there because they've been bombed to crap and they need the equipment, right? So the question I would have for anybody that would know, and I don't know, is how Russia does that. Do you take a signal corps that has the equipment you need, the training you need, all that stuff, detach that, and then take the bulk of your units and integrate them into not another Army Corps, but maybe another division, to use Western vernacular, Western Division or Western Brigade, and kind of use it to supplement that? Or does the Signal Corps have to go where the Corps is going, right? So again, that's a question for a Russian military expert or a Western military expert in terms of how those kind of decisions are made, because I just don't know, right? So I'll just kind of throw my hands in the air and say, where's my Russian military expert, right? When you need him.
I dare say, on our side of the world, you would have dedicated units of SIGs that would be there to support the battle group or the division, right? And of course, when you get on ground, that can change because you can move pawn pieces like chess pieces around at wherever they're needed. But we've seen both with the Russians. They've had dedicated SIG units go with their BTGs even though that they're to say they're dedicated SIG units is a bit of a stretch. Because all their EW seems to be operating independently. And we've seen them hodgepodge these units together across the front. So, and it's not like they're using crypto or anything like that. It's hard to say. I don't even know if a Russian military expert would be able to even answer this.
See, and that's kind of where I get to the heart of the matter. And I see, oh, you know what? Ben's hand is up and Daryl's up. And before I kind of
Did we lose Craig?
Nickel on the grass for Craig.
I'm bringing Craig back up.
Yeah. So I don't know if you want to go to hands, Ben. It's entirely your discretion, but I've done some logistical calculations since John sent me some of that information, and I can kind of get into that in terms of support and then direction of movement that I'm seeing, especially with that airstrike we saw on that rail yard 3 or 4 days ago, that passenger train. So I'll kind of go on mute here for a second. I'll let you clear hands and then.
No, Greg.
Ben, wow, we lost a mic check. Did we crash? What the fuck?
No, we lost Ben. We
lost Ben. So I think he was about to give me permission to go ahead, but Daryl's hand is up.
Yeah, go ahead there, bud. I'll go into host and try to bring Ben back. Jerry, you okay to hold the fort, buddy?
On the ramparts.
Okay.
Well, good evening. Daryl, go ahead, and then we'll jump back to Craig.
All right. Let's look at it from a different point of view. These guys, they have been losing, and they know they've been losing. What if, in fact, they have learned somewhat from their mistakes? What can they take away from that? And I mean, that's the first question I would ask. Secondly, this thing with signals, are they bringing anything new with them? Are they bringing any additional kit that we have not seen before with them in that case? Because if they've been inundated with being hit by drones, they know it. If that commander's been there before, he knows it. So now you have to look at it. What did he learn from his last time here in the front? And so that's the things, those are the questions I would try to answer first. Did they bring anything new? Did they, are they trying to bolster the people that they have already, which we know that's what they're trying to do? Or are they going to reset their formations to a different way? And that's something you won't know until they're on the ground there, of course. So those are the questions I would ask. Are they learning anything?
You hit the nail right on the head, Daryl, and that's exactly where I was going with this, right? Because, and if I could just kind of segue into the logistical and then kind of go from there and just kind of open it up if I could. I got it like 35 minutes or so. So here's my hypothesis, right? Russian logistics in Kherson is total crap, right? Yes, they have a pontoon up, but they're not operating at full pacing, right? They're not able to just unload like they are in the Donbass with 60,000 artillery shells a day or something to that equivalent, right? They're just not able to do that in Kherson, right? So you look, where else, right? Well, you have the Donbass, right, where you have Wagner and a hodgepodge and a mix of PMCs and all kinds of other, kind of units that are kind of just doing the fighting around there with regular army units supporting with artillery, quote unquote, supporting with artillery. And so you look for clues, you look for identifiers, right? Where are you seeing activity that you haven't normally seen activity, or strikes that you haven't normally seen strikes? And I have to go back to that strike on that rail yard that Russia hit. So the name of that rail yard that they hit is Charlie Hotel Alpha Papa Lima Yankee November Echo. So Chaplani, right? I believe it's pronounced, but if it isn't, I'm sorry, but Chaplin. Okay, so all you have to do is open up a railway map and realize that that is only one of 2 rails that go straight into the Donbass. Those pictures we saw was proof positive that Ukraine is running rail all the way into the Donbass. There is no more doubt about it. They're doing it. End of story, right? They are running train and they are running stuff there. Okay. So if that's the case, then you have to start to ask yourself, well, if they're not dedicating as much manpower and it's not full on human wave style attacks that we see in the Donbass, then to Daryl's point, are they learning, right? Because if you recycle the clock all the way back to when they struck Barenkov, when they took Izum, as soon as they took Izum, I just did a quick search around the area. I'm like, why are they going there? They're so far out of the way. This is absolutely ridiculous. It's a joke. But then 3 or 4 days later, and I was like, wait, but there's a rail yard there, the last rail yard that runs, and they struck it. They got eyes on and they struck it with something and they cut that rail line, right? We don't know if it's back up and running or not for obvious reasons, for OPSEC and for other reasons, but at least we know they're running trains. Ukraine is running trains that far east, which I'll be frank, kind of shocked me a little bit because some people have told me that Ukraine is not doing this with trains, they're not doing that with trains, but then boom, they are. They're running trains that far east, which is absolutely amazing, quite frankly. And so let's
Mic check.
Lima Charlie. I think Craig is the one.
I do believe we have lost Craig. Craig, I'll drop you down, mate. Okay, he might have been coming back there. Come on back up, Craig.
We're having trouble adding speakers.
It's okay. I'm just going to pick up where I left off because I don't care because screw Twitter. So let's go.
I'm going to drop down the list.
So let's go to a city called Polony, right? That is PolohY. That is approximately 38 miles, approximately 38 to 45 miles from that rail yard. But even closer than that is a city called Petrovsk. It is POKROVSKE. So POKROVSKE. So first they struck the rail line, and then you do some quick arithmetic, and you realize that they're within 30 miles of these 2 cities, right? So these 2 cities, one is a rail, so that Chaplani is the rail, Petrovsky is the road. Those are 1/2, quite literally together. Those are 1/2 of the main supply routes running into the Donbass. And Russia's about 35 miles from those areas, right? And it's possible Russia, to Daryl's point, that Russia's like, listen, we can't go toe-to-toe with Ukrainians. We can't do this. We're losing too many guys. We're shooting off artillery like nobody's business. And man-to-man, the Ukrainian, and woman-to-woman, I should say, because there are women in Ukraine that are fighting, so let's be absolutely clear. There are women who are in armored and mechanized units who are actually engaging in fighting. And so those men and women, Russia cannot match them. They cannot go toe-to-toe with these guys. They just get slaughtered every single time. And so it's possible that this Third Corps, given where they are in Tangarog, or whatever that pronunciation is, some crap town in Russia, that if they're going to Kherson, that's a long drive. But if you go into the Donbass, you're mixing with non-regular units who have no training that you just went through. You just went through, quote unquote, regular army training, right? Quote unquote, combined arms, quote unquote, Russian crap tactics. And then you mix them with these guys and it can cause all kinds of issues. And so if I could play the intelligent person for now, where there are a lot of regular Russian units, is north of Polony. There are a lot there, and they are attacking. They're shooting airstrikes. They're shooting artillery. They've been stuck there for quite a while. They've been trying to take Halepule for quite some time, right? Halepule is just north of Polony. Those 2 cities that I just mentioned, Chaplin and Petrovsky, if you can take those 2 cities, or at least knock out the logistical lines for one of those, you have quite literally severed half of the main supply routes into the Donbass, because we now have visual confirmed evidence of trains running that far east. If they are able to do that, then they don't need to get them ground up in Bakhmut. They don't need to get them ground up in Kramatorsk and Sloviansk. It's the old theory of strangulation is better than stabbing, right? Sort of thing, right? You just suffocate your enemy, logistically speaking, without being able to increase your own logistics, inhibit your enemy's ability to get logistics. And so you don't have to increase your own, you just have to decrease your enemies. And it's just math. So if we're looking at math, I can talk to you just very briefly about the train lines that run there, okay? So around that city of Polony, everybody wants to break out their railway maps. That area that I just described, Polony, does have rail nearby, not through it, but nearby, right? And so if you just kind of do that math, it runs directly north, right? That rail line, there's almost like a kind of a triangle of a rail line between Polony and then to the southeast and then directly to the south. That is, to be quite frank, that is what Russia can do. There hasn't been partisan activity in that area. There has been in Takhmuk, there has been in Melitopol, but not that far east. And it has a good integrated rail network there. Good switching yards, hard for HIMARS to knock out one single thing, because you knock out one, they can still kind of drive around and go back north and vice versa, right? And so there is good supply logistics. So if you do the math and you have a train of 40 wagons, and Daryl's here, he with me, you're talking about tens of tons of equipment that can be supplied to these guys. So we don't know what their truck situation is. We don't know how mobile they can do in terms of like a real, like, quote unquote, offensive, because Russia hasn't done one of that in quite a while. And when they did, it failed miserably. But it's good supply, easy access to rail. That conveyor belt is nice and short. It's only about 15 miles from Polony to Hayapule. So it's not a far drive if you're trying to actually get in there. Good sustainment. And this is a unit that's been well trained. And so if you just look at where they struck, where their units are, but also crucially where Ukrainian units are not. Ukrainian units are in Bakhmut, the Donbass, and Kherson. That's where you see Ukraine kind of stacking their troops, ready an offensive. And so it could be that Russia's looking for a window of opportunity, because if they attack these supply routes, Ukraine just can't sit there and do nothing. This is literally one half of the main supply routes leading into the Donbass. I don't want
Mic check.
Mike check.
We lost Craig.
Yeah, I think we both lost Craig. John, go ahead.
Oh, I don't have anything to add. Just coming up here to tell y'all that we lost Craig. Someone please boot him. Craig, we lost you. Bring it back up.
Yeah, so Jerry,
I'm done. Yeah, I'm done. That was kind of the end of my little soliloquy there. So I figured I'd kind of just knock that out, and hopefully that kind of paints some color for people that are DMing me and asking, where do you see and what are you seeing? And so that's kind of where I see it. But John, maybe you can kind of speak to me. I mean, have we seen regular Russian army units integrated into these PMCs, or is it kind of more PMC dominant and then with these conscripts, or is it kind of just a salad bowl where you just kind of shake it and whatever comes out?
So that's a good question. My understanding is that they seem to be operating somewhat separately. I'm not sure if they're all subordinate to a unified command, but in terms of their actual actions on the ground, they seem to be operating somewhat separately. What they did, like for example, in Popasna, was they kind of just hurled I believe it was the LNR conscripts at the place for a while. and then eventually Wagner rolled up and engaged in some of the heavier fighting in the town itself, and obviously the town eventually fell. But they seem to have been operating distinctly. It wasn't, you have a small Wagner, squad here, an LNR squad here, and they're advancing and supporting one another. It seems that they were operating distinctly, but I don't know if they're subordinated to some, higher unified command. I don't have any insight into that aspect specifically.
Yeah, that's kind of all I had in reference to the Third Army Corps for Russia, and kind of how you just kind of see this playing out, right? I mean, we have to at least recognize at some point, sooner or later, that Russia at times isn't always stupid, right? I think the Ukrainians have learned that in order if you want to lose, the first thing you do is disrespect your enemy, right? That's the first thing you do, right? You always give your enemy the benefit of the doubt, because even if you're wrong, you're in a better position than if you had disrespected them and thought, oh, they can't cover a corner, they can't supply this, they can't. And then when you run into it, you have the dual shock of not only the actual kinetic attack, but then oh my God, these guys actually do have their stuff together, right? And so I think the Ukrainians, they understand that Russia, for all intents and purposes, are savages, they're barbarians. The way they act is in no way, to quote Colonel Spencer, the way a nation state's uniformed services are supposed to act. It is totally barbaric. But on the battlefield, you can only do things so long against somebody before they're like, let's not do that anymore. Like, we're all going to die. Okay, can we please stop doing this? Right? Sooner or later, you're going to kill off the top staff, right? Because when I was in the Navy, usually the guy who ran my department had no idea what I was doing in my department in terms of air traffic control. But the two guys above me, both the senior NCO and junior officer, they knew how this stuff worked because they would talk to enlisted and senior enlisted all the time. And so the senior guy might not have a good idea, but the junior officers and senior NCOs are like, well, I'm experiencing this every single day, right? And so you only get so many that die before you get to, it's like the Union. So somebody actually sent me a DM I thought was kind of funny. They were like, when the Union was fighting the Civil War, all the Confederates, they just kept on killing all the generals until they got to the good ones, right? I mean, I found that somewhat, disgusting, but at the same time, it's somewhat true, right? They just kept on killing them until finally the good ones showed up. And so I want to at least try to assume that Russia has learned from this and give them some sort of credit. Not because, oh, I respect the Russians now, and they're good guys. No, I hope they all die. Go send them back to Russia in a box, right? But we have to at least assume that this Third Army Corps it's been composed, which means they have their logistics together, which means the general staff of Russia is thinking about this sort of stuff. They're not just throwing guys, giving them an AK-47 and throwing them into the front. They're like, well, maybe we should get 2 or 3 corps together and organize this stuff rather than just kind of rambling around the countryside, because then we're not going to have anybody left, right? But yeah, Jerry, take it away, Jerry. That's all I got.
Yeah, I'm just chiming in for a mic check.
Loud and clear. Did I drop too?
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah. So
you're good, but sorry, before you go there, Greg, and John and you kind of touched on it, and I was a little concerned about maybe because I'm an old man myself. And I like to think maybe I put too much credence in my skills, but they're grabbing all these 40 and 50-year-olds, and I've said before, I would be a little nervous about an old tank crew in an old T-72 or T-64 than a brand new tank crew in a T-14, because they tend to be a little seasoned. Craig, you buggered off. Oh, John's back though. I'd be interested on the composition of these volunteers. Do these volunteers have combat experience? This general that's coming in, does he have combat experience?
So that is a very good question. So my understanding is that in recruiting for these volunteer battalions, they obviously had a preference for those with prior military service of some kind. But my understanding is that in a large number of cases, they've kind of just begun accepting anybody between the ages of 18 and 60 that has a pulse. You know, so I suspect some of them probably do have some kind of prior military service, though my expectation would be that there's probably a significant percentage. I don't know if it's a majority, but at least a solid chunk of them does not. And in terms of their CO, oh,
sorry, John. Before you move on to the CO, these units haven't been. They're not recruited and constituted through the regular military recruitment channels. These are organized by the regional heads of government. So, and then they're handed over to the army. So, yeah, make of that what you will. But that's the recruitment process. Not so. Yeah, it's not like they've been through, rigorous medical screening or, background checks or, prior service checks or anything like that. It's literally just, hey, do you want to go and fight in Ukraine? Good idea.
Now, are they volunteers or are they being voluntold?
In the context of Russia, is there a difference?
Touché.
I believe what they have done is that they massively jacked up the offered salaries compared to normal contract service, like by I think probably in excess of a factor of 10. Like it's quite an extreme increase. So my suspicion is that they were targeting those who are lower down on the socioeconomic ladder, shall we say, as well as obviously those, patriotic, quote unquote, individuals who want to go serve Mother Russia. So yeah, that seems to have been a common strand throughout the recruiting process up until this point, is dramatically increasing the salaries, not just in comparison to what the standard contract salary would be prior to the invasion, but also to the local salary, because the standard army salary was already, for a lot of the more impoverished regions of Russia, the salary of a contract soldier was already quite a bit higher than that of the typical average salary in those regions. So increasing it can easily make it 50 times higher than the average local salary in some cases.
I wouldn't read too much Machiavelli into that, because as Craig and Daryl are probably going to jump in and say, we do the same thing. It's called signing bonuses.
Well, the other thing the Russians do is a lot of them don't make it actually survive to get the payment.
Nothing guarantees that you'll leave the battlefield either on our side. So we may pay it out ahead of time, but it doesn't really matter if you're not around to spend it. The one thing about the tanks and the tanker crewmen, nobody's battle tested, and nobody's a battle hardened warrior until they've actually been in the battle. So whether they are just learning when they get there, once they're there, they figure it out real quick. You figure out what you need to do real quick to survive. So to say if they're battle hardened, etc., is going to be kind of irrelevant until after the first shots are fired and they go through it. Then they'll know if they shit their pants or if they are going to react in the positive way and get ready and return fire, because their life depends on it. So let's not discount because of pay and all of the rest of these things. Just look at what happens when they actually go into battle. I think the formations that they take, what kind of artillery / movements that they do, whether they start taking on a more Ukrainian Western style activity, because you may start seeing it. They may start learning. And that's one thing to think about. If you start seeing something different on the battlefield, hey, you got a new enemy. It's not the enemy you had before.
Can I just add something just very briefly in terms of geography? I got to run here in like 5 minutes. So I know I talked a lot about that area north around Poloni, but again, when I spoke about last night about this rail juncture that I said I wanted it squeezed to death, right? It was, John, help me out. What's that pronunciation? Lizyank, Lilivosk. What was that again?
Iliovice.
Iliovice. Okay, I'm not going to forget it again. So I will, but I'll just say I'm not going to, just for the sake of it. Iliovice. If you're in that area, south, Tangarog, if you're in that area and you're on that rail doesn't go anywhere else. It only goes toward Donetsk or to the west towards Melitopol. It's only two directions. It doesn't go to the northeast, right? At least very far. There's a spur there, but it doesn't go that far. So if you're going to be traveling by rail, then you're only going to go north or you're going to go west. My hypothesis was west, only because of, because I have some common sense. And I'm like, if you send these guys into the Donbass, they're just going to get torn to pieces. And this is supposed to be a well-organized, cohesive unit. And you want to use them at maximum value rather than putting them into this. I mean, Russia can't advance very far past Donetsk city. I mean, they're just getting chewed to absolute pieces, right? And so to send them into that, especially around Bakhmut, 15,000 soldiers is not going to turn the tide there. It's really not. Ukraine is too well equipped. They still have javelins. They still can set ambushes. They can still lay mines. They can still do the rest of this stuff. And it'll be an absolute slaughterhouse if they sent them there. And so I'm like, well, that's probably not a good idea. But we won't know until we get something that says they've gone past Iliovisk. Once we get, that's the critical rail juncture. If they go west, it's going to be, in my opinion, north of Poloni. If they go north, it's Donetsk, right? I wish they would go to Donetsk so they would all die. So they would all just get churned up and nothing, because Battle Moose, correct me if I'm wrong, but a standard NATO division of 15,000 people, how many of those are actually pulling a trigger and are actually in combat? 10%, 15%?
Oh, I'd say at best a third. And that's if you're, because you got, for the listeners, we got combat arms and then we got combat service support. So essentially that's the cooks. However, a cook still has basic battlecraft and fieldcraft, and medics. Medics are trained like they're not supposed to be, firing weapons, but they'll pick up a weapon and defend their patient.
Yeah. So I think maybe let's call it 15,000 Battle Moose. Is that fair?
Yeah, I'd say a third.
So 5,000. So call it 5,000 out of 15,000. So you only have 5,000 combat troops. What difference? If we could just be real, what real difference is 5,000 troops going to make in the Donbass? Absolutely zero, right? I mean, zero, because you still have to make it through Bakhmut. Then you have Kramatorsk, and then you have the road that leads up there. And I mean, they're all going to die, right?
Maybe Craig, if you can elaborate on, because we've alluded to it a couple times on here, but how much Bakhmut is a fortress?
Oh, it is absolutely. I mean, if you guys want to see it for yourself, don't take my word for it. Just open up Google Maps, go to the city of Bakhmut, right? It's not very hard to find. It's just to the southeast of Kramatorsk, all right? It's right there. That is not some small little hamlet. And let's be clear, they took Popasna. How long did the Russians take Popasna? What was that, 2 months ago, 3 months ago?
Oh, God, it was a while ago.
It took
them like a month to take the town.
It took a month to take Popasna, all right? And Popasna is not this big, gigantic urban fortress. They were fighting in Severodonetsk since the start of the war, and it took Russia almost 5 months before they could occupy Severodonetsk. I mean, it is not. There's a river. So let me get into the way it works. There's two rivers there. You have some bridges. You then have some. I'm opening up this. The roads are a little bit tangled. I'll leave it to Colonel Spencer to talk to you about urban warfare. But just if I'm just counting my fingers and being like, okay, well, it took them that long to take Popasna, and Popasna it's not a very big town. No offense to the residents of Popasna, but that is a sparsely populated place in the Donbass, right? Not a lot of urban areas there. Not a big city by any stretch of the imagination, and it took Russia.
We lost Craig.
Lost Craig, yep.
Just a question here. When Craig gets back, he's back. I'm bringing him back up. Okay, Craig.
No, that's it. I was done. There's only one main road that leads into Bakhmut, so you can't just go through these fields willy-nilly with armor. There's only one main road that goes in, and it kind of turns into a funnel. So if you guys have ever been cooking and you use a funnel, you put your baking powder in there and you kind of use that. There's a big wide opening, and then it funnels all the way in. This isn't like Severodonetsk where you can kind of spread out a little bit to the north and to the south, but it all funnels into one place. And again, I have to say, I'm not an urban tactician. I'm not a soldier. I never fired my weapon in anger. I carried one, but I never fired it in anger or at anybody. But just look at how long it took to take Popasna, how long it took to take to Severodonetsk, the casualties that were involved there. It stands to reason that Bakhmut's going to be even harder. And the Ukrainians have had, what do you say, Battle Moose, about 6-7 months to prepare that city?
That Bakhmut was one of the original fortresses from 2014. So they've been reinforcing, or from what I hear, and maybe John can expand on this. They've been reinforcing Bakhmut since 2014, 2015. So all their all their trench network is heavily fortified.
Yeah, so I mean, it just goes to say, we can sit here and talk about this big Russian behemoth, but if you're losing 1,000 soldiers to take 1,000 yards, do the math, right? Because sooner or later you can fire all the artillery you want, but sooner or later, and I think that we have Daryl, Battle Moose, people who've actually fired their weapon. Sooner or later, you got to dismount and you got to engage in fighting. You can't just keep on firing artillery. Sooner or later, you got to get out and pull out your AK-47 and pull a trigger. And when you do that, all the Ukrainians do is come out of their trenches and shove a javelin up their butt, Panzerfaust from Germany, all these kind of toys that they've gotten from NATO, plethora of them. They haven't been fired all that much. Sooner or later, you got to get out and fight. And when you do that, especially in a city like Bakhmut, they'll be absolutely chewed to pieces. I mean, let's just face it, they're going to be chewed up. So 5,000 people is not going to tip the scales there. I would just say very briefly, if I could, if they're sending those troops to Bakhmut or anywhere around there, then we can all take a shot of some Irish whiskey because they're all going to be dead soon. They're not going to, especially if they're these old guys, 40, 50 years old, who don't have the energy to kind of be in constant combat, their 20s and 30s and things like that. These are older guys. They're not going to be able to kind of execute these tactical maneuvers. And they'll be like, oh, crap, I need a cigarette. Like, it's going to be really rough, right? Because the way NATO trained, even when I was doing my training, I had to ruck with Marines at some point. I had to put on 80 pounds worth of stuff, and I had to go out on these walks, right, in these MOAs, these military operating areas, just kind of on basic training with a radio pack on my back. That was not fun. And I was 20 years old, and I wasn't out of shape. And I could do a pretty good 1.5 mile clip, and I was still kind of tired. So, yeah, I'll end there. Hold on.
Yeah, I'll pick up from there, buddy. We often talk about like military PT, so physical training and whatnot. What we don't really talk about is when we do our battle fitness tests. So it's a test that we do annually, and the Americans do a different one. Actually, it differs from branch to branch in the United States. But when you're done, it's like the day's not done. Like, you're expected to do the battle fitness test and then carry on fighting. You know, you're expected to expend all that energy and carry on fighting on the other end, because that's what is expected of a soldier. When you're out in the shit, as we call it, you know, and you're expending so many calories out there. We talk about the calorie, like the logistics that goes around, and you know, Major Giroux talked about this at length about you know, you're going into urban combat, you know, which is twice as hard. You're going to need, you know, 3 times more food. You're going to need 3 times more water. You're going to need 3 times more bullets. And you know, bullets and ammo, and bullets and, you know, ammo and food, and ammo and water, and ammo and water, and ammo and water, and it just carries on. You know, do the Russians have this? You know, do they have the ability to support a sustained assault across the front? You know, John, do you think they do?
For some reason, I suspect that they don't.
Like, I dare say they don't, but George, you've been kind and your hand's been up for a while.
Hey guys, yeah. So when you look, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but if you look just east of Bakhmut, right? I think it's Ivanisk is one of the smaller towns. There's like, it looks like a crescent shaped bunch of patches of forested areas. And there's also a lot of trees inside the city of Bakhmut. There's actually a lot of green parks and pastures and things like that. That is forested, and that just makes great defensive positions if you're setting up your artillery, right? Because you're not out in the open. You've got, you know, from that, it's not a big distance, right? From there, from those forested areas, the Ukrainians can, I'm sure, have set up artillery, and they can cover the whole uh, town of Bakhmut. You know, even heavy mortars, you could just lob it right on top of them. And like you said, almost right down the middle, there's a river, and it looks like there's hard cement sides on both sides. It looks like at that point the the banks of the river look almost like a canal. So yeah, there is huge defensive positions there. So you know, they'll be able to cover themselves pretty good. Um, you know, if they have the right artillery pieces in there, they should be able to break up any attack. And if you guys are talking about 5,000 combat troops in an area like that that's well defended, it's really not that much. It's more like a drop in the bucket.
I've heard from fairly, you know, reliable sources on the ground there that some of the defensive positions of Bakhmut now have, you know, 3 to 4 feet of reinforced concrete. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I was going to add that I just double checked the maps. The original front line from 2014, 2015 is 20 kilometers away from the center of Bakhmut. So I'm sure that they have been digging in there for the past 8 years. There was one other thing about Bakhmut I was going to add. Oh yes, Operator Starsky. He's been on the space a couple times. Absolutely wonderful. He has a YouTube channel, and I believe on there he has did a live stream or a Q&A on there, and he talked about Bakhmut's enormous defenses in I don't say in detail, but he spoke about them, and his conclusion was that the Russians will never capture Bakhmut. So I would encourage people to go and have a listen of that.
He actually said that Bakhmut would be the last city standing in Ukraine. It is so heavily defended and supplied. They've been squirreling supplies in there for 8 years.
Okay, George, go ahead.
Yeah. So, Battle Moose, was it you that was discussing PT, the physical training that NATO, I guess, Western troops do?
Yeah, I when you said PT, I threw up my mouth a little bit.
Yeah, it's I think people don't realize how much we of that you do. And I just remember, like, I being in First Armored in Germany, we used to do PT, but then when I got the brag, it was like a whole, it was just completely amped up like tenfold. You're going on like 3 mile runs every morning. Every Friday, you're doing like six, and then once a month, you're doing like these gigantic, like 10-mile runs. It was just absolutely brutal. And my legs haven't recovered since. But yeah, it's people don't realize it, and when you have to, like you said, when you have to get out of your vehicle and hump, as they say, you know, several miles, and you're carrying all that gear. That's that's not that's nothing to sneeze at. You're talking about, you know uh, especially depends on what your gear is. If you're just a regular infantry, and you've got your just your weapon, it's fine. But if you're like a mortar team, or um, you know you're a machine gunner, you're talking an extra 10, 15 pounds easy. And those mortar guys are carrying a lot more than that. So um, it's not like you're just gonna ride around all day. Once you have to disembark from your vehicle because you're going into an urban fight, yeah, that's a huge physical strain on soldiers, and consumption of just water goes through the roof. I mean, I would say your water consumption in an urban fight in the summertime goes up fourfold.
Yeah, I dare say I was on a Winter X, and it was particularly humid. We were in the foothills down by Calgary, and there was a Chinook coming in. So it was the middle of winter, and it's like 7 degrees outside, right? So enough to make everything sloppy. And so we had all our snowshoe, like our rocks, and like full fighting order, or sorry, full marching order. And for shits and giggles, we had a weigh scale there, and I got up on the scale, and I came in at 420 pounds.
Was that
So
because
so
you
he's
were
405
waterlogged?
right now.
Was that because you were waterlogged?
Well, a little bit was, a little bit was sweat. Not a lot, but that's how much we were carrying, like full winter kit. Even though it wasn't very cold, still got to take your parka with you. Still got to take your long johns with you. And Battle Moose is a big guy, so big guy, big underwear, big rucksack, right?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, because I know they were contemplating it like the last few years in the U.S. Army, but I remember when we were at Bragg, and it wasn't. I guess it was a unit thing, but they would fill the duffel bag and make it weigh about 200 and something pounds, and make it drag it, and that was part of the thing, because could you drag it 50 feet, right? And it sounds easy, but let me tell you,
Yeah,
it's not.
right before I got out, they changed the battle fitness test standard for the Canadian Forces, and we called it the sandbag test. And one of the tests is it's supposed to simulate dragging somebody out of a combat situation. And I forget how much it was. It was like 180 or almost 200 pounds worth of sandbags, like basically on this skid, so you didn't destroy the gym floor. Um, and you had to drag it, I don't know, 15 or 20 feet, in a certain amount of time.
Moose, you and I both know what a Chinook is, but maybe the audience doesn't. You might want to explain that for a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry. A Chinook, other than the the dual bladed helicopter, is what it's named after is the wind that comes over the Rocky Mountains. And in the like in southern Alberta, where they get it, the winds will come over and they'll bring warm air across the prairie in middle of January and February. So normally it's minus 40, minus 30, minus 40. And it doesn't matter whether it's Fahrenheit or Celsius, because at minus 40, it's the same on both scales. So it's anybody been to minus 40 Fahrenheit? It's damn cold. And going from that to like 2 or 3 up to 7 degrees, I've seen it as high as 15 degrees in like the next day. So these winds will come in and make everything sloppy, and then it'll go back down to minus 30, minus 40 again. So and you talk to a soldier, the worst time to operate is in these transition periods, like the spring or the fall when it's rainy, or when the temperature swings and whatnot, because that's when people die from exposure. You're all warm during the day, the sun's out, you're feeling good. Maybe you got your jacket open and whatnot, but you're working because it's warm, but you got that you basically everything's soaking in. You got that thin layer of sweat on everything, and then it drops below freezing at night, and that's what gets you.
Roger that. Moose, I have a question for you, and if Craig's still listening, maybe he can come up and answer this. And George, we'll get to you next. Is there a second echelon forming up behind that Third Army? And the second question, I think, or associated question, is what's the disposition of support troops left and right of that attack zone that Craig was indicating?
Well, I think before John or George jumps in there, the troops in question, this Third Army, are not in position yet. And they're quite a ways from being in position, so we don't know what their echelon's going to be like, because they're going there with, or one would hope they're going there with their logistics, and they'll just swap out whoever's there. That's what we would do. But we can't put sensible Western ideals in this context, because they're operating by a whole different they're not even looking at the old Soviet book, because we knew how the Soviets operated. We had copies of their operations manual, and they didn't care, because they had so many troops and equipment they could throw at us. We didn't have enough bullets in NATO to stop them.
Well, John fell down. I just brought him back up. George, do you have a part of that?
Yeah. So what I'm getting at, what I'm understanding here, because I got into this conversation a little later. So we're talking now that the Russians are saying they have this third army that's arriving in theater.
That's the story.
Yeah, I'll let John do the Cole's Notes version of that. But essentially, they've been scrounging together people for a while. Because John, when did they first start talking about this Third Army? It was a couple months ago.
It was about 3-ish months ago in mid-May, I believe. That was when I believe it was the HUR, Ukrainian Military Intelligence, that first, publicly said it will be called the Third Army Corps back in May. And they've essentially the volunteer battalions that they've been trying to raise from Russia's various federal subjects. It looks like most of them are probably going to be amalgamated, or well, I shouldn't say amalgamated. They're going to be grouped together as part of the Third Army Corps and form, the bulk, if not the entirety, of its subordinate units. They have been training in Nizhny Novgorod at the Mulino training ground for about the past 3 months now. That's being probably a little bit generous since some of these units have only recently been raised less than, a month ago, and they were just sent to the training ground. Some video and images have emerged over the past few days indicated that they had begun movement by rail from the training ground in Nizhny Novgorod to close to the border with Ukraine. There was some video, I believe, of a Buk surface-to-air missile system that reportedly was detailed to the Third Army Corps, moving via rail north of Taganrog towards the border with Ukraine. So presumably they are now in the process of being deployed. Some reports that I'd seen thrown around is that the deadline or the date given for their deployment was August 20th. Those images were reportedly taken, the 22nd and the 26th, I believe, something to that effect. So it does look like they've begun to deploy them into theater now. We aren't exactly sure where they will go. Based upon the layout of the rail lines, we're thinking probably somewhere in Donetsk or along the southern front potentially. There was some potential hints of Kherson, but that's kind of unclear, and there would be some difficulties if they chose to pursue that route, as Craig kind of elaborated on earlier. As to their supporting I should also reference their size. The target, in my understanding, is that they wanted to raise approximately 15,000 troops. I've seen some reports that have indicated that they've only managed to raise 10,000, others that they've only managed to raise 5,000. So, 5,000 to 10,000 range, that's nowhere near a corps in NATO parlance. That's what, 2 brigade pluses equivalents, roughly. So that's always something to keep in mind, is that when Russia says a corps, even if it's at full strength, they mean a formation that's approximately the size of a NATO division, not a NATO corps. A NATO corps would be easily 60 to 80,000 troops, 3+ divisions. So yeah, the reports indicate, ill-trained, poorly disciplined, lack of NCOs. Reports from the local populace, in Nizhny Novgorod indicates they were pretty abusive towards the locals. Basically the exact same thing we saw from the VDV in Belarus and other Russian units in Belarus prior to February 24th. So nothing new on that front. Russian soldiers being Russian soldiers, who would have thought it? But yeah, we learned a little bit about their commanding officer. It's believed to be, what's his name, a VA Bayevsky. I had to go pull it up again, but he was the previous chief of staff for the 68th Army Corps as of April.
So it's safe to say that they're scrounging these guys together, and that's one of the things that you pointed out. When you hear Russian company and battalion and brigade and stuff like that, they're all under strength. I mean, Jesus Murphy. I saw something that they said it was a picture of a Russian company. It looked like it was like maybe 2 platoons. But getting back to the point that their kit has to be absolute garbage, because I don't see these guys getting top line stuff. I mean, we're seeing T-62s and the body armor is just a sheet of metal. Good luck with that. The Kevlar helmets are, what does someone say, tin? And I saw someone saw one in half, and it had like cardboard that was supposed to be the Kevlar padding was cardboard with some material, weaved in with it. So, yeah, they're scraping the bottom of the barrel right now, and it's going to be very surprising that they're going to be a cohesive fighting unit. They're just going to be like those mass wave, cannon fodder attacks that the Ukrainians have been pointing out that the Russians have been making.
One thing, if I may add to that, George, on the equipment front, you would think that, but in fact, it seems they've been given actually quite a bit of Russia's remaining modern equipment. I've seen they've been equipped with T90Ms, T80 BVMs, BMP3s, Tornado Ooze, AK-12s. Looks like Russia's throwing quite a bit of their remaining reserves of modern equipment to these guys.
Oh, wait, okay. I can see the tornadoes I could see, but when you said T80 and T90 and you said modern, that's kind of a joke, you know. I know I'm being facetious, but seriously, there's still I've always said and I've been saying it for 20 years. It's a T70. It's putting lipstick on a pig. That's what a T90 is. It's just lipstick on a pig, and God, I can't wait for the day for the Ukrainians to get modern armor where they can obliterate that shit from 3 kilometers out, and they'll be shooting at our tanks and they'll be bouncing off. It'll look like a scene from the Battle of the Bulge movie.
I'm sure Portland is about to interject that the T90 is just a rebranded T72BU.
Oh, before we get to Portland, why don't we let Dr. Paul's had his hand up, and then we'll go to Portland. How's that?
Hey, thanks, Sherry. Yeah, so John, I was just going to say, I personally don't think that the Russians have to commit the entire core to either the Kherson front or to Donetsk. I mean, you know, if you look at World War II order of battle maps, you know, we see, a corps, for example, kind of hinged in between two fronts and waiting to see what happens before kind of shuttling them to wherever the problem arises. That's how I see this playing out. I personally don't think they're going directly into combat. They're going to go into Ukraine for sure. Just to say, I think they're going to be held back in kind of a wait and see approach, and that frees up whatever reserve forces that the Russians have within either Kherson, Zaporizhia, or Donetsk. That's how I see it. I don't think it's a either or. I think they can forward deploy, if you will, and then deploy accordingly.
Mic check.
We lost Dr. Paul.
I'll just add, and when Dr. Paul comes back up here, he can finish that. I'll just add that Craig did have an analysis that seemed to be fairly well thought out, respective to logistics serving areas around Chipland and Pripyatsk, and indicated that there might be a thrust toward Polony, is the way Craig pronounced it. And I'll bring Dr. Paul back up here.
I believe Craig was referring to Polohy.
Yeah, that was his comment. He suggested that might be the point of advance.
Dr. Paul, if you can't, I believe you should have been sent to invite if you can try to come back up. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, he's coming back up. Go ahead, Dr. Paul. Finish
Sorry, guys, and I'm going straight off mobile, and I don't do the map thing that well, just on mobile. So, John, if Craig's right in Polovi or wherever it was, where is that? I mean, I guess my point is, I hear the logistics argument. I agree, but I'm just saying they don't have to be fully committed, and they can be somewhat divided into subgroups. The core doesn't have to go all the way to Kherson. It could, a few BTGs could put conceivably, and I could be wrong on this. This is my perception of me, kind of evaluating World War II battles, like the entire Operation Barbarossa, for example. So they can be split up into subgroups. So I don't think it's all or none, Kherson or Donetsk. It could be half and half, potentially even. But I just wanted to throw that out there because I think it's a little bit rigid thinking to think in that way, perhaps. So what are your thoughts, Sean? I could be wrong.
I mean, in principle, I don't disagree. They could, potentially try to divide the formation up into, a number of combined armed units and use them in, separate areas of the front. I would imagine that they would want to keep them in, a relatively consistent area, i.e. not deploy, one of these units to Kherson, deploy one of them to Zaporizhia, etc. I would imagine they would probably want to keep them in the same general geographic area. But then again, I have, this kind of outside my wheelhouse. I'm kind of.
Mic check.
I lost John as well.
We'll bring John back up, and then we'll go to Portland.
Yeah, just to finish John's thought while he's coming back up. I think there are advantages to keeping this, whatever this grouping of units is, together. But again, it depends how the Russians are organizing their fronts and, as it were, how they're organizing themselves and what their unit of organization is. And, you could be right, Dr. Paul. I could even see an argument where you might use this as some sort of fire brigade, as it were, and hold it back from the front line in case, there's a breakthrough or something, or it could even be intended to be used as an exploitation force. So if it was an exploitation force, you would expect it to be all kept together. If it's some sort of like fire brigade, you might see it broken down into smaller groups along the front line. So yeah, no, all speculation, of course. But yeah, John, do you want to go ahead?
Oh no, I was just going to round it out by saying that it's a bit outside my wheelhouse. Fortunately, I was paying attention to the caption, so I know where y'all lost me. I was just rounding it out by saying that's a little bit outside my wheelhouse. I'm speculating that any real basis or subject matter knowledge here. So I was just going to say perhaps Battle Moose or Alex could give a more cogent point in that regard.
Well, Alex, if you haven't, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Battle Moose, if you've got any thoughts in this area, go ahead. Otherwise, we'll throw to Portland.
You guys go ahead because I wasn't even paying attention. I'm trying to actually do like real work and listen to the space at the same time.
Before you go, I do have a moose-related question for you.
Yeah, I see NAFO has been at it again, and they made me another avatar. I guess I'm going to have to sport that one now.
Yeah, so my question is, moose are like really big, right? Like not like big, they're really big. Yeah.
Big. They're so mind-bogglingly big. You might think it's a long way down the street to the chemist's, but that's just peanuts compared to moose.
Okay, so
that was the Douglas Adams quote there. If anybody got it.
Yeah, I got it. My question is, how did they get such a big animal in such a tiny container? Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Like it's such a big animal, and you buy such a tiny container from the supermarket. Like, how does that work?
I actually had to think about that one because I have not had to use hair product for let's say about 30 years. So yeah, it
Okay, back to the Third Army.
Yeah, that's a small interlude brought to you by Dad Jokes. Portland, go ahead.
Yeah, Portland, tell us about the disposition of the kit for the Third Army, what they're telegraphing they have versus what they may have.
And maybe Portland, you want to get in how the AK-12, the gas chamber likes to melt under sustained fire.
Oh, with the AK-12, you've got bigger problems than that. Like, for example, how the dust cover catches tend to snap off because they are undersized. So if you are cleaning your weapon and you discover that you need to get into action very quickly, and you slap the dust cover down over your action, it is highly likely that you will overdrive that thing, snap off the lugs, and you will not be able to get the dust cover back off, and then your weapon will jam. So one of the reasons that as many AK-12s have been recovered as they have in apparently superficially good working order is because they keep on locking the breech open because the dust cover breaks, and then the owner understandably meets with a significant emotional event and then no longer has any further emotional events. So